Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh to some of you, and peace out to the rest of you. You already know who it is, the blackest hearted, blackest minded, blackest man on social media, signing black in and shining again, asking you to hit the share button because the message is more important than the messenger. So, gentlemen, were the drums coming through okay? So, were the drums coming through clearly, guys? Walaikum salam, Robert. Okay, all right. So I guess it came through okay then. Sounds came through. And that's good because I got some other sound effects that are going to be quite appropriate for the topic at hand. I'm going to start by talking about the propaganda that began a long time ago, not because I live in the past. Unlike what some conservatives and Republicans would tell you, I'm not one of those that lives in the past, and I never did live in the past. In my proest blackest days, I didn't live in the past. I just couldn't read the future any better than anybody else could, given the information that I had. But there were some things about the future that were quite clear to me because I went to school when I was younger in white environments. In my earliest childhood, I went to school in largely white environments. And the older I got, with each level of education, you could say the blacker the environment got. You could say so. But see, that caused me to question the definition of black because the older I got, the blacker the environments got in terms of numbers, in terms of population. But unfortunately, when I say the blacker, some of us are automatically start to assume certain negatives that come with that. That's where the problem comes in. When I was in elementary, my first elementary, there were very few of us, and I wasn't that aware of racial distinctions anyway. I was more aware actually of linguistic distinctions than I was of racial distinctions. But I wasn't very aware of racial distinctions when I was my first half of elementary school. So I was in a largely white environment. Then the second elementary school to which I went had, it was a largely white environment, and there were more students who were upper class, but from non-white environments. But there were more of us too. Fourth grade was when I became more aware of racial distinctions and even what they meant historically. Middle school, I went to a magnet school, and that magnet school was almost half us. It was in the hood, but it was a magnet school. So it was about half of us. Half of the roughly half the population was us, I guess. Maybe we were 40%. There were several students that were from Indian parents and several students that were from Asian parents of different nationalities, except Japanese. We had students with Chinese parents. Mostly we had students with Vietnamese parents. I don't recall a single student with a Japanese last name. I'm not aware of any with a Korean last name. We had quite a few Vietnamese and a few Chinese. They were generally your highest achievers. Then for high school, I went to a regular public high school the first 2 years. It was a lot of us, a whole lot of us, and a lot of us that did not achieve very highly academically, and many of us who did. So even in terms of the black population, it was a mix. You had every class, of course, but I mean, you had every class within each race. You had every academic performance level within each race. You even had some students for whom English was a second language, and they had to take special courses because of that. You had everything. Second half of high school, I went to an all-black school. For college, I hardly saw any white classmates. What I'm getting at here is that there was more to learn about so-called real life with each level of education. Somebody that tracked my education would have said, well, you learn more because you went to blacker environments for school. When the reality is I learned more because I got older. That's really what had a lot to do with it. I did see a police officer swing a stick over my friend's head, and then chase him down, and they arrested him. So I witnessed police brutality. No, he swung a flashlight. I'm sorry. I saw him swing his flashlight at my friend's head and connect, and the flashlight busted. And I saw him take a punch to the face before he went off after my friend. This happened within less than my height of me, less than 6 feet of me. This happened. The town in which we were living was already tense because of some police shootings that had happened down the highway from us in New Orleans and Baton Rouge, actually. And so you go further down the highway where we were, and we knew about this stuff. But it had more to do with age and freedom to move around that I learned more about what was going on. Now, the thing is that when you start your adolescence off pro-black, and you get to bypass a lot of that teenage N-word BS. The issue is that you can't really just go and tell everybody else what you come to understand. But when I started off my childhood, I'm gonna be honest with y'all, I started off my childhood in these white environments, and therefore it enabled me to see how they think without actually thinking that that was okay. Then subsequently, when I got into the second elementary school and I became more racially aware of racial distinctions and cultural distinctions that came with it, I began to realize that there was a mindset, or there was an idea inherent in white America that was dangerous for us. They romanticized the good old days. Now, I saw this, I'm talking in the 80s, y'all. By 1986, I was aware of their nostalgia for the good old days. And I kind of shared it to a certain extent. But then on the flip side, I realized that these days weren't good for us. So I decided at that point, I was going to keep my ear to the ground. And I'm glad that I did. Because when I got into middle school, I began to realize that I could keep my ear to the ground as far as whites were concerned, even though I could not pass as a white kid. First thing I learned is that they know the difference between white and black, of course, and they know the difference between black and non-black. Now, they don't care about the difference between black and non-black for the most part. It doesn't make much of a difference to them when it comes to what they're willing to accept into their circles. But it does come in degrees. They're less threatened having an Indian kid in their house than they are having one of us in their homes, as long as the kid is fluent in English. But they associate dysfunction with everyone that's not one of them. They even associate dysfunction with their own who come from Eastern Europe if they're poor. They associate dysfunction with the trailer parks that some of their poorer cousins live in. So in other words, I got a way to understand the way that they think without actually having that be my mindset. You know how when you look into something from the outside, you can see it better than when you're in it looking to the outside. If you think the way someone else does, you may know y'all think alike, but you're not fully aware of the way you think. If you know how they think, but you think differently, then you're aware of the way that they think. This gives you an opportunity to understand them better than they may understand themselves in many ways. But that's also somewhat dangerous because this means you can tell other people things about them that they don't know about themselves, and they will turn around and prove them true. But the other people don't have a reason. The one you might be trying to warn does not really comprehend logically the full reason that they should listen to what you're telling them about someone else and the way that someone else thinks. I was in a position to give my own people a peek into the minds of those who hate us or just wish we weren't around as much. But I in addition to having to find the vocabulary to explain it, I also realized that my own people weren't going to listen. That wasn't going to happen. Those who lived in the same neighborhood as me or neighborhoods like mine, because I kind of grew up, I didn't grow up like the Evans on Good Times. I grew up like the Huxtables. That was my childhood. And so those who grew up like the Huxtables, like me, didn't really believe it because they were friends with the little white kids and they didn't know what these white kids' parents were saying about them behind their backs. And even though the sleepovers stopped in middle school for a lot of them, they were not aware that these sleepovers were continuing just without them, as an example. They were unaware of this. Later on, they would say, well, if their parents are racist, they don't show it, but he's not. And I would say, well, he may not be, but you understand that as he gets older, his parents are going to hold him more accountable for thinking the way they do. They're going to fall under pressure to abandon you and leave you. Now, this is during the 90s, we had these conversations. Fast forward up until 2 years ago, and my son saw the same thing happen. When he reached the age of majority and was done with high school, he said, you know, Dad, I don't really see a lot of them, but I see them on social media. It's not just because they weren't meeting up at school anymore. That wasn't why. They've been to movies and done things outside of school before. The reason that he didn't see them that much anymore, but he could see them on social media was because after high school, they were now hanging around their own relatives. They weren't in these mixed environments of the public schools anymore. They were now in mostly their own environments around each other. So even if they came up public school and they didn't have the money for private school, they still were only around each other. And so they were able to sit up here and say things like, well, look at us and look what we've gotten. And if these black folks would just stop complaining, they could have as much as we have. So my son began to see them saying this on social media, even to each other. And of course, we all know what happened last summer. How did that summer start? In the midst of tensions because of COVID lockdowns in some places and not in others, we saw that these same conservatives did not want to take certain precautions because of their freedoms, but in reality, it was because of who they thought was the threat to their freedom. They do not perceive a threat to freedom from anybody that looks like them. Remember this. They don't perceive a threat to their freedoms from themselves. Maybe from Eastern Europeans because they sound different, but they don't perceive a threat to themselves from an Eastern European who speaks English fluently. Even in that case, they don't perceive it. They say, oh, well, he's just like us. I mean, he sounds like us. You can tell he grew up with us. Outside of that, no. They perceive threats to their freedoms from people that look different from them, or look and sound different, or look somewhat like them, but still sound different. That's why they perceive it from an Arab, no matter what the Arab's complexion is. Red Sif Lord put in a good comment. I'm going to go ahead and show that one to you. Somebody wrote about this. And as soon as it comes up in here, as soon as it shows up in StreamYard, then I'm going to go ahead and paste it. You know what, Red Sif Lord, I think you're going to have to put that one up again, because I can see it in YouTube, but I can't see it in StreamYard, and I want it to show. I want them to be able to see this. But what Jane Pittman wrote in her autobiography was something that I saw, that I witnessed. My son is witnessing it, even though he is clearly one of us. And trying to tell my people this, I began to realize something about us. They had their propaganda for us. We turned around and believed their propaganda. That's what I began to realize. They've had their propaganda regarding us from a long time ago. Understand this. See, a lot of you guys were kids in the 90s. Maybe you were born in the 80s and you were kids in the 90s. I was born in the 70s and I was a kid in the 80s and 90s. Actually, I was an adolescent through the 90s. first half at least. And so I saw these reruns of Leave It to Beaver, and I saw American movie classics. And as a matter of fact, that was a large part of how I was able to monitor how they used to think, as well as how their kids were now thinking about the past that their parents had actually experienced and through which they had lived. So I began to see largely through that as well. My mom used to watch American movie classics. She probably will start to watch it when she wakes up. I don't know if she's awake now, but she may start watching it again when she wakes up. But when she watches it, she's watching it only just for entertainment. She knows that stuff is not true. Goodness gracious. Thank you, Redshift Lord. It still won't show up in StreamYard, which is not your fault. So this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to paste it in there myself. And then I'm going to show it. Because you did what you could. You posted it again, and I appreciate that. So I'm going to post it in here. Then I'm going to show it. This comment here is from Red Sith Lord. So it gave me a view into their minds, and it showed me what I needed to tell my people at the time. If you want to know what I was trying to tell us at the time, it's very simple. What has happened recently is what I was trying to tell us to expect. That's what it was. I was trying to tell them that these kids we were sitting next to in class were listening to their parents talk about the good old days. So in some ways, they might have been even more dangerous because they might have believed that the good old days were the way that their parents described them and not the way they actually were. Their parents might have been young and embarrassed by what the country was doing to us back then. They might have been. But the kids we're sitting in classes with today that they don't mind playing with us and they don't mind listening to our music. The ones that later on become Vanilla Ice, those kids right now trying to dress like us and take on some of our style, understand that something can change when they get older. It could be just simply that they get tired of pretending to be what they're not, and that's normal. Or it could be that they start to say, you know what, I'm sick of this. They're dysfunctional. They're low lives. Why did I ever take on their style? So at the end of it all, it comes down to the fact that what I was trying to tell them was that they're going to try to go back to what they call the good old days and recreate the atmosphere in which it was a holiday for them and a nightmare for us every time they got the murderous urge to lynch some of us. They want that atmosphere in which they could perform those lynchings in front of cameras and pose for pictures besides our bodies. That's what they want to recreate. They're looking for that. They want a situation in which they don't even need discriminatory laws to have environments just to themselves. That's what they want. They want a situation in which we are numerically not available. I told them that I said to my folks, my classmates back then, imagine you in middle school and early high school, you trying to tell them you don't know when it's going to happen. You just understand that that's the direction towards which they're headed. And they've got the numbers to pull that off. And they would say, so man, you think that so-and-so, and they would list a few of who were called the Wiggers. Y'all remember the ones that their own people used to call Wiggers. My friends would list them to me and say, so you think that so-and-so and so-and-so and so-and-so is going to turn on us one day? And I would say, I doubt that they would do it, but some of them will and some won't. We don't know. Just amongst them, some will and some won't. But the way that you're going to know is that the ones who do turn on us are going to go after the ones that did not turn on us. They're going to go after them first. Because remember, when they become supremacist, dangerous, they kill those of their own that are against that even first. Because their saying used to be the only thing worse than an N-word was an N-word lover. Remember, they killed Viola Liuzzo. Now, what I wanted to talk about with this hold and evil of this ninja culture that's got a lot of us is this. When all this propaganda was on TV back then, the propaganda that we saw on TV in the form of reruns during our own childhoods and adolescences actually was not the first propaganda. The first propaganda was in print. In the 1800s, the propaganda was largely in the form of newspapers and some fiction novels. One of the most instrumental were the Tarzan books that Edgar Rice Burroughs wrote. Now, Edgar Rice Burroughs was a pretty good writer in terms of his talent. I can tell some of my students, if you want to advance your reading in English, you can start with him, but you got to understand it's because of the way he wrote. It's not because of the content that he wrote. He'll help you with your grammar and your vocabulary by studying how he wrote, but he'll get into your head and have you hating black folks. Because, I mean, he wrote the Tarzan books. Every Tarzan movie was made from the books. He wrote the books in late 1800s and I think early 1900s, probably about 1910s or 1920s. I mean, hell, there's a city in California named after what he used to write, Tarzana, California. Now, he was a talented writer, believe you me. The way he wrote those, because I read them when I was little. I told you I was studying the propaganda. And as a matter of fact, it was the summer after third grade that I started to read his books. Now, in those books, of course, he describes, and this is going to sound very familiar, he describes the West Africans as being very ape-like, lowly and bestial. And of course, he says that you could tell by looking at them that they didn't have the full faculties of humanity. That's how Edgar Rice Burroughs wrote it. And so, of course, the only reason in the movies that Tarzan and these Negroes were enemies was because they started the stuff with Tarzan. That's how Edgar Rice Burroughs wrote it. That as this little white English kid was growing up amongst apes who actually treated him with less savagery than the Negroes did in his book, he saw them at some point and he wanted to reach out to them because he saw them as human and they saw him as a ghost or a demon, and they set off after him with their weapons, and he was still an adolescent. And that they later shot the she-ape that raised him as his mother. So all of the evil that he pulls off on them is in the books is due to them rejecting him. Instead of seeing a lost child coming out of the jungle, which is what probably would have really happened in real life in a situation like that, if you could get a little kid to survive in the jungle long enough. Now, that's the propaganda in the book that later went into the form of the movies. We saw the movies. I don't mean you all, but amongst my age group, my generation, I remember being, what's going on, Lion of MGTOW, what's happening, blood? Free Will Defender, you're right, it was the printing press. When I was coming up, we could still see those reruns of the Tarzan movies. I remember they came on, hell, before I even started elementary school, I can remember they came on every afternoon. Now, as a kid, I just like to see jungles and stuff like that. I still like jungles and forest. And whenever I can go to a tropical location, I do nature photography as a hobby. But at the time, that's all I knew. I didn't really see the racial propaganda inherent in it. But I remember the time of day that it would come on. I can still remember that. Now, I remember later on it came on, or these reruns of these movies came on every Saturday afternoon. There were the cartoons on Saturday mornings, and then afterwards, in the afternoons, they would come on. Buster Crabbe, Johnny Weissmuller was the most common actor. Sometimes it was the Buster Crabbe movies. But I remember them. So my age group, we grew up seeing them. Maybe you watched them, maybe you didn't, but you knew they were coming on. You would see the commercials for them if you didn't actually see the movies themselves. That's what would happen. So we saw not just the scion, the hero of the movies, Tarzan, we also saw the so-called savages that were half naked running through the bush, chasing him, trying to catch him and eat him. If we saw that in my age group, what do you think that our forebears saw, our parents and grandparents saw a generation before us? They saw the actual movies in the theaters. Now see, back to the civil rights movement, we can see the footage of them, but what we cannot see is what our people believed about themselves during that time. We can't see how, even though our people were beginning to stand up, what we cannot see is how little they knew about our history within the United States or before across the Atlantic. We didn't see that. Our people fell victim to the propaganda. So if you look at the civil rights footage, and you see those of us who are marching, remember, for everybody that marched, there were several others that stayed home. And amongst them, there were several that were they were actually drunkards and winos and drug heads and pimps and hustlers and hoes and madams and thieves and robbers. There were people back in the community that were doing these things. Now, there was a different counterbalance to them, according to what my father told me, because back then, at least in the South, the teachers still lived in the community too. The physicians still lived in the community. The attorneys still lived in the community. So there was a bit of that counterbalance to the pimps and the hustlers and the thieves and robbers that later on came to run the show in the hood. Now, notice I say in the hood versus the community. I say that for a reason. Because like I said, I came up Huxtable. I came up in a neighborhood that became a black community over time, but it wasn't the hood, and it still ain't the hood right now. So we started to think this stuff was true. We began to believe that we were the jungle savages on the TV, that that's who we came from. Maybe that's not exactly how we were in the United States, of course, because we had been civilized by Massa, but we believed that back across the Atlantic before Massa came and got us, that we used to be a bunch of jungle savages, and that if we had seen anybody white in the jungle, we would have tried to eat them. That we were cannibals, cooking people, that any two tribes actually couldn't stand each other. They didn't have to have anything to fight over. You just get two people from two different tribes, even if they never heard of each other before, and they at each other's throats. That we didn't even, we couldn't have built anything of substance. No architecture. We couldn't even make clothes that would last, let alone actual architecture that would survive up into the present. We knew nothing of Mali. Timbuktu was a word that everybody knew, but it was a joke. Nobody knew where it actually was. I still have a recording of an interview I did with my father back in graduate school, in which he talked about that. Now, if we believed this back then, do you think that this does not have a hold on why some of us are arguing in the manosphere right now? Can you really believe that all of this arguing we're doing in the manosphere between the select guys with the ninja swagger that get the women all tingly down in their panties, and then the thinking classic black man that doesn't fit the stereotypes, has nothing to do, nothing at all to do with this this mindset, this acceptance that we have had of other people's propaganda about who we are and what we were? Now, Omega Dreads, I'll say this. There were different tribes, so there were different belief systems. That's very true. You weren't going to have, all of us could not have been the same, even within the span of what today is a modern country there. However, the majority of people around the globe do not practice cannibalism. And the funny thing is that when people have practiced cannibalism, they have usually tried to hide it from new strangers that they may have met. So in the South Pacific, there were some people that looked just like us, but they were Melanesians. They weren't actually in Africa. In Papua New Guinea, which is not in Africa, but it's north of Australia, they tell you that their elders and ancestors used to eat people that they would kill in war. They would say this. Today, they'll tell you that, yeah, they used to do this before the missionaries came, and that some of the first few missionaries wound up being killed and eaten. But the thing was that when some people would go and visit and they weren't taken as enemies, they might see these feasts after the wars. The problem was that they were never told what this food was a lot of times, depending on where they went. So there's been cannibalism amongst different races, but not amongst most people within any race. Europe actually had it a lot of in certain places, like in Ireland and Scotland today. There were cannibals there. It was easier to find cannibals in Europe because not only was Europe a smaller place to search, but in the book From Superman to Man, written by J. Rogers, there was historical reference about people in those islands preferring to eat flesh of people over flesh of sheep. But no, most people in general were not cannibals, historically speaking. But we were made to think that we were cannibals. That's what we were taught. If you think that you are a savage by nature, by heritage, if you have accepted this to a certain extent, then you're going to judge the authenticity of your own people by their adherence to that stereotypical image of the savage. And that's what we got going on right now. That's why it is that those of you listening now, you believe in taking your passports and going elsewhere if you decide that you want to leave a legacy, right? If you're going to leave a legacy, then you're not going to stay in the States trying to deal with Boom Shika and Bonquisha, right? You're going to try to deal with someone better than her, at least until you can get out. But when you want to leave a legacy, you would rather not. Yeah, it does. You're right. We kill dragons. It does mess with the nervous system because the proteins, everybody is designed to metabolize proteins that are different from the ones specific to their own species. So if you consume your own kind, most species don't metabolize their own proteins for the most part. They use their own proteins to build. So if you consume your own kind, then you've got these extra proteins floating around your system. And instead of being used as part of your metabolism, they just sort of accumulate in different areas of the body. But it certainly does mess with the nervous system after a while. It definitely does. Because as the proteins circulate, they can damage the tissues they come in contact with, but the other tissues can heal. Nervous tissue doesn't mend, or its ability to heal is at least very limited. So you consume too much of your own, then some of these human proteins are going to circulate through your brain and through your nerves. And it's messed up because when that happens, it can't be metabolized. They can't be used to build some other tissue. So they just keep circulating, and they cut some of the tissue that they come in contact with or scrape against in the process of circulation. And they can go through the blood-brain barrier, and then they can, as they circulate in the brain, they actually leave these holes. So when people get these problems, they can start to feel pain all over their body, but it's not because of it has to do more with the brain thinking that there's pain. They scream in agony, and eventually, of course, they die. And when they did autopsies on some of these folks, they found that their brains looked like cottage cheese, had holes in them. This was discovered in Papua New Guinea, what I mentioned earlier, what I last read. It was discovered there. Some of y'all might find out about it being discovered elsewhere. Yeah, I remember reading about something called Kuru. Thanks for reminding me, Red Sith Lord. I had to do something. I had to do a report on that in my last year of high school. So make a long story short, the issue here is that we think that's us. The issue is that we've seen the propaganda. You can take Birth of a Nation, the old one, I mean, the one from, I think, the 1915, I think is when it was released. First full-length motion picture, at least in the States. I think before that there was something released in Australia, but in terms of the States, yeah, first full-length motion picture. Viewing party was given at the White House for it. That Birth of a Nation, that was some of the height of the propaganda. And that was the beginning of the propaganda being taken from print into film. Because it's easier to sit down and watch a movie than it is to sit down and read a book, right? Or to read a newspaper article. Now, even during slavery, northern newspapers sometimes depicted black people in the South as having tails. Stop and think about that. Gorillas and chimps don't have tails. Orangutans don't have tails. Monkeys have them. And they're far different from human beings genetically than even apes are, but they would depict black people with tails. Stop and think about that. And this is northern newspapers in the late 1800s. Well, I'm sorry, shortly before the end of slavery, I should say. This is part of why it was that many northerners would say, we don't want to own slaves. But we're not really going to make it a big deal if they do in the South. People who are most against slavery lived in urban centers with the highest black populations, because if you lived in the rural North, you may never see a black person in your life. So you wouldn't know that this was propaganda. You wouldn't know that black people did not have tails until maybe you saw, you went to an urban center and met some black folks and saw them walking upright with no tails. That was propaganda then. So the propaganda already existed. Then it went into film. The main thing I wanted to talk about, I'm taking 40 minutes plus to get up to this, is what it actually did to us. The fact remains, when we have these arguments going on in the manosphere, anytime somebody starts and says that you're less of a man, you're lame or you're weak because of the negative stereotypes you don't fit, it is because they have accepted the propaganda at a subconscious level. Now, I got to be careful what I say to get this thing to not be age restricted and maybe even taken down. So I'm going to mispronounce something. But at the end of it all, they stereotyped us as though we were gorillas or chimps. So they created this. I mean, that's what the King Kong movie was about. These were allegories for Jack Johnson, of course, because as you know, Jack Johnson married a white lady, and they wanted to get at him for that. I mean, he was beating them up in the ring, making lots of money. Then he married one of their women and traveled around the country with her. Stop and think about that. So he was, he was just everything they hated. And they had this idea back then. And mind you, gorillas had just recently been proven to exist at all in the wild. They've been rumored for a long time, but it was only shortly before Jack Johnson and the King Kong movies that they even discovered actual gorillas and could prove that they existed. So I'm gonna be honest. Free Will Defender's right. He says that black women accepted the propaganda hook, line, and sinker. I agree. Western black women, in fact, have looked at us through that lens. They've looked and they've said that the authenticity of black manhood, they have judged that by somebody acting like a Ninja-rilla, acting like King Kong. That's how they judge us. The problem is, when I talk about these matriarchal mandingos and gynocrat goons, it's not just the ones that simp and always say that, you know, the black woman's God and she's queen mother of the earth goddess and she can't do any wrong. To a certain extent, there are vestiges of that left in those who are sitting up and shouting and screaming at us from within the manosphere, telling us that we need to have ninja juice or hood swag or ninja swagger. We need to be men. We do need to act masculine, it's true. We're supposed to be distinct from women, naturally. And we should be distinct even from those of European extraction, genetically and culturally. We should be distinct from them. But there are those that are in the manosphere. They also want to see us go free of a lot of the foolishness and the BFF, the double standards. They will not take the gynocracy's double standards and racism and white supremacy laying down. They won't do it, but by the same token, they're going to turn to us and they're going to say to many of us, you need swag. And it's not her fault that she looks at you and walks off because you ain't got swag. That's how you can tell them apart. So if somebody gets on, does a live stream or uploads something and says something about why you're wrong for getting your passport and how you need to just stay, you need to stay in the West. You need to stay in the US or Canada or the UK or wherever you are and just learn how to appeal to this hybristophilic she-boom. That's how you know that they've got that. They have a vestige. That's the one thing they've not taken out of their mind to free their mind. We can be a standard for masculinity, but it does not involve, it does not require being the King Kong Ninja stereotype. Because there's no such thing as a Ninja in real life. We're one species. We're human. The gorilla is very similar to us, but it is another species. The chimp is another species. The orangutan is another species. They don't blend except in the nightmarish fantasies of our enemies. And in the low IQ imaginations of many of us. Those are the only places where they blend. I do act like a gorilla in many ways, but then again, I'm an ESL teacher in an environment that used to be very hostile towards education and still has some of these vestiges. That's why you might see me act like one. If you know me in real life and you see me in class, you might see me act like one. Then again, that's because I caught somebody cheating. Somebody comes in my class and he starts talking in Arabic during an English class, and I've forbidden them from doing that because they're too advanced for that. Oh yeah, I might act like a gorilla. Yeah, I'll turn around and tell somebody, shut up, stop talking, don't say anything in any language. You interrupted me, and you can't argue with me about how to speak English. I might do that. Hell, I might even growl at somebody. I've done that before. But when a human being, when any human has to act like a gorilla, it's not even acting like a gorilla, to be honest. It's just when any human being becomes aggressive, they're doing it because they had to. But we are being judged by the Western system, so to speak, because they're sisters to each other. We're being judged through the lens of the white supremacist stereotype, the Ninja that does not exist in real life. That's how they're judging us. Any man that holds to that is judging us by her standards, even if they're in the manosphere. End of story. I don't care how big their beards are. Even if I have thanked them for helping me. And I do like to give credit where it's due. If I mention names, I try to give credit where it's due. When I have to censure someone right now, I try to tell you how to identify them for yourselves, because they could change. And if they change, then they don't fit the description anymore, and that's great. There will be no recording of me pointing fingers at somebody by name unless I was very sure that they were never going to change for the better. But we're dealing with a scenario in which we got some dudes from within the manosphere telling us why we need to have swag, why we need to learn game, why we need to do things that are not necessary in other cultures. And believe you me, in every culture, there are certain things that women want from the men that mark them as men, and that's fine. That's not wrong. Solidity as a man is not wrong. I'm not saying that. Nobody is. If they come along and they make it sound like what we're saying by being thinking black men is that there should be no vestige of masculinity, no muscle in anything, none of that. No, that's not the case. But if we're talking about being thinking black men and not being the negative stereotype, and they come along and they think that it means that we're elitist and effeminate and classist, and that's how they understand it, either they didn't listen or they have accepted the negative stereotypes as a self-definition, and they haven't gotten over that yet, even when they're in the manosphere. So this is, in a nutshell, what I'm saying is this is the Pookie and Ray Ray versus educated lame debate right here. And what I'm telling you is it ain't no debate, because it is the job of any man that is a man and understands manhood, which I've learned from my father, to know that there are extremes and there is a middle path. One extreme is the Pookie and Ray Ray. That's the stereotype, the IDNS, intentional, dysfunctional, negative stereotype. I'm going to put the acronym in the chat right now. That's the one extreme. The opposite extreme, well, that's the elitist classist. And he looks and he says, well, if you don't meet our enemy's standards of civilization and advancement and approvability and respectability, then we don't respect you. A lot of them are not only conservative, which is okay, they are conservatives and Republicans, because they went to the opposite extreme and they view everything through a very elite, upper class, European, American lens. So these are the two extremes. If you are a man, it is your job to understand the middle balance, but the middle road between these two extremes, calling things down the middle. We have a warrior culture, but it is not suited for revolution or for self-defense. It is not suited for that. The warrior culture does reside right now with one of the extremes. The culture of diplomacy resides with the other extreme. We're the ones, if we're going to really be men, we're the ones who will at least respect the value of both. Now, you may be better at either one than the other, but you at least respect the utility of both of them and the necessity of both. And you don't knock somebody else that's better than the other. You're better at one, and you don't knock the one that's better at the other one, as long as each one of you understands that both of you are necessary. Therein lies your middle ground. Maybe you're not a diplomat, but you understand we need diplomats. Maybe you're not a warrior, but you understand we need warriors. The one that can respect your skill and your role is at least close enough to the middle, but we got some who they cannot respect any sort of diplomacy. And then those who are there, they're thinking black men, you could say, but when they think, they can't respect anything that has to do with defense. However, one extreme is far more common than the other amongst us, if we're going to be honest about it right now. Give me a moment. I'm going to tell you all a story that relates to this. When I moved to the city that I now live in and work in, I had recently come from a town smaller and more dysfunctional than here. The Bedouins in my old town were more Bedouin. They were hospitable, but they were very stupid intentionally. They liked being stupid and they were proud of their stupidity. They bragged about it at times. Cheating there was an epidemic. And it was to the point that somebody from outside of this country went to the hospital to give birth, and she died. And even though the doctors were innocent, the doctors were so incompetent because they cheated their way through med school that they thought they had killed her when they didn't. That's how bad the cheating epidemic was. Her husband had to come up and say, no, she had an allergy to this medicine, but you all didn't know about it, and she wasn't conscious to be able to tell you. There was no way you could have avoided it. Before that point, these doctors thought they had killed her, because cheating in the medical school in that town was bad. Where I am here is the reverse. The medical students usually don't make it far cheating, but the engineering students, they cheat their way through, and that's beginning to change now. But when I first got moved to this town, I was very aggressive because of my experience in the first town. So I didn't tolerate the cheating from the very beginning. And about almost 2 months after I had moved here, there was another guy moved in here, and he was from Atlanta. He was from Decatur. Shout out to those of you from the Atlanta area. He somewhat reminded me of my son, except he's older. And he didn't harm anybody. I think he was on the spectrum. He may have had a touch of Asperger's syndrome. Because there was a smoothness that was lacking, but he was not harmful to anyone. He was not insulting to anybody until they insulted him. Walaikum salam, Brother Power. Walaikum salam wa rahmatullah wa barakatuhu, Brother Power. Man, I'm so glad you can make it. So he, of course, he was a young guy in his 20s, and he had to teach a bunch of 17 to 19-year-old Bedouins fresh out of high school themselves. The thing that helped him was that, to a certain extent, they don't fear black people here just at random, but they don't want to start anything with us. They do fear making us angry to a certain extent. So I described to him what the mindset was, because his first week, he was actually shocked at the lies in which he was catching his students. And when you come to the Middle East, especially to the Gulf itself, you're coming to a conservative part of the world. Pretty much in the Arabian Peninsula, Dubai and Abu Dhabi and certain parts of Bahrain they're not very strict. And even they're pretty strict on their own citizens. Outside of that, they're hospitable. Things are changing and becoming more lenient, but it's pretty conservative throughout in many cases. So you come to a conservative part of the world where you think that the students don't even normalize things like cheating and lying, let alone hitting teachers. And he came and he saw within the first week how bad they were, just a bunch of lying hypocrites. That's who they are. That's what they are. Cheated their way through everything. And so when I told him how it was that even the good students were under pressure from the bad students, and I explained it to him, the first thing this young man said to me was, well, Professor Black, that's ninja culture. Of course, he didn't pronounce it with a J. That's what he said. He said, that's ninja culture. He said, that's exactly what I left behind in Decatur. I came here thinking that it wasn't going to be that bad. And I said to him, well, there may come a day when it's not, because the government's cracking down and we're part of that crackdown on them cheating. But yeah, it is that bad. I mean, you have to understand, the first ninja in the world was not one of us over in the continent. The first ninja was a Bedouin here in this peninsula. I don't know when it started, but I'm sure it got started long before somebody niggerized us in the Americas, let alone in the States. However, what happened is that, you see, the negative propaganda against us, we absorbed more than the folks here have absorbed the negative propaganda about themselves. And they have absorbed it about themselves as well. Don't get it twisted. I don't want to give you all the I don't want to give you all the wrong idea that nobody over here has that mindset, that problem, that nobody here has fallen victim to believing negative stereotypes about themselves. No, that's not the case. That does happen here. Now, they don't believe that they don't see themselves as terrorists like they're depicted in the movies. That bothers them. But they do see themselves as less advanced than the Europeans. They do see that. They see themselves as being very stubborn and hard to rule and lead right. That's true about them because it was depicted, and then it became what they believed about themselves. Maybe it was depicted because they already believed it about themselves. But there are certain depictions that are on TV and they have accepted them. However, I'm talking about us. I'm using them as an example, but I want us to focus on ourselves. You need to know about these folks here and what they've fallen victim to understand it's not only us. However, you also need to focus on you before you could benefit them if you even chose to do so. I've not been able to fully benefit the large numbers of them. I've been able to benefit some of the individuals amongst them. But one thing that's happened is that not one student that came in here, believe me, that he was just a low-life, dumb, rat bastard Bedouin, has ever come in and benefited from me afterwards. That's not happened because of what they believed about themselves. Now, you have a conscious Arab. You have the one that wants his people to do better than what they are, just like you have amongst black folks. They've come in and they have benefited. They've done that. That's happened. They have come in and learned something and become more conscious, and they go back and they try to tell their people certain things, but not really much else. I mean, nobody else really does. The kid that cheated his way through high school comes into my class. He can't understand what I'm saying anyway. He can't, there's no way he would ever grasp that concept of what I'm telling him. He can't elevate his mind. He's too busy trying to cheat his way through everything. And he's done it, and he's probably gotten away with it. That's what winds up happening. And so by me not promoting cheating, I kid you not, by me not promoting cheating, some of them have this idea that we can never get along. Because to them, it's okay. They'll even sit up and say, oh, professor, it's not cheating, it's help. No, it's help before you take the test. But the funny thing here is this, amongst them, the women don't prefer the guy that cheated his way through school. That's not the way that works. You see, amongst them, maybe she doesn't care how he got through school as long as he gets it. Maybe that's the case. But the fact that a student can study and not cheat never counts against him when it comes down to marriage. It never makes him less desirable. That's never been the case. Not here. Now, there is something else, though, you got to deal with here. That is that they don't speak their language properly, their own language. They don't speak it properly on the street. Some of them are so bad, actually, at it that if I speak their language properly, they look at me and say, I don't understand English. I kid you not. That's how bad they speak their own language. So when I tell you that these are some ninjas here, these are some of the original ninjas of the planet. The original ninja might have been black, but he was a black Arab if he was one. A lot of the stuff has been here in the peninsula long before it ever reached its way back to the continent through BET and other negative images of us shown that they can see back on the continent. But what does happen here is that you will have some guys that women will make fun of, anybody would make fun of because they speak their language properly. That happens even here. Yeah, it's terrible, isn't it? They start speaking their own language properly, and others will start calling them nicknames and things like that. Now, they do have a way to make fun of someone here for being a so-called nerd. There's not a word nerd in this language. But what they do is they'll call someone Mustafa, which means, oh, like it's like saying an Egyptian nerd, because there was a character from either Syria or Egypt. There was a character from one of those two in some movie, and he was really brainy, but he was considered to be that, the nerd. So that does exist here, but that does not stop you from having a legacy. That's not the case. It's not all right. And so that's what changes here. So whenever you got somebody sitting up here and telling you, okay, look, there's something wrong with you and you got to go abroad to have your leg. You got to go abroad to find your Stargate because you were lame. Look, I'm not telling you guys to go abroad and trick. I'm Muslim. I'm never going to tell you to go and pay to play. I'm not going to tell you to do that. I'm going to tell you not to, actually. If you ask me, I'm going to say, no, don't do that. What you do is have your marriage according to your religion and not according to the courts if the court system is hostile. That's how you do it. It may or it may not work out. But if you tried, you're not going to stand in front of God having committed adultery, let alone or fornication, let alone prostitution, because of anything I told you. If you're going to do that, you're going to do it yourself. But nonetheless, when you get your passport and you go elsewhere, because the Western sister has pushed you away, and you already know that the Western Becky is dangerous if you've been paying attention at all. Any man that comes along to diss you for that is someone that has not fully freed themselves of the acceptance of somebody else's negative propaganda against themselves. They still believe that they're supposed to be IDNS. They still believe they're supposed to be the Ninjarilla, thumping their chest and thrashing around vegetation, shouting and screaming and biting people and slapping people for no reason, no provocation. That's what they think they're supposed to be. That's how they define their manhood. And that's why you cannot take them with you. Some of them get up and because they can't get a passport, they want to talk junk about you. It may happen to me one day. It may happen. And maybe one day I can't get it. Do I have a right to talk bad about you for getting your passport and bouncing? God forbid that ever happens, though, to me. But if it does, it's not manly of me to sit up here and go and talk bad about you because you went and got your passport and you flew down to Colombia and you met a nice lady that y'all about to marry. At least try it out. Yeah, we kill dragons. IDNS is an acronym for intentionally dysfunctional negative stereotype. That's what it stands for. Intentionally dysfunctional negative stereotype. They ain't dysfunctional because of something that they didn't know and to which they were not exposed. That's not why. I'm not talking about somebody that just doesn't know how to fill out a college application because nobody in their family went to college. I'm talking about somebody that's got some bad stuff to say about anybody that does fill out a college application. I'm talking about someone that's glad that they're illiterate. That's what I'm talking about. So it's time for us to pray here. But before I start the prayer, we got Jason Selassie on here with us. Salam Gashi, Tanai Stalim.
Oh yeah, salam.
Doing okay, man?
Yeah, I'm doing all right.
All right. So listen, I'm going to say the prayer, but would you briefly tell the audience about what you've discovered, having made arrangements to meet someone to discuss marriage back in the motherland? Would you bring them up to date on that? I'll be able to hear you, but I'm going to be praying. It's going to take me about 4 minutes, Lord willing. Would you be able to do that?
Yeah, or I can wait till you do the prayer, and I can.
I mean, that's fine, but it would be really silent. It would be an awkward silence for you if you were to wait for that. But see, your scenario, your situation is one that they need to know about, and most of the guys in the audience are already open to it. But it helps them to hear the firsthand stories from more than one person. Now, obviously, you and I are
Well,
two different people. I can't fake your voice, and you can't fake mine, and that's why I think it may have helped them.
I think that I know a lot of brothers, three brothers, one that's living on the continent, then um two other guys, or and some other guys I haven't ever spoke to, but they Facebook friends that have married women from the continent, and I think that there's a lot of stereotypes about you know getting with people that are non westernized women. So I think that because a lot of dudes ain't even interacted with non western women. So and I think they's like, oh well, not every woman wants to even get even want to come to America, and not all of them are poor. There's some that are educated. There's some one of them um Facebook friends and probably live better than some Americans. Something like that, and it showed me her house and where she lived at, and I was like, some of these women are educated. One of the guys that I know has two. His wife has two master's degrees. So that stereotype. It's just a lot of ignorancy. Just like I think search for your rule. He had the guy that I know that introduced me to my the lady that I'm dealing with now, and it was just that like these women came on there projecting all type of stuff, on the guy like, oh, black dudes leaving their kids, and the guy didn't have any children. He say, so what you gonna do? And then there's another woman that got on the stream and she was saying that like oh well it seems like or and they say they know they ain't mentioned nothing about Black American women or something like that, but because these women are so insecure because they don't want to compete because now they know guys are has options. And like those days are over. It's 21st century. The borders have been opened. You got the internet. I mean, even white dudes have been traveling internationally for years and stuff like that. They go to Asia, Africa, whatever. But the target has to be on Black men, and that's
Hmm.
that's a problem. And I think that, and the lady that basically like, oh well, it's one guy that was like, I think it's a different video, but it was a guy that was in Ghana. I think he was like 46 and his wife was like 26 with a 20-year difference or something like that. And he was like, oh, no, he's no, they were trying to make it seem like he's like, doing some like pedophile stuff. And then the woman was an adult and the other guy was like, what, 37 and his wife was 27 and stuff like they say, well, she's young and she don't know anything or whatever, and something like that. And I was like, man, they doing all this projecting. But the difference is that these women mature a whole lot quicker than the women here in America. Like those women could be that age, and like some of them are probably more mature than a 40-year-old woman. So, and it was only like a 10 years difference between my friend and his, and his wife. The woman I'm dealing with is 10 years younger than me, and 10 years is not even that much difference. So, like the age gap is not really no big deal in Africa, like how it is in America. Because people, like I said, people are thinking in American Western terms, and that culture doesn't operate. Operate different. Those women have a different mindset. So I think that people don't understand culture. So, and I think that American women want other women to be thinking like them, and it's not working, and it hasn't been we call it what we got going on here is not productive. There's gender war. None of that stuff is over there. So it's like, like we were saying that he's living there. He has so much peace because he calls America Babylon. But to my friend, I was like, I call it Babylon too. So he said he wakes up, with stress free than living here, in Babylon. So I think that what I suggest do they they can join a Facebook group and have a dude that's already with a foreign woman, introduce them to him like a one that's cool and all that type of stuff. And and the other guy that I think that lives in Uganda, but I think he has a kid from another woman. But the thing is, he comes here 6 months in America, because I think his kid is 19 or something like that. And he spends time with his kid. Then he goes back to Uganda because he has to do that. So even if you have a kid or something like that from a previous marriage, it can be done. Huh? He spends 6 months in America with his wife. Then he spends 6 months in um in Uganda. So it's not like it's something that's impossible or something like that. But so if some guys worrying about women about the green card and all that type of stuff. So I think that it can be done anyway. Most of the time, like dudes that marry foreign women is like 80% chance of it working out. And the divorce rate is probably like 20% compared to like 60% here in America. So you have a better chance of dealing with with foreign women than you do with here and stuff like that. So I think that now also it's like some dudes say, oh, once they come here, they automatically gonna get Americanized or something like that, all gonna turn bad, you know what I'm saying? So I don't agree with that because I would say that if the woman, because most of the time, like if you get married a woman that's in her late 20s, or what I was saying, or I would say even in their 30s, most of the time the women are set in their ways, and if the woman becomes a bad woman, she wasn't that good to begin with. So it's kind of like it doesn't the woman doesn't automatically just turn like just turn into a horrible woman or something like that. So That's just that stereotype is that's not true because most of the time they. But yeah, that's what I wanted to say.
Okay. So even in your case, you were part of a network where these men could electronically, at least from the beginning, meet,
Hmm.
if not ladies that are interested in African American thinking men, they could at least meet the men who have met them and could introduce them, or even just give them a gateway to settling somewhere on the continent if they just wanted to start working first. Point I'm making is that
Yeah,
you're part
yeah,
of a
yeah,
network that facilitates this.
yeah. And the Afro, and you can get women like it's groups to guys who enter Afro Latino women and stuff like that. But one thing I can say, make sure the woman has a good relationship with her father and she's very family orientated. And that's one good reason to see how a woman's are. If she's spending a lot of time in her family, like a girl, and she's a homebody, and just one of the local girls, not like a local woman who's are very conservative and religious. You know what I'm saying? And by how she dressing, she wearing like you know, um, because she's dressing conservatively in the way she carries herself, and that's how you can tell that's a good chick, huh? That's some of these guys, where they go to the Dominican Republic, they so thirsty, and the chick asking for money, doing all this type of stuff. That's just not good signs because some dudes will be so thirsty. Oh, I got a good looking woman, they just do anything, and the chick is asking for money and doing all this stuff, and that's just not good signs. But some dudes they ignore all that and they end up getting a bad woman, and they come here or something like that, bring her over here, or they go over there, then it turns a mess because a lot of dudes you have to vet the woman. Huh? So I think have to vet like make it vet the woman for like 2 years, huh? Not even like 6 months. You can vet the woman for a year or longer. So dudes don't be doing that. So
Well, so you don't mind bringing them then to the states? Is that what you're saying?
well, no, yeah, I don't because I was saying that. I mean, well, it depends because some dudes might not, in my circumstances, they might not able, to live overseas at the time. Like I'm eventually getting out of the matrix or once again because because she even told me that she just wants to if I marry her, if she does live here, maybe she come here and get a master's degree. Then after that, we get out of here. Huh? She wants to come, go back to Africa, leave. But the guys that I know that are married, one married to a Dominican dude. He's an older guy. He's like, probably my father's age. He's been here what, like living here 10 years, and he had no problems with his wife. So it's not like automatically that you're gonna have a bad relationship because most of, I mean, one dude that's married to an African woman, he's been here what, 6, 7 years. Huh? I mean, his woman, I talked to her, and as feminine and humble, energy as it is. So it's automatically, it depends on your circumstances too. Huh? I mean, because some dudes are not, the other guy, he was able to live overseas. My thing is eventually I'm moving, I'm going to be living overseas, but, but not by the time that, I married a woman, I'll probably still be here. But like if I'll be here, but I won't be here a long period of time. So basically, that's, that's the thing, huh?
Okay, so you're not against it, but your plan is not to do it though.
Who, me? No, I mean, I'm gonna do it, but I don't plan on staying in states for a long period of time. Like I might have her here, but we eventually gonna be moving out. Huh?
Well, that's what I meant. You're not knocking men who bring their
No,
ladies back to the
no,
states, but your plan is to still live abroad.
yeah, yeah. My plan is still to live abroad, yeah, but because no, it's the stereotype that like dudes, if we bring her, they turn into these bad women. I'm like, and that's just not. I mean, that's just not. I mean, true. If it is true, like I said, the women weren't that good to begin with, so it's kind of like they've been tricked. It's not. It's not. It's just like if I went to was just like if American woman, or was it say it was just I would say it was just like me. I went to China. I don't become a totally different person, but and in fact, if you look at like certain, let's say the Ethiopian community. I mean, because I know the community, I know the culture. So I go to Ethiopia more to my best friend is Ethiopian. One of my friends is Ethiopian. And basically, the foreign women who, let's say, that came over here, came over here with their husband and stuff like that. They don't even hang around. American women. Huh? They don't even interact. I mean, they got their own clique. The westernized Ethiopian chicks that grew up here, they have their own clique. Huh? They don't even hang out with each other huh? Because they can't relate with each other. They don't click. So then this whole assumption that they all become totally become we call it imaginary and transform to to become like a we call it a dot or something, or they become these radical feminists. That's just not true, huh?
Okay, I see then. Well, I won't front. When I lived in Atlanta, I did see amongst specifically the nationality that the lady you're talking to comes from. I did see
Mm-hmm.
that there were, in fact, two social circles overall. There were the traditional ones, and then there were the ones that mixed more easily with their own and with other societies. And I
Mm-hmm.
did see that I did see that there was a difference in terms of their approaches to men. Now, it was easier for me to understand the ones that mixed with everybody. And when I say mixed
Mm-hmm.
with, I just mean socialized with, not necessarily being thoughts. It was easy for me to understand them because of their command of English. But I also noticed that they saw men as being less valuable in general. Whereas then you had the ones who mostly hung around their own. And so
Mm-hmm.
I understood less of what they said. We could communicate in general, but I understood less of what they said. However, they did not have the same judgment of men. I mean, one left her husband when her child was a baby, and a
Mm-hmm.
good kid, well behaved kid. But she pretty much said, I just couldn't respect him anymore. And I was like, but okay,
Mm-hmm.
how did this develop? How did you come to understand that? What were you? And pretty much all it was that she had seen what the West had to offer, and he was a very traditional guy. And
Yeah,
he
yeah,
probably was very reserved.
because a lot. Cause the reason why I was saying that because a lot of those guys are very controlling, huh? And a lot of guys that non-Western dudes like when they find out that these guys can treat them better because a lot of these women they prefer the Western man because a lot of them treat them better. Huh? So a lot of those guys, some of those guys, I mean, I'm not all of them. Some of them guys are kind of abusive, man. You know.
Yeah,
So and I
I've
think
heard of
that
different types, yeah. But I have to
yeah, yeah.
ask
So I mean,
Lion a question now because he's been waiting patiently, and I'm gonna. Okay, you unmuted your mic. Thank you, Lion. Lion, what do you say about? And mind you, I understand that you have not married, but what have you observed with other men that did bring ladies to the states so far, and what would you do in that case?
Well, me personally, with what's going on here in the West, I don't think I would actually bring any of them here. I mean, at this point, the rot is in the wood. It's not worth it.
Okay. So if they were to, you wouldn't want to take that risk then.
Yeah,
Have you
because
seen? Go ahead, I'm listening.
I mean, the reason why is because like the contaminating influence with all this feminist madness and just the pathology, it's it's not worth it. It's too pervasive. So I
Okay.
mean, yeah, I wouldn't bring them here.
Okay. So, and now have you seen other friends of yours that have done so and have succeeded, failed, or any combination of the two?
I know of one. I mean, he had married a biracial woman. I think she was like Filipino and white, but she, like for the most part, she didn't go completely westernized feminazi, but the signs were there. Like she wanted a little bit more, but she didn't completely go off the deep end.
Okay. All right. So she, as far as you know, are they still together?
Yeah, they're still together, as far as I know. Yes,
Okay. All right. And your friend, is he African American?
he's Puerto Rican.
Okay. All right. Okay then. I don't know. I don't know how they tend to mesh. I do know that where I am, Filipino women tend to prefer black men, be they black American or from the continent. This is here in the Gulf. I know they tend to prefer them. And there was a citizen of this country. He's your actually I wouldn't even say he's a bronze Arab. He's kind of pale as far as Arabs go, but he got married to a Panay woman as well. And when he went to meet her family, they got along fine. He said that actually they even bought her a condo, but then they put his name as well. They added his name along with hers as the owner. So they stayed in that condo while they were vacationing in the Philippines. But when he was in that condo, he said what he noticed were a whole lot of Panay women with black men. And he said he had never seen either one of the two smile as much as he did inside that condo in the hallways or in the lobby of it. That was what this guy said. He's not black. He ain't American. He ain't Western. He's fluent in English, but he's not black by any stretch of the imagination. No African origin that you or I could see. And he was the one that brought up that the most smiling he ever saw was black men with them and them with black men.
Yeah.
So with Puerto Rican man, I really don't know. I haven't really heard of many of them even meeting people from the Philippines to make a comparison. But the thing I have noticed is that more and more, there's always been a trend of men marrying women from the Philippines. But I've noticed lately more and more men that are willing to go over there instead of even so much as coming back here to the Gulf, let alone going back there to the States. I've noticed more of that. Like some African American men here have married them, and they said when they retire, if they retire from working here, they're not going to go back and stay stateside. They'll go to her country and retire there, or they'll pick a third country, but they're not trying to bring them stateside. And the thing I also notice is that when you do have people married to those ladies here, even though the Gulf has a pretty good standard of living, they don't complain about the way that the women change on them. I haven't heard that here either. I mean, stateside, they pretty much people have complaints about the ways that various women change on them. But Mr. Selassie, you said you mentioned a type of deviation from a particular pattern. You were saying that that a lot of the is it okay if I mention the nationality of these women you're talking about, Mr. Selassie?
Oh, you can just say East African.
Okay, fair enough. All right. So from this particular nationality, then, you said that you have noticed that the ones of them that don't really hang around Western women don't change on their men too. And
Well, yeah,
when
no,
I was
I mean change on. I mean, like when people say change, I mean change in a way where it's not. I mean, where I was saying, I mean, they don't change, but not change in a way where it's like they're not marriageable or they become like difficult or something like that. So that just, you know, what I'm saying I don't know any dude that have had that. The guys that I know or something like that, that married an East African, where it changed on them to a point where it's, I mean, where it's not like, you know, where it's like where the woman is not pleasant. I mean, I met some of these women, and I'm tell you this, and they still 20%, you know, quality when it comes. I mean, they still more cooperative than any other damn American woman, because you know how, you know, the strange thing is how I knew about um East African women. The one I met was from I met one I was here. How I found out about them, I had one that was from Israel, and she owned the restaurant, and basically she was as feminine as ever. And so I think she was, you know, and she was, you know, here in the States, and that's how I found out about the culture. So and I ended up joining we call it the you know, one of their churches and stuff like that. And I think that and that's how I began we call it to know the culture. So and then I met, you know, another guy, um East African dude, you know, in school. So that's how basically, you know, I got, you know, I'm familiarized myself with the culture. And you know, and a divorce rate is nowhere near like how Black Americans is and stuff like that. So that's my thing. You know, a lot of dudes, you know, they just, you know, assume certain things about the culture. But you know, my thing is that you know, I've been, you know, you know, I associate myself, you know, with that culture. And my thing is, I had to spiritually, I had to, you know, get my mindset where I spiritually disconnect from this matrix. So you have to, you know, mentally, spiritually disconnect from this madness out there. You know, even though you might be here, but you know, mentally, it starts in your mind first. So that's like, I think Israel, the guy that was, you know, interviewing him on Search for a Euro channel, that's what he had to do. He had to prepare your mind to move out the matrix. And until you, you know, you get your papers, you get whatever you need to get out of it, you have to, you know, mentally prepare yourself to get out of here, in your preparation to leave the matrix. So I think that's that's the way to do it. So, and I think that yeah, that's how that's why I have I mean what I have noticed. But yeah, I think that and some guys just like I know one of the guys that's a grad student. He got a woman from he met her at school, and she's Napoleon. I mean, not Napoleon. I mean, I'm tripping. Nepal.
Oh, Nepali. Okay, I'm sorry, but I got to crack up about that. It's nothing personal, but that was hilarious. Can I tell that joke tomorrow to my students, Mr. Selassie? Is that okay? Do I have your permission to tell a joke to my students tomorrow?
Yeah, I know. Yeah. I know. I messed up big time. I know it is, but yeah, I say, yeah. She's from Nepal.
Okay. No,
Yeah. He met her at school. Something like that. It's a guy. I mean, well, he's an associate. He helps me with my we call it grammar and stuff like that, writing. Dude. But yeah, yeah, and I think that like I said, some guys meet them. Sometimes some guys meet them in the States and stuff like that. But I think so I think that guys don't act like it's no type of no solution or whatever stuff like that. And I think that I think that's the way to I mean that's the way to go if guys want to do that. So some guys don't they just want to they don't really not really into relationship, because some guys have had so much of bad time with some of these women that they don't even want to deal with a woman. But to each his own. So I'm just but
Well, now my next question is going to be for Lion. Lion, in your case, if you were going to leave, and I know you have a passport, I remember a video in which you showed the front of it. If you are about to leave anytime soon, or if you got your next trip planned, I know you don't like to say everything that you're going to do before you do it for obvious reasons, but what region of the world, if you don't want to specify the country, what region of the world do you think would be best right now?
Well, right now, I think the first place that I would visit right now would probably be Belize, and then after that, possibly Colombia. But I think the furthest I'd probably visit would probably be the Philippines.
Okay. All right. And I noticed that every place you mentioned also was tropical too. You ain't trying to go nowhere cold and snowy, huh?
No, I don't do cold. Here's the thing, I don't do cold. I don't do cold.
Yeah, okay. I can understand. Well, shoot, you might actually like it out here then. Believe it or not, it was 53 today Fahrenheit, and this was colder than it had been for about 6 days. Yeah. We've had weather lately in about 75 degrees here. I was surprised, because I'm used to us have a warm day this time of year is about the 60s. People think it's like just blazing hot all year round. It's not really the case. It gets blazing hot about the end of May in the middle of the day, and then by June it's blazing hot from the morning. But I noticed though that I also noticed something else in common that you mentioned, not just the tropical weather, but what I also noticed in common is that that what they have in common is they generally are traditional areas. Now, somebody told me that in Belize, well, they didn't specify Belize. It was somebody that was telling me that in the English-speaking Caribbean, actually, which would include Belize, that things had gotten bad. Someone told me. Now, Bahamas somebody specified for me that the Bahamas were bad. Someone else told me it's pretty bad in Jamaica. But
Jamaica, oh yeah, oh man,
man, they hate polygyny, but then they want to be thoughts. I mean, it's like the States. They said Bahamas not really much different.
Jamaica, shoot. No, I mean, you're right. Yeah, you're right.
It's not that they don't have any of the old ways from home in Jamaica. One of the sayings they got in Jamaica is in Jamaica we never left Africa. That's one of their sayings, and sometimes I agree. But when it comes to that, when it comes to specifically setting up your legacy, if you're gonna do that, that does get to be a problem, because they do cheat on the men. Paternity fraud and discrepancy is fairly high there, because now they got DNA testing there too. They hate polygyny. The women cannot stand polygyny over there. but then they'll turn around and be a thought. So that, I mean, that's just the same thing as what you got in Florida. Just fly over Cuba to Florida and you can get that if that's what you're looking for. It's just that, oh, here's the other thing too. And I know this about Jamaica ever since the 1990s. They want bad man and rude boy too. It's the same hybristophilia,
Yeah,
just with a different
the
accent.
rude, yep, the rude boy is like a bad boy. I was just going to say that what you said. Yeah, the rude boy. And they had that like thug type culture there too in Jamaica, and and I think that like I've met Jamaican women. I was like, yeah, I wouldn't recommend them. Wouldn't recommend
Mm-mm.
no dude getting to Jamaica. Dude, I would say like maybe like Trinidad or something like that. Like the Anglo cultures, the ones where I noticed that where the English is that those are cultures that seem like to avoid. Huh? So it's like where they we call it the English is the first language and stuff. So those are the ones. Huh?
Anglophone.
Yeah,
Anglophone,
anglophones.
yeah.
Yep.
That's exactly what was told to me too. That in that case, so I can't say look to Belize for the beginning of a legacy. I'm not saying don't visit. See, Lion's free to visit, of course. It's just that I have to tell him exactly what was told to me about the English speaking Caribbean in general, just to be fair to him, in case nobody told him what to expect in Belize from specifically the ladies. And actually, I saw a video clip. I forgot to mention this line. I remember now. I saw a video clip actually, where, and it's gonna sound familiar. The video clip was two Belizean ladies, and one of them was she was physically speaking, she was fine, at least from what you could see on the camera. She had a rack on her and she wasn't fat. And she was so ratchet. And her friend, who wasn't nearly as nice to look at as her, was the humble one. And that's exactly like what you got in the States. So I was wondering why Belize set off an alarm on my head when you said it. Now I remember that line. So I'm not saying don't visit. I'm just saying I got to tell you that that's what to at least expect from the ladies, in case any of them try to put on this front like we're such good women in Belize. And
Yeah,
so
yeah. Colorism is real big too out there in the Caribbean.
Yeah, Creoles and all that. Yeah.
Yeah, the
yeah,
colorism because with me, I mean, I'm not like you, black man, but like with me, I'm not a dark skinned dude and stuff like that. But like they're into that the lighter skinned dudes. I'm more like what you call it. I'm more like Will Smith complexion, but I don't know if you consider that light skin or not. But but like
well,
more
Yeah.
core. I mean, what do you call it? Caramel or something like that. But
Yeah. I'm
like
more.
but yeah,
caramel.
but
I'm more. Yeah. Me personally, I'm more of the middle brown persuasion. Like Wesley Snipes and Richard Roundtree. Yeah.
you know what I'm
Okay,
saying.
I
So
remember
yeah,
seeing your
so
arm, Lion. I
Yeah.
remember when you showed your arm on one of the videos, and I remember the arm because it was long, and I said, "Oh wow, that's a long arm. He must be quite tall." And then, but see, Mr. Selassie, you were saying you're not like me. Well, truth be told, I'm kind of pale. I mean, I brag about being the blackest of the black, but my physical complexion is actually pale. And I did a live stream with Selector Ja from Trinidad. He was talking about the same thing, that he was saying that outside of the wealthy neighborhoods, light skinned men are unpopular even there in Trinidad. They're looked down on as being less manly, and that they got that from American TV, largely from Black American TV. So
mm,
even there, you may be too light instead of being too dark. And somebody said that I remember a guy from Jamaica actually. He was in Atlanta. He and I went to school together in Atlanta. And I remember saying, well, man, I wouldn't mind living in Jamaica if I could earn a living there because I can't stand the cold weather. And
yeah.
the thing, he said, well, you just have your family before you go. I was like, why is that? And he said, well, they like red meat in Jamaica, but you're beyond red. You're kind of pale. I don't think they would treat you right, to be honest with you.
Oh yeah,
So
too. Also depends. I think yeah, you're right. I think it also depends on like your height, because if you're like a lighter dude and the way you built, like with me, I'm like Will Smith complexion, but I'm also 6'1". I weigh like
Mhm.
I'm thinking I'm 6'1", 6'1.5", and I'm like about 210 or something like that, and like
Yeah.
so I'm not no little dude, so and I think that's so you
So
know what I'm saying,
in
so
other words, that means they'll cut you some slack then, right? Or how's that work?
yeah, 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 yeah. But I don't know. But like I said, I'm not really like I'm not like I'm high. Yeah, I'm not no high yellow or no, racially ambiguous dude. So I'm called ambiguous, racial ambiguous, guy. So that I'm not on that level. So I was like, so black mind probably has a different experience than I have. Right?
Okay. Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's vastly different. I
Mhm.
didn't, and this is actually where I learned about a lot of the hybristophilia of the Western sister, because of their association with lighter skinned men with less violence and therefore less ability to protect them. So that was how I learned about it growing up. I'd say about age 18 years old. That's when I learned about it after someone said to me, "Well, the reason you had those fights, or the reason those guys were so eager to fight you from an argument, a simple argument, was because you're not black." And I told my friend, "But I am black." He said, "No, I mean, you're not black. You're not black enough to scare them. Like if I get mad, they think, okay, I might haul off and hit him. You get mad, they think that you just gonna throw a temper tantrum, but then you turn around and you hit this dude, and you hit him. He was looking at you, and he didn't have his hands up because he thought you wasn't gonna hit him. That was the way the last fight happened. I actually hit him first, but he was pretty much telling me what the expectation was. And I said, okay, so it was later on that someone broke down for me what the women were thinking too. See, in my mind, I was thinking that the women would treat me less than only because they had heard guys talk about I must be easy to beat up or something, because they thought that. But it was later on that someone broke down for me that the women thought the same way the dudes did. They thought I would be an easier man for another guy to take down because of my shade. And then my first wife, actually, my ex, the African American, said to me, she actually said to me, when you were growing up, you may have been mistreated by them because they didn't feel safe in public with you. And that's why the married women would have come after you, but the unmarried women weren't doing that. Because it was a time when, as a matter of fact, I was living in Atlanta. Dave Tower, you asked this question earlier. When Shortly before becoming Muslim, when I lived in Atlanta, there was a point where single women, of course, they weren't treating me any better than they had done in my hometown. But I started to get these hits from married women. I mean, they would even go through friends of theirs to tell me that they were interested. And that's usually something that women had not done before. They wouldn't go through someone else because that would actually further embarrass them. But these married women and women that had boyfriends were kind of shameless about it. It was in the club, it was at work, and then another time out and about, but with some people from work. And I started seeing that pattern within a few months. That, married women were paying attention to me. And I was like, wow, how the hell would that happen? But a lady at the job broke it down for me. And then later on, my wife had said, my wife said, well, if what they wanted to do is have you in a private situation, that's why they told you they were married. They didn't hide it from you. They told you they're married so that you would know why everything had to be private. This way they could have what they want without worrying about being seen in public and having somebody come and test you because they didn't think you passed that test. I was like, oh,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah,
I
yeah,
said,
yeah. You're right. Because I was thinking that, yeah, they try to, what do you call it? We call it, what do they call it? Shit test you. And with
Yes.
that, there's no shit testing you with these other women, man. I'm saying, like, what I'm saying, that's like it's a different mindset with these non-westernized women. And
Yes.
I know, and that's noticed what I noticed the difference. But I would say, even though I was born in the '80s, but I remember people were saying that, like, I was like, real. I was like, like, a kid, like, um, something like that. But I heard people said that light skinned dudes was in '80s, were in the '80s or something like that. Then they switched up until the '90s, right? So I think that, yeah. So I think that, what you were saying, about this, where they'll think that, like, problem is with black folks, do they they preparate their own stereotype, where there's the black dude, the dark skinned dude supposed to be this, like, beast type of dude, or hyper masculine dude, or stuff like that. So we fall into our own stereotypes that was from white supremacy from the begin with, right? That was from, black folks didn't do that, but they fall into the trap that white people have put on them. So that's a problem. But yeah, but like, I would say, like, in Africa, you wouldn't have no problem with something like that. I think that, like, they also they like lighter skinned dudes or something like that. You wouldn't have that problem like that in black mind. So I mean, well, 'cause I know you married to an East African woman yourself, so huh?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
yeah,
am.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Because my, because even the lady I'm dealing with right now, no, saying she's more chocolate or something like that. She's more chocolate skin tone and stuff like that, And I think, yeah, something like that. Yeah, but
So let me ask this then, and I'm gonna ask both of y'all about your experiences with this difference, so to speak. Since we got these guys in the manosphere that they say they got nigga juice and hood swag and they got game,
Oh God.
and there's
he
something
said,
wrong with us because we're saying we're not going to participate in this foolishness, especially if it's not common to every culture. Since we got these guys in our or amongst our ethnicity talking this junk and saying that we shouldn't have to, we should not need passports. Some of them are manosphere and some of them anti-manosphere. As an example, I mean, Super Sly is anti-manosphere, and he says we're pretty much a bunch of pedophiles for having passports. And then, of course, there's another one. There's C Bookie. I'm not saying these names because I hate these guys, but I'm saying it because they've said these things openly. They're not hiding it. C Boogie has said that if you're going to go to the Dominican Republic and spend, you might as well spend on somebody over here in the States in Baltimore. And that you have to go somewhere else because you're creepy and raping. And then we got the famous one, Steve the Dean Williams. It was on O'Shea's show talking about how you got to be a beta male if you need a passport to go somewhere and be treated nicely by attractive looking women. When you guys have ever discussed anything of a romantic or marital nature with women from outside of the West, did their men come along and say that something's wrong with you because you had to have a passport or you had to leave the women of your ethnicity alone? Did any of their men say that very same thing about either of you guys?
Well,
yeah,
me person. Oh, you go first. Go first. Yeah.
yeah. My thing is that like, they don't want you to look at it like that. I was saying that I think that those guys that those guys are like I would say the dudes that are thinking like that, they're not really that mature. So, and I think that to even be thinking that way, that's some like high school stuff, man. I'm like, no, I mean, you up there in that Steen and Dean in his what like 50s or something like that, talking like that. And I'm thinking like, that and no, we don't really got time for that kind of BS, man. So I think that like basically what they're saying, like no, like I said, like no, they act like some dudes are incels. Like my thing is like, look, I mean, I'm not trying to be homo, but I mean, I consider I mean, most women find me attractive. I mean, I'm not no ugly looking dude, so I mean, no homo, but um, I have no problem getting no women. My thing is the quality of women. It's not about we can't get a woman. I mean, most black dudes can get a woman, but the quality of the woman that's wife material and relationship material, that's a totally different story here. So my thing is that expanding your options and stuff that, like, what I'm saying, and basically that's basically what they just want to do. So my thing is that whole mess. There's no beta male in these, in these other, folks. They don't even have these concepts or even game. A lot of these people are still thinking within American, frame, um, frame zone and stuff like that. Even white dudes don't talk. You don't hear about white dudes say, "Oh, he's a beta male." Huh? It's only the black dudes talking this mess. You know what I'm saying? So, like, like I said, African dudes go back home. Everybody else can go back home. So a lot of these dudes are caught up in that street mentality or that in culture. Because I don't want to use the word the N word or something like that. That's another thing is too. If a black chick calling dudes niggas, like, I like that nigga. And I'm saying I would stay away from it from her. That's another time or something like that. A lot of chicks are using that, because that's not very ladylike. And like I said, I think that yeah, no, none of them says that. Huh? I mean, nobody talks that. That's only some, maybe some Caribbean dudes and Black American stuff. Huh? Will say that. African dudes don't say that, don't talk like that. So I mean, so they can. So I easily just dismiss that mess. Huh?
Well, okay, all right, Lion, I'm ready, sir.
Me personally, I really haven't had any of those men actually come to me personally and ask any of those questions or question or try to dick police me before talking to foreign women. I mean, that just doesn't happen. I mean, if you're 6'4", you're middle brown, they're not going to come at you and just with that shit. It doesn't work. You know, they think twice.
Mhm.
And
Okay.
so like I've spoken to Japanese women in high school. I've spoken to a woman who is Polynesian, and I've like her father likes me. You know, like he met me one day, and like his sons were calling me Frankie, or as in Frankenstein, because you know he's a tall black dude with, you know, short hair, and but yeah, I haven't had any of them try to dick police me or say, well, what about these women over here, or you know, what's up with this, or they haven't even called. They didn't even use words like beta male or simp or you need game or anything like that. That stuff was non-existent.
Hmm.
It was non-existent.
Well, okay, all right. And when I go, oh, guys, and continue and listen, you all may be able to see Red Sith Lord's comment, but I can't put it on the board right now because it flagged it again and I had to go ahead and show it. But he says, do you ever hear anyone talking about mayo men for going with Asian women? And I'll be honest with you guys, I have lately heard two things. I have lately heard them going in on their men for getting with Southeast Asian women. They say that they can't handle a real woman with her own mind and that they're looking to control these women. And the other thing, too, is that in actuality, this use of the term alpha male and beta male in relation to human beings, to be honest with you, Mr. Selassie, this was something that I heard used amongst them first. So what I'm saying is that we're not the ones who's. This is not something that Boom Chic and Bon Quiche and Sapphire got on their own. They didn't sit up and think about this. They took these talking points from the mayonnaise mafiosas, Karen and Becky and
Oh yeah,
Amber gave them talking points.
Hmm.
That makes it
oh
even
yeah,
worse.
because yeah, because they got it from like the whole animal stuff. We call it the whole animal kingdom, but like, you know, humans are a little different, like, you know what I'm saying? So, and basically like even the term square is ridiculous, right? You know, if you do the right thing,
Yeah,
if you're doing the right thing, you're bad. When you think of the whole term, like American culture is so toxic, and
yeah, it
I
is.
think that,
Yeah, it's toxic and
and I
ass
think that,
backwards, man. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
and like the whole, you know, the whole, what I found out, it was this guy named Dr. Short. He's like a retired history professor. He had a YouTube channel. The whole term, we call it, no, square came from the beat culture. We call it the white poets back in the 50s. What do you call it? Beatniks or what? I forgot. You know, and a bunch of homosexual dudes talking about it was homosexual, you know, dudes or something from the 50s or something like that, or the 60s, whatever, came up with the term like square. And I'm thinking like, and we, you know, and a square mean basically like a, you know, a normal dude or something like that. And and basically, you know, people don't even use the term correctly. That's basically what he was saying, and I didn't know that, man. And it's like it doesn't really mean like that. You know, I forgot what he said. It doesn't really mean what they're, you know, when you hear black folks to say it, huh?
Okay, but
I
so
didn't know
but you
that.
don't remember exactly what he said it did mean, though.
I think yeah, I'm trying to remember. It was something like basically like trying to remember exactly what it is. You know what I'm saying? But you can look it up. But I know it doesn't mean what the way how black people use it. So it's, you know, basically, huh? So I know, you know, you right. I forgot the definition, basically what he meant, but you know, we can look it up on the dictionary or something. Huh? The
Okay.
original, but
Greg
it might not.
Greg Glass
But
says that it meant average man. That at least that's what he wrote in response, that it meant average man at some point. And if it does mean average man, or if it was used to mean average man in the beginning, and then now at this point it's being used to mean somebody that's less manly than average, then what that means is that we're just dealing with hybristophilia, in which violence and low intelligence are being associated with manhood. Now, here's the thing: you can't associate less intelligence with humanity at all. So you certainly cannot take less intelligence and associate it with manhood. So they're taking animal intelligence and associating that with masculinity. That's an insult against men in general, that kind of association already. That's what makes
Yes.
it even worse when
Hmm.
these idness dudes whether they're manosphere, blue pill simps, or red pill misogynist on the opposite extreme, or anything in between. If they accept these mindsets that that either unprovoked unnecessary violence or just low intelligence is a masculine trait, then they've accepted the insult that is actually very gynocratic in nature. I shouldn't even say gynocratic. Well, yeah, it's gynocratic, it's gynocentric, but more than that, it's misandric in nature. That assumption, that association is misandric in nature, meaning it's specifically man-hating in nature. So if they accept that, they're pretty much saying, well, these women were right that to a certain extent we're inferior. Because
And also,
if we
yep.
go ahead, I'm listening.
And also, they're playing into on white supremacy stereotypes. So it's basically, this hyper masculine dude, this hyper violent. That's like the white supremacist concept of a black dude, in America. So they're playing into, damn stereotype. But like I said, a lot of these people, they don't have no intelligence to really go into that because they
Yeah,
so
they really don't,
being,
man. You're right, they really don't. A lot of those people, yeah, they don't read.
Yeah, you're right. And I'm thinking like, the level of critical thinking skills here in the black community is freaking like, it's what do you call it?
It's lacking.
It's shameful. Yeah, it's shameful. How much critical thinking skills that they have. And I'm thinking like, people are, function on a very low frequency or low level of thinking. So they doing low level thinking and
That's
like,
exactly.
thinking dudes, we don't have time for all that mess. You know what I'm saying? We don't have time for all that. Yeah.
Exactly. I don't have time.
Like,
I don't have time for it myself. That's why I'm very militant about who I associate with and just hang around. I'm very militant about that.
You're forced to be. You don't have a choice.
Yep.
It's if you're going to leave and you're going to master another culture, then you don't really have a choice but to be militant about who you are willing to spend time with. I mean, of course, you can be nice to most people that are going to be nice to you, but who you actually spend your free and personal time with, where someone can learn a lot of information about you, of course, you were forced at that point to be militant because of the junk that people can bring to you. And what they can do if they have information on you. I mean, some friends are stupid and they harm you because they mean well, but they stupid. Imagine an enemy that actually is intelligent and is just getting information about you. But we're more likely to be surrounded with harmful, stupid friends that don't really mean any harm, but still harm you than we are to run across enemies. But you think about how many people don't succeed in what they want to do, even though most of us are surrounded more by harmful friends than by low IQ friends than we are by malicious enemies. Most of the harm we get is coming from it's coming from non-malicious but dumb friends, and so I can see why you got to be militant about that. If I lived in North Carolina, you'd have to vet me before you spent a lot of time with me. Nothing personal; it's just something you would have to do. So I see that Mr. Selassie went off. I'm not sure if he had to. Oh, okay, my bad. You lost the connection, Mr. Selassie. I got you back on now. Now I'm going to clear something up if I can for Khalil Amar El. Khalil, I'm not saying I'm a yardie. I'm not from Jamaica, but on the Gulf Coast of the U.S., like the coast of Louisiana and Mississippi, Alabama, and some parts of the coast of Texas, and like Pensacola, Florida, in those areas, a lot of us have some cultural similarities, and some of the place names of different locations are very similar. Like, for instance, on your island, you've got a Mandeville and you've got a St. James Parish. There's a St. James Parish. I had to drive through a lot in Louisiana when I would travel between my hometown and Houston. There's a Mandeville. I think it's not far from the St. James Parish. So I was saying that to say that when I was making mention of those places, I was saying that we got similar places, place names on that Gulf Coast area. And we do have some cultural similarities to y'all, but I wasn't trying to front or fake like I'm a Jamaican. Sometimes they call us Jamaicans, like the ones that move into, let's say, New Orleans, because that's a big city on the Gulf. Or if they move to Houston and then they meet some Creoles from the rest of the Gulf Coast, sometimes they may refer to us as Jamaicans in a joking way, like not with any hatred. That happens sometimes, but not. I wasn't trying to fake like I'm from Yard. I was saying that we got similar place names. So, all right, now we got you both back on. It seems like there's not this idea of the alpha and the beta everywhere else that we go, except maybe in terms of the one that's working in government, like a president, prime minister, or a king. Maybe that's your alpha, or your regional governor, a provincial governor might be your alpha. But from what you guys are saying, you don't even encounter this sort of dichotomy in the consciousness of non-Western people. Is that right?
That's right.
Yeah, you're right. And I think, yeah, you're right. I think that like you were saying, the whole dusty, beta male coon, all this type of stuff, and nobody, nobody says that stuff. And I think that, yeah. So I think that, no, nobody ever says that. And I think that, yeah, because here in America, you deal with a certain thing of hyper masculinity. I don't know if you heard that term, right?
Yes, I've
And
heard
then
about it. Yeah, they say
black
hypermasculinity in
men.
some.
So
Sorry, keep going, keep going, keep
so
going. Sorry.
if you live in a matriarchal society, right? No, I mean matriarch society. That means you have to, So black dudes doing all these crimes to appear. We call it ultra. We call it
Ultra
hyper
masculine.
masculinity. Yeah. Hyper masculine. So they're doing all this destruction behavior and all this type of stuff. That's why you see like a lot of women dating dudes that are in prison and going to marrying dudes, from prison. They're not doing it in these other cultures. So that's how you know it's a dysfunctional culture. You know what I'm saying? They going there and getting with dudes that like, some of these guys might not be locked up for life, but stuff like that. But okay, you can at least wait till the dude gets out of jail or something or something like that, or something like that. So that's how you know it's some nonsense. So this hyper masculinity stuff, because even like I was hearing that like Tupac himself, he took on that role because he saw the dudes were getting women, right? Or so he took on this persona. He wasn't even, he's not really, well, he wasn't really about this. Like, oh, I'm seeing these guys, when he was with Digital Underground. So he kind of switched up his whole thing. And I'm thinking like, just to get the women. So he took on this thug persona and stuff like that. And I think like, and you got to do all, I mean, if you have to do all that, you know what I'm saying? So that's how you can just tell that, the dysfunction. So my thing is that a lot of these people don't want to, who get into that, they don't want to, we call it address the dysfunction, because they don't really have the intelligence to even address the dysfunction. So basically
Yes.
they want to get caught up in all these stereotypes. And like, I just can just tell that these people, I mean, who be saying it, what I'm saying, they're not that intelligent. I mean, I'm saying, if they're not recognizing this mess, and I can just tell you, because when you talk to me, black man, you can just tell that I'm critical thinking. Huh?
Yeah.
I'm
Same
Yes.
here.
doing like,
Yeah.
and I
Same
think
here.
like, and like people like T. Hanson Johnson, Dr. Tommy Terry, or BGS, like those intelligent dudes, huh? And you see that they're talking points compared to these other people, some of these personalities, stuff like that. So that's the type of guys I like to be around, dudes that have some type of critical thinking skills and knows how to think and stuff like that. And a lot of these guys are just projecting a whole lot of crap, man. You know what I'm saying? Projecting a lot of crap, or like, and I think that's the problem. So, and these guys are probably that talk like that, they insecure themselves. So if they gotta call you name, or could this guy getting a woman? So there's some insecurities. That's on. I'm
Yes.
like, because why the heck you gonna dick police another man? You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? I mean, the stuff. I mean, to me, that's suspect, right? Why the hell you concerned about that, huh? And I'm thinking like, I don't know. I mean, something's off. You can just tell like something is very off about the culture, huh?
Well,
Yes.
yeah, you can. And the sad thing is that we policed actually, we have dingaling policed in, we don't want to say that we've done it, but I mean, as a culture, we've actually dingaling policed in a destructive way. Khalil
Mm-hmm.
just mentioned this again when he was talking about how some people want to know why he ain't having baby mamas with these why he ain't having babies with these reprobate women, and he's saying that respecting a seed is not something to look down on, but that's how they're viewing it. And that's exactly what I saw coming up on the Gulf Coast, where there was this mindset where these elder men had this idea as well. They reinforced it to these young cats that if you're really a guy, you don't turn down no drawers. And so the problem was that that was a type of dingling policing. We had these elders that were going and telling us when we were coming up, Well, you had not just women, you had older men sitting up and saying, well, if you really a guy, you're not going to turn nothing down. You never do that. And so that actually set it up to where dudes were easily robbed by these women. Um, all kind of dirt. Women were able to get all kind of dirt on these men and control men through stuff like that. So, in a nutshell, this was a type of dingling policing that was counterproductive to us. And so now, on one hand, we don't want to go around and really police each other's things. I understand that because we ain't really interested in telling another dude what he should do. But now the effects of that have forced us to consider the opposite direction of dingling policing, where either we just individually agree that we're not going to be cheap and easy, or we actually have penalties for men that we catch dropping off the pipe too easy for these women. Not if, I'm not saying you look and see if they're doing it, but if you just find out that they're dropping off the pipe too easily for these women, if these women are bragging and saying, well, he's a real N-word because I called him at 3 a.m. He came over and just dropped some off. Oh, well, what did he ask you in exchange? What you mean? What he asked me for in exchange? So you saying he did it for free? And then we all show up at dude's house and rough him up a little bit. We can either dingling police in a way where we just individually come to a code, or we can do it wherein we enforce this code if somebody gets caught breaking it. But somewhere down the line, now we gotta have that code because see, we all, you got your passport, Lion. I live over here. Mr. Sly say you getting your passport or you got it already and you got plans to go abroad.
I already got
So
my
you got your
passport.
passport.
So,
All right, so you
heck
got the
yeah, man.
passport.
You know what I'm saying?
All right. So all you got to do then is schedule the time with her family and schedule the trip. The point I'm making is that we have the
That's what I
means
got to do.
and and we've left. But a lot of people that are listening, they got time, a long time before they're going to be able to get up out the West. A lot of cats listening here, it's going to be a long time before they can do that. They got to work, save, and all that stuff. So, in order to make things easier for the men that are listening now that can't quite leave yet, I'm not talking about the ones that knock you for trying to leave. No, no, no. Let them suffer. But the ones that are listening, they're trying to leave, but they need some time and they need to save up. And also for these young cats that we're gonna be leaving behind that are minors and can't leave. This is why we're gonna have to come to this type of code when it comes to this dingling policing. We don't like to do it, but now we don't have a choice but to do it in the opposite direction, soft or hard, whichever way. I mean, sorry, that didn't come out right. Politely policing it or forcibly policing, we now have to do it in the opposite direction. Well, we're gonna have to enforce chastity and rules of a minimum price for the pipe for these women to go through to get some. Because in a nutshell, these dudes that are coming up, these young men and the men that are old enough to travel but they still got time, they got to stay. They still got to stay in that environment, and the environment is pretty much telling them your junk carries a negative value just because you a dude, just because it's external. It right off the bat it carries a negative value. So if we tell you to drop some off and you don't, we can make up charges against you and we'll do it and you deserve it. If we tell you to drop some off and you do drop it off, you just reinforce that you got a negative value, you're worth nothing. And so you take what you can get. So either way it goes, you in a lose-lose scenario because they have expectations. I mean, the gynocrats have expectations, but in addition to that, they've got the state. They can weaponize that to reinforce those expectations. False accusations can really ruin a man's life, and they know this. They brag about this stuff.
And exactly,
But
that's why I tell. That's why I tell brothers to look at the story of Brian Banks. His life was ruined. He was on his way to the NFL, and the woman that slept in his bed falsely accused him of rape, and it turned out that she did it because her aunt told her to do it. See that?
Yep. Yeah.
He did 4 years in
Wasn't even
prison.
her idea.
He did 4 years in prison, but he was innocent.
And it wasn't even her idea. She got it from an elder.
Yeah, that's strange.
That was
what you were, but what you were saying before about, like you were saying about the that like you have to smash everything that that comes your way and stuff like that. That's interesting.
Yeah, that's
that
a stupid.
Said that because I remember Doctor this was Dr. Short, and he was saying when he this YouTuber dude, you can look him up. He went to his family because I think he's from the East Coast, but he had family in the South. He said when he came to the South, that the fact that mattered that because he didn't have no criminal record, and he didn't have, no baby mamas running around. It was considered him a less of a man. I'm thinking like, I was like, and this guy's like, in his like late 50s and stuff like that, much older than I am. And I'm like, man, it's been that bad since then. I'm thinking like, so this stuff been going on for a while. I was like, damn. I was like, and I'm thinking like, and like I said, like in East Africa, they find out that you're talking about that. You know what I'm saying? Like those guys are considered, they look down on those type of people. Huh? You know what I'm saying? They'll call them like trashy people that have 2 and 3 baby mamas. That's looked down on. And he said, so this type of stuff is looked up in America. So that's how you can just tell. You do the comparison.
Yeah, exactly.
That's how you know that stuff going on. But then, like I said, I'm thinking a little different. Like, with me, like I was celibate for like, going on 8 years, 7 years, something like that. So my thing was, and a lot of dudes, a lot of dudes they don't in the outside, like let's say like in Africa, a lot of them not basing their masculinity about how much vagina, how much stuff they're knocking down, how much walls they breaking down. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
So they're not basing their masculinity. They're not basing their masculinity mentally on it. But then when you really think about it, like your seed is something that's valued. Not every woman even deserves your seed, right? So that's a totally different thing. So not every woman deserves your seed. Your seed or something like that. And I think that because I was thinking that too as a young dude. I mean, in my early 20s or something like that. Or as a teenager or something like that. Oh, if I wasn't getting no vagina, if I'm not smashing, if I'm not smashing everything on the planet, I see. Oh, I'm not less than a dude. And I'm like, because that's the society has projected that mess on you, huh?
Exactly.
Well,
But you
it's
can't.
one thing. I mean, on one hand, we can say that women's perception of your masculinity can determine your sex appeal, or their lack of perception of it can lower it. So we could say that of course their
Mm-hmm.
sexual attraction to a man is partially based on their perception of his manhood, masculinity, but it's the opposite order. The cause and effect is opposite of what we think. We're thinking that, or we were told to think coming up, that your masculinity was dependent upon their sexual attraction to you and their sexual agreement or consent with you, when in fact, really, it's the opposite. It would one would cause the other, but not the way that we were taught, not the order that we were taught. The problem is that this showed teenage girls early on that they had too much power over us. Now they were teenagers, no sense of accountability, and granted, they don't even grow into it as a guarantee. They're not all guaranteed to grow into this in the West. We know Western women lack accountability, and one of them even came on O'Shea's show 2 nights ago and said it. She might have been all over the place, but she had a moment of coherence when she said that. She actually got up and said, "We don't have accountability. You can't expect us to take accountability for what we do,
Yeah, I heard
decisions
that.
we make." Yep. So,
Exactly.
And she also
and we,
said,
And she told the truth. And the sad part is, we need to start holding them accountable because this is ridiculous. I mean, like the single mother, the rate of single mothers in America is at 50%. That's disgusting, man. That's insane.
yeah,
it
also she
is.
said, also you check this out. She also said, "Oh, I have a lot of masculine energy." Huh?
Yeah, she's
So,
delusional.
so
She's delusional.
no, saying so. She said, I have," and so basically, if that's trying to say that means you have to be hyper masculine to to fight the masculine energy of some of these westernized women. So what the so so that's kind of crazy. So the dude got to be hyper. I'm thinking like this whole situation is all effed up, man. This is some.
Yeah, yeah,
This is insanity. The
yeah.
culture that we
It,
live
re-
in.
yeah, it really is. And the funny thing is, you can actually sum up what's going on with our people with this scripture right here. Check this out. This is from the book of Isaiah, chapter 3, verse 11. Woe unto the wicked, it shall be ill with him, for the reward of his hands shall be given to him. It says, as for my people, children are their oppressors, and women rule over them. Sound familiar?
Yeah. Children are the oppressors and women rule over them. Yep. Yeah.
Sound familiar? Yep.
That does. Yeah, that certainly does. And TOP Cast brought up a good point. Single motherhood is not necessarily unique to the United States. It's not really unique to the West in general. But nonetheless, the issue was that it's not necessarily looked highly upon, and except maybe when she's maybe when she's a widow. Or people may excuse a divorce and say, well, I mean, even if they don't want to marry a divorcee, they may say, okay, well, she didn't fornicate, she wasn't a thought, marriage didn't work out, and it might have been her fault, might have been his. Now, the attitude towards that here where I live in the Gulf is that if she's a divorcee, it's not as easy for her to get married, but she could still conceivably get married. Each man is going to assess the situation, but she ain't gonna have nearly the options she would have had before, first time to find her first husband. They're not going to pay the same dowry, absolutely not. And the father's not even going to try to negotiate the same dowry. And a lot of men are not going to consider it because the assumption is going to be it's her fault. Because since men do have to pay dowries to get married, the men also have to sign the divorce. The men have to agree to a divorce. So she can ask, but at some point, the guy's going to have to agree to a divorce. If he paid the dowry, then he agreed to a divorce. They're going to say, what was it about her that drove him away after he spent a dowry to marry her? So at the end of it all, it's true that we're not the only ones with these dysfunctions. The issue is that just because others may have them doesn't mean we got to sit up here and tolerate them and say, oh, well, it's just normal. Because what does separate us from others is that we have taken on the mindset that the dysfunction is function and that it's normal. That's what separates us from them.
Yeah.
It's not what the dysfunction is or what dysfunction exists. It's not really what separates us. Yeah, in South America, especially, I think it was in Chile, I heard, or Argentina, one of those two, that it was really a big thing. It was becoming normal.
Yes,
but
man.
the issue is that it might be normalized amongst them, but then there are other things that they don't necessarily have normalized. Whereas in our case, we have normalized it. We got pressure on us to choose the single mom over the woman that's never had kids while you are a childless man. We have it normalized as a message to us that you don't really deserve a family unless you're raising another man's kids, because only a few men deserve to have their own kids and the rest deserve to be stepdads. And now, Don Calypso told me something a while back. Even though he doesn't make content, he's been a part of others' content and editing and things like this. But he told me less than a week ago that some of these ninja swagger champions and game champions and hood culture champions that are in the manosphere said to him, and some of y'all in the chat might remember this. Lion, you might have heard this before. You might remember who it was if I say, but some of them told him, and I think they told Young Grizzly, that the job of the thinking black man or the classic man, the non-IDNS, was to be the cleanup man's stepdad for the IDNS man's offspring. I kid you not.
Yeah, basically, yeah. I'm trying to think. I'm not sure who said that, but basically, our job is to be the ghetto custodian, and I'm not going to take up that shit. I'm done with that crap. I'm not doing it.
Okay.
I mean that too. Who said some bullshit like that?
Now I tell you what, I'm not going to say the name because I didn't hear the guy say it. But I'm going to ask in the private chat, Lion, if this is who you remember. And if you don't remember, it's okay. But do you see it in the private chat now, Lion?
One moment.
Was that like trying to insult? Was that like trying to throw an insult or something, or or he was just making a joke?
Trying to think that might have been that might have been him, but I'm not.
Okay. If you're not sure, it's okay. I don't want to blame him if it wasn't him. But to answer your question, Mr. Selassie, it was said. I mean, Don Calypso told me that he was saying this, and he said it like he meant it. Like this, there was no reason to even joke about that. He meant it because he champions women. He champions women's hybristophilia in their mate selection. Granted, all of us agree that women have a right to not want a man that's a pushover. We don't expect women to want a man that just takes any crap off anybody else, because that really does make her unsafe. That's true. That's a genuine thing. But see, that's a middle ground right there. He was championing, and in another video, I heard the man in question, the one that might have said this or might not. In another video, I heard him say, you got to have swag. If you don't have swag, it is perfectly okay for a woman to get with a guy like me with swag and then use you for your money to spend on a guy like me with swag. Now, he did say that. I heard that and saw it with my own eyes on a particular channel. It wasn't Don Calypso, I mean, it was somebody that he said the other thing. Now, I'm not going to front. I myself don't advocate that we become the opposite of the IDNS, because the IDNS is one extreme. And I'm not going to sit up and say to us that we need to be the opposite, that we need to be turning the other cheek. And I'm not going to sit up and say that we need to be doing this. K-Mac, to answer your question, it was not George that said that. It was somebody that used to rock with him that I was told said it, but I don't know if it's, I was never able to prove that was actually who. Now, at the end of the day, to be honest with y'all guys, meaning you two on the panel and those in the audience, yeah, well, an educated man, self-educated or formally, whether he's got a degree or not. Point is, what it comes down to is that nobody here is advocating that we be the opposite, that we be pushovers, that we be milk toast. That's the word I'm looking for. No one's advocated that. I've never heard anybody say that black men need to just tolerate crap off of everybody else. The only time I've heard people say that is they say we need to tolerate crap off the gynocrats and the matriarchs, off Boom Chic and Bon Quisha and Sapphire.
That's not happening. That's not happening. I'm done with that. That's not happening.
Not no more.
No, my thing is, I never tolerated no crap from a westernized sister to begin with. So it's like, so I know they ain't talking about me. So my thing is that, I've had, relatives that was, involved in the street life and all that type. So I already know about the streets and all that type of stuff. But I wasn't in the streets, but I had family members that was in that, and they knew not to even. They knew not to even to get with that stuff. So my thing is that people thinking that like a guy who's not in the streets a punk, you know what I'm saying? So that's not true. I was doing martial arts at an early age. So that thing about you not being weak, if you ain't if you ain't no ghetto dude, you know what I'm saying, you ain't masculine, you know what I'm saying? That's just some dumb shit. Man.
Yeah, man, that's
just dumb.
The whole thing is a damn cop out. I mean, I wasn't like you. I wasn't in the streets neither growing up. I had a mother and a father on the scene, grew up in a middle class household, middle class neighborhood. My family was originally from the Black Wall Street of Durham, North Carolina. I took up the same trade as my grandfather, and I'm still in that trade to this day. And I'm trying to become an owner operator. So, yeah, I wasn't in the streets slinging dope and being an absolute minstrel. I wasn't doing any of that shit.
Yep. And the thing is, you didn't have to. Your safety never depended upon you doing that. Well, I should say your physical safety never really depended upon you doing all of that. So I'm glad that you didn't. And more of us need to understand that, a lot of us actually ain't doing that. When you think about it, Lion, and if you think about it, Mr. Selassie, we knew cats that were in the streets, but most of the young black men we knew weren't actually in the streets. The problem was that most of us normalized and legitimized being in them streets. We were legitimizing a negative stereotype that most of us were too positive to meet. So that means that worse than our actions, our inner morality was turned around, even worse than the actions themselves. So that's part of why it is. I'm sitting up and I'm saying that that's why you hear me saying even though we're not supposed to become milk toast, even though we ain't, we cannot allow the dagger to define our masculinity by how many of her friends we sleep with and how many dudes we knock out. Because I looked like an easy target growing up. I looked like I wouldn't hit you back. And there were times when I went to parties, fights broke out because Gulf Coast ninjas was grimy. The times I went to parties, fights broke out. And there will be some cats that, like, before the fight would break out, there will be some cats, you see them looking at you. They ain't even looking at the women on the dance floor. They're looking at you like, okay, I'm finna take this dude out. And then when the fight breaks out, you move over and you see them rushing to where you were. That happened to me several times. And so I'm just saying, as easy as a target as I looked like, I had it out with 12 cats in a high school cafeteria towards the end. And that was my third fight that particular year. So most of us are not walking around here being easy targets like what we're thought to be. And so we have to turn around and start saying to these cats, I mean, we've already told guys that say we need to be milquetoast and turn the other cheek. We've already said to them, yeah, that's not going to work. That's a good way to go extinct. But we now got to turn to some of these cats that you identify. You know, if you don't know someone's like this, I'm not saying go and assume, but if you can identify someone saying something like this, we got to go to them and say, no, shuck this fit. You are part of that Ninjarilla class. You believe that you're a Ninjarilla. You believe you're King Kong because you saw it on TV, or somebody that raised you believe that stuff that they saw on TV. You've taken the negative propaganda against us. You believe yourself that that's what we're supposed to be. And even most people in the hood don't think like that. This ain't even just a hood thing. That's the thing about it.
That's sad, man. That's sad.
It's just being a low IQ porch monkey and thinking that you ain't nothing but an animal. I mean, yeah, people are animals, but it's not like we only animals. And that's the mindset that's caused this. And now we got to start saying, listen, we thinking black men, and we ain't over here starting stuff. We also ain't pushovers. So even if we don't know how to fight, that doesn't mean we're going to turn around and run as soon as you get mad. Don't get it twisted. The real truth is the only ninjas around here is you, because you believe what someone else called you. Somebody called you, or somebody called your granddad a ninja, and now you believe that you a ninja. And that's why that's why you always headed to jail, or you always headed to the graveyard. I mean, you know, when was the last time we saw one of them actually buck on a police officer?
Not at all.
Still waiting.
Exactly.
I've seen some of them disobey cops. I've seen that. I've seen a guy, you know, stiff his arm up. I don't even think he was a thug. He just had dreads. That's all. But he was telling the cop, man, I'm not whoever you think I am. I saw him do that, but outright buck on the cops, like pull a gun and put some of them out their misery because of what they've done, or actually answer the police brutality that they have committed. You know, ain't none of them going after that. The one that shot Walter Scott in South Carolina. I forgot that officer's name. Ain't nobody going after him. Ain't nobody going after Holtzclaw that we know of. George Zimmerman's still walking around. So if the truth be told, if they're the only ones that can be a warrior class, then that means they're the only ones that can get vengeance, and we don't see them doing that. And if they can't, all they need to do is say it's not something we can do. And we would say, okay, all right, well, then you just ain't the warrior class.
And they really aren't, man. They're just, right now, they're basically the bottom of the barrel. If they really were the warrior class, or supposed to be our fighters, then why aren't they trying to get rid of qualified immunity?
Mm-hmm. There you go. Yep. And look, if they solve problems with fists and bullets, how come they not solving the KKK and these killer cops with fists and bullets? At the end of the day, they just not doing it.
Exactly.
I mean, they just. I mean, like you said,
let them go.
Yeah, you're right. Because
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Like it's difference between, like, you know, warriors had honor, man. So. And I think that, like, you know, understanding what a warrior is, like, that, you know, saying that just, you know, they just delinquents. You know, being a delinquent and being a warrior are two different things, huh?
Exactly.
So, and like, these people don't know the damn difference. And black women feel like, oh, they know they're the warrior. I'm like, I mean, that's like I said, like, I'm like the type of, like I said, the thinking skills are so bad in our community. You know what I'm saying? I'm thinking, like, you know, and basically, it's just pretty bad. And I'm thinking, like you said, like they like I said, they get scared when they around some white dudes or white supremacists or something like that. But they rather fight on their own. But like anything, but you know, the Hispanic culture is a little similar to this culture, Black American culture. But
exactly. In a way, it is, because I mean, when I was working one day, I actually heard some shit that I'd expect for one of the minstrels, where this guy said, ain't no such thing as bad pussy. I'm like, are you fucking serious?
Everything
if you can
exactly.
No.
Yeah. I mean, like, these guys.
If you can hear women, oh my God. if women can say that I need to put a bad dick report out on this dude, if they can say that, of course there's such a thing. I mean, frankly, you got women sitting up here saying, you'd be surprised who punani stank behind that camera. You got women saying this on Facebook and Twitter. So they know the deal. There was didn't O'Shea have a woman Was it him that posted a link to a woman saying that when she had to do photo shoots, lingerie shoots with some of these women that hadn't cleaned themselves, she couldn't stand to smell them?
Yeah.
Was it on his channel or someone else's? I don't, maybe it was his channel, I don't know. But okay, hold up. All right. You know what? I'm gonna give you guys a chance to respond. If I can get this thing to show up on the StreamYard. Okay, no, it didn't show up on StreamYard. It shows up in the YouTube chat. Yeah, but I can't. I'm sorry, I can't post it. I can unhide it, but I can't get it to show on the StreamYard chat. Okay, wait, no, there it is. Okay, all right. I'll give you all a chance to respond to this. I just posted it up at the bottom. Can y'all see it?
Yeah, I see it.
So,
And so tell me, so here's the thing. So tell me this. Let's say we start running.
Yeah.
Let's say we do start running shit. Will these same women change their tune, or will they still be dysfunctional? Will they still be stuck on stupid?
Well, I mean, no, my thing is like, the answer to that question is that, like, this thing goes beyond just black women. So he's focusing this on black community. This is Western women, period. Now, you live in a feminist society. This is a Western country. So how is black dudes, it's like King Richard said, like, he's in the UK. You expect to have a power in a white country, right? A white Western country. This ain't, it's not a black country. So how the hell do you think you're gonna be running stuff in a white man's country? And like,
Exactly.
so that argument though,
Exactly.
don't even make sense. It doesn't make sense. That's what I'm saying. The guy didn't really put that much thought
Yeah, he really
on
did.
stuff when he said that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, exactly. He really didn't. Because I mean, let's be real. Let's be real. Like, we're in a Western civilization. For the most part, we're in captivity. We don't have our own military. We don't have our own currency. We don't have our own system of government. So how the fuck do you run shit? You're in captivity. That's bullshit. It's a lie. It's a fantasy, man. You didn't think. You didn't think.
all right. So I'll go ahead and do my response at this point. After hearing you guys out first, I wanted y'all to go first, but then I'll do mine. We are, in fact, captives of war. I get that. But the question is, how many other groups of people around the planet have also been victims of white supremacy, and their women don't disrespect them? And that's something I want to hear about that. I want to hear what happens when, take the Philippines. It's not a second world country. It's third world. And these cats from the Philippines aren't sitting up saying that they're being disrespected. Now, where I'm living here, where I'm living is you could say first and second. It's both these economies here. But with all the games that the men and women play on each other, they ain't sitting up here. They're not doing this. And the funny thing too, though, was this in the chat, please. In the chat, who was it that said that they own a copy of Daughters of the Trade? Who was that said that in the chat? Could you put a 1 in the chat if it's you that said you own a copy of Daughters in the Trade previously? Put a 1 in the chat, and then I'll ask a question. And while I'm waiting on that, what about it? Okay, Greg Glass said, no, Black Wall Street told different. Okay, Niu, you said you own a copy of Daughters of the Trade. Now, Neil, I'm going to ask you some simple questions so that you don't have to type too much. Neil, first thing, did we build in Africa before we got visitors from Europe? I'll give you time to type a yes or no. All right, K Mac, you also said you didn't say it, but you own the book. So K Mac, you can also answer too. Based on the book itself, just based on the book, Daughters of the Trade. Did we build? Okay, all right. Both of y'all have said, 2 of you have said, yeah, we built. And K Mac, still waiting. But so far, Neil said, yes, we built. Okay, now from Daughters of the Trade, did the sisters back home participate in singling out the men for the trade? New. Okay, I'm sorry, New. Sorry about that, blood. All right, so New. Did the sisters participate? Okay, so sisters participate in singling out their own men to be traded across the Atlantic. Okay, all right then. Then, if that's the case, were these women singling their own men out from empires that had been built, or were these women coming from hunter-gatherer villages that are stereotyped to be associated with Africa? Were they coming from? Were these women? Did they belong to civilizations and empires, or did they belong to little villages, or was it both? I'm gonna let you guys answer that. I'm asking New and K-Mac mostly because y'all had the. I know y'all got the book, and Greg Glass. I think you have the book too because you've been given some answers. Were these women that were cooperating with the traders from empires that their men had built, or were they from just little hunter-gatherer villages? Okay, you said they all had a hand. So now at this point, Neil, I'm gonna have to ask you to type a little more because what I'm asking is specifically the women that collaborated with the traders in the beginning to single out their men. Were those women from various backgrounds, or were they all from like urban cultures on the Western coast? Like, were they from Jenne and Mali and Timbuktu and Sankore? Or were they from villages, or were they from different backgrounds? And if the book doesn't say, that's cool. You could just say the book didn't specify. That's fine too. I'm just trying to see something. Various background. Okay, Greg Glass says various backgrounds. So that means it includes the women who came from empires that their own grandfathers and grandfathers had labored to build. So what this means is it's
Yes,
true. Yes, generally
they did.
men do need to build and men do build, but we have built in the States. We know that was burned down, Mr.
Yep.
TOP. Now we're finding out that what we built in the motherland was also betrayed by the women that were benefiting from what we had built.
Yep.
So you're right that we need to build TOP, but that does not mean that that's going to change nothing
But here's the thing.
that we can expect from the Western
Yeah.
sisters.
So yeah, it
What's up,
goes.
Lion?
Yeah. So here's the thing. See, it goes like this. If I'm going to build anything, it's going to be for myself. That's what it's going to be
Okay.
for. Yeah.
All right.
And the thing is, this thing is, after I build, I will be very selective in who I choose to help after I'm done building.
Okay. Makes sense. So you're not against sharing what you build with the right woman, but you ain't building just to appeal to her. Did I understand that right?
I will help the young men first, and as for the women, I'll be selective in who I choose to help with them too, because it is possible that a lot of them are. One of them could be a snake in the grass, and I could get knifed in the back, so they'll be vetted. Oh yeah.
Makes sense. Okay.
Yeah,
All
you
right.
gotta vet them and stuff. Yeah, and I think that, like you were saying, that as far as being building and stuff, and I think, like, I think Nation of Islam did like a good job, but like, but most black folks are not Nation of Islam anyway. So I think, what the strategy, what they try to do, but I think that I think that that's the way to that's the way to go about it. And I think, so I think, like, as far as the Western woman, so I think it's not just because, like I said, it goes beyond just the race thing. So my thing is that even you had like and so I think it was Bernard Raleigh, and he had like a Mexican dude that was on there, and I think he was like talking about the problems he was having. So he was like, so it's not just a black dudes in in America. So even like it was an Asian guy that's running into issues as far as wife material and all that type of stuff. So so it really goes beyond just black dudes in America. So it's just dudes period in America. So I think that so and you know what I'm saying. So I think it's a culture. It's a Western culture. It's the West thing. So it's like there's no MGTOW in some of these other places or that type of stuff. Because even a white dude said that MGTOW exists because it's a result of a dysfunctional culture, huh? And it was a white dude that had that on there. He had a YouTube, made a video about that, and I think that I mean, that's the issue. But the whole self-improvement thing, like, that's a bunch of bull. I think base Pluto or something like that. I saw him a video, but like, with the whole self-improvement thing, where I'm gonna improve for myself, but I'm not improving, just for no woman, improving for a woman. You know what I'm saying? That's just a waste of time. And just, even, it's like, you look at like Will Smith or some of these celebrity dudes, they got the money and status, and see what's happening with them. So, Dr. Dre and all these other people, Scottie Pippen and all these type of, guys and stuff like that. So even if if you have all this status and all that stuff, the women still think like, oh, we have this, power and all that stuff. That don't mean nothing, man. Some of these Western women don't give a hell about that. No, they gonna do what they gonna do, huh? Because it's the culture. It's not, it's not even about getting all that. Huh? Like I said, because the environment, if the environment is, it's no, what we call it, incentive to be like that, because it's the environment. So, huh?
All right. Now, Lion, you said something about that self-improvement. You have an acronym for it. Would you please tell the audience?
Yeah, it's BYFY. Better yourself for yourself.
There you go. BYFY. And that's exactly what Pluto said that you referred to just now, Mr. Selassie. Better yourself for yourself. Sure, self-improvement is not something anybody can afford to just shun and poo-poo and say, oh, no, man, I ain't doing that. It's just that, as he said, the purpose has to be the right purpose. And that's the thing. See, we got to do the right things for the right reasons, too. Mahatsan, we have to do the right things for the right reasons. So since the reason is just as important as what we're doing, then we got to make sure that if we do build, Mr. TOP, then we got to build for the right reasons. And I can tell you from personal experience. But before I said, Mr. TOP, from my own personal experience, I wanted you to hear that this had happened as a historical pattern based on New and K-Mac and Greg Glass's reading of Daughters of the Trade. So TOP, I'm not saying that we should build. We should build what we're capable of building. Every man in general does try to build what they're capable of building. But what I wanted you to know was that my personal experience I'm about to tell you is part of a historical pattern. Mr. TOP, I myself, first woman I married in the States, African-American, Muslima, and she was from a city with a lot of Muslims. But we were living in Atlanta, and she was pretty much saying that there was a time when she started to not listen for the same reasons. There was a time she just wouldn't listen at times because of the money that I didn't make. And eventually that was how I learned firsthand that the job markets actually preferred black women to black men, heterosexual black men. She was wearing a hijab with a Muslim and Swahili and Arabic name. And here I was with a regular run-of-the-mill Anglo-Saxon name. And I don't wear a hijab, obviously, but they could hear the negritude in my voice. And they knew there were two things they could pick up on. I wasn't Latin American. I wasn't white, so I must have been black. And I was heterosexual. That's what they could pick up on. And that right there meant that she was going to get more jobs than I would all the time. So like Lion is saying, they got power because they robbed and crushed everyone. We didn't do this, so we didn't get the power. So we can build, and then we probably will do that naturally anyway, sir, to be honest. But when I started to make money, and then I told my wife, this is what we will do because now I can afford to fund the program. She was not going to listen because of the time that I had not made it. She started off, I ain't gonna listen. I can't say she started off, but let me say that early on, she started to show her hand. She wasn't gonna listen. I waited till I got the money to put it to the test, and she failed. And this was not the only woman to do so. She's just the one that I was the closest to. But other men, I started talking to other guys I knew, including the Muslims that were husbands. And they were starting to say the same thing. They were like, yeah, when I brought home the bacon, she wasn't listening, even though I was the one paying the bills for all of these decisions and funding them. All she had to do was just, play her part and help me out. And I was doing it to make things easy for her. And there was one cat I knew. He was married to, he's a friend of mine. He was married to another friend of mine. When he made the money, she still didn't listen. So at the end of the day, Topcast, Do we need to build? Sure. But we cannot sit up here and think the building's going to bring them in line. It is not going to. What they want, sir, is for us to get out there and be these warriors against white supremacy and bum rush the fortresses of white supremacy and get killed off, thinking that they're going to be the ones left to collect the benefits of it. That's what they're looking for, Top Cast. When they try to put you up to all this super hyper masculine, get out there and build and conquer white supremacy stuff, they're hoping for you to die, sir.
Exactly. They're hoping for us to be cannon fodder.
So they don't have to.
Yep.
They don't understand what happens. What happens if we all did do this and they killed the men off and they were the only ones left behind? What would happen to them? Anybody? What would happen to them? Hold on. I'm sorry. I'm eating, guys, and I'm not apologizing for it, but let me unmute Mr. Selassie's microphone. Okay. Well, he lost the connection. So
Yeah, I mean, what happened
so
to them there? Like, either, I think they just die out, man. I'm saying here in America, I think they just die out. Some of them will just swirl, and the rest of them will just be, because not a lot of white women are looking to marry them anyway. So I mean, white men looking to marry them anyway. So I'm thinking it just happens in America. That, a lot of them will just be, die with their cats and dogs, and only a small few will be able to swirl anyway. Huh?
I'll tell you what would happen to them because I studied the way that these folks think. It would kill them off. That's what would happen to them because
Yep.
they would be the closest thing to a black man left. So
Yep.
then they would be the new villain and that sort of thing. So they would be, they would be depicted as unruly and animalistic, and the propaganda that justifies the police killing us would then be turned on them. And then they would be the ones being shot dead without us in anywhere nearby. They'd be the ones shot dead and targeted, and they would be easier targets to kill. That's what will wind up happening. Yep. So, in a nutshell, that's what will be the case if we did what they say. But then again, I'm pessimistic, and I've said that they're at war with us anyway. And I've not even said that it's just black women that are at war with black men. I've said that it's Western women that are at war with Western men. I've said that before. And truth be told, these white women are, I've seen that with them too.
Yeah,
To a
me
certain
too.
extent.
I've been around white people. Yep.
They've been,
A lot of dudes. Yep.
tell us what you saw, Mr. Selassie. What have you seen that women do to them?
I mean, I would say they probably even worse. I would say that like the white woman, because a lot of dudes be thinking, Becky, I don't recommend dudes get with white women at all. And that what they'll do. You see all these date lines and all this type of stuff, and the ones I know what they'll do, because even when I was in school, white women are very sneaky. And my thing is they'll play like they're cool, but at the same the only thing makes difference between white women and black women is the white women are more sneaky about it. Black women are a little bit more upfront. They're more upfront with their lives, some of the nonsense or something like that, So I think they white women are more strategic with their stuff. So that's the only thing difference it is, what it is. So I think that a lot of them they'll what do you call it? They'll be messing with a dude in the hood or whatever, like they don't know, they'll be like soccer moms or whatever. They'll go into a hood mess when they get banged out, or they'll do things or wait till the guy, and the divorce the dude, and get some of the and get that, and they divorce some of these guys that do have resources and stuff like that. So I think that
Yes. The same thing.
on what it is. So yeah,
Yes.
because in the other cultures, divorce is something that's looked down upon. Like in East
Yeah.
Africa, divorce is, it's something that's looked down upon. Like a woman being like, a certain age, not having no kid. You looked at something, you looked at as being crazy, huh? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I mean, not being crazy. Something's not, going on with you and stuff like that. So, and they're not even raising white women to be wives. So, but in these other cultures, like, you know, your half the womanhood is being a wife or mom or something. It's not like that with the Western woman. So, and I think that that's the difference. So it's a big culture difference between how these women think and the women here. So it's like, so I think that yeah, so I think that that's the only thing difference that I was seeing. White women can get you caught up too. You know what I'm saying? They can get you kid, child support and all that. They play the same
Yeah.
game and all that type of mess. So
Yeah.
that pale we call it pale melanated that pale recessive
Yeah.
gene
Agent.
pale white chick is what do you call it is just as bad,
At the same
Well,
time,
yeah.
here's the thing though. Yeah. Yeah. They do it, but the thing is, the sad part is the black Western women are no better, and it, in a way, it's a little bit more pervasive in the black community because they're encouraged to do it by people like Cardi B when she tells them, "The girl, get that bag." You see, it's pervasive. It's more pervasive. I mean, and then you got people like Beyonce, like singing songs like "All the Single Ladies," but the sad part is she's not single. She has a ring around her finger, so the joke's on them. But they still eat it up. They eat it up like hotcakes. But it's like the whole thing is self-destructive, and at this point, Western females in America, for the most part, a lot of them have become snakes in the grass. You can't trust them.
Yeah,
Like,
they've bragged about certain things too.
yeah, like, and a lot of that's because of feminism and just this whole thing of like starter marriages, starter husbands. Those concepts came from feminists, women who wanted to get married just to collect the loot. I mean, even if you look at these subreddit groups for women and dating strategy for them, you got some of them even encouraging women to cheat on their husbands. So the whole thing it's dog shit. It's not feasible.
Yeah, Richard Pryor talked about that.
Yep. Yeah, he knew. Yeah, he knew.
He found out. I don't think he ever went back to them afterwards. That's the thing about it. It's like they'll say, well, when white women go to black men, they don't go back. Well, they probably can't go back if anybody knows about it.
Yeah.
But by the same token, I look at Richard Pryor and O.J. Simpson. Now, OJ, I think he got with another one later on, but I don't remember hearing about Richard Pryor ever going back to messing with them after his white wife divorced him. He joked about that. Y'all heard the comedy sketch where he was joking about his divorce from her. Showed up there and he said she was wearing pigtails, looking like a little 8-year-old, making him look like a monster in front of that judge. And he had to pay half, and she had never told one joke. So it's what I've noticed is that a lot
Oh,
of men
I never
have
heard
not.
that one.
Yeah, it was in one of his comedy sketches. I think from back in the '70s or from back in the '80s. And so, I mean,
Yeah.
I would understand that. I would understand that they aren't as upfront with the foolishness as Boom Chic and Bon Quisha and Sapphire are. I would get that, but the thing is too, though, and I also agree that to a certain extent, the mayonnaise mafiosos do start off being more submissive to us because they say that it comes natural for them to be more submissive to us. Sometimes they'll say that. Maybe they believe it, maybe not. In the end, it really doesn't matter because in the end, they're going to get tired. And see, Mad Bus Driver can say what he wants.
Yeah.
I've listened to them talk. I listened to them talk when they were in middle school and when they were in high school. And later on, I heard some of them talking with social media. So as an adult, I don't even have to be in class with them. I can listen to them talk through social media now with technology being what it is. And at the end of the day, they actually demand more from black men in order to marry them.
Okay.
We're trying to set up legacies. That means we're not just trying to fornicate and trick and pay to play. If we're talking about legacies,
When we
and
look
they
over,
have set up and said, you got to bring more to the table, even if they like you. If you're black, you got to bring more to the table than a Hispanic. And a Hispanic has to bring more to the table than a white guy if she likes either one of them in order to get married. That's what they said. A study showed that. And one lady, one of the white ladies, was not involved in the study, but she was asked why the results would be like that, and she said, you gotta compensate. She said, when you're black, you gotta pay extra security deposit before you marry one of them, because they know that after, they know if it doesn't work out with you, and it probably won't, that they're not going to find another a white guy to come back and marry them, and they're not going to find another brother that's got the same amount of money as you, because they know that their fathers and brothers are discriminating against you in the job market. That's what this lady said in the interview after the study. So, I mean, they've said, considered they ain't,
I
you know, they
mean,
pretty much
the whole
told
system
you.
is, yeah, you're right. Yeah, the whole
Yeah.
system is rigged against black dudes in America. I was like, this is like, what I'm
But
saying? This is like Mad
here's the thing.
Max, man. For
But
like, I
here's,
don't know if you heard
yeah,
about this movie Road Warrior, right?
yeah, I've seen all three of them.
Heard
Or
of it,
something
yeah.
like that. Black Nine. Like this is like Road Warrior. What I'm saying? We out in the wasteland up here in America. So I mean, the whole thing is like, even when you're like a young black dude or something like that, they treat black, young black boys like men already. So, and I think that, and I'm thinking that, like, yeah, man,
Yeah,
the whole
another
attack
thing
was
too
just,
is
yeah,
the whole thing.
yeah,
Here's another thing too.
it's
Here's the thing that they pick and choose who to go after. Like for some, it's more than others. Like me personally, I don't get messed with a whole lot for the usual reasons. I live in open carry state, and I do open carry, and like, I don't really get too many stares, and just I mean, it's different for other black people. That being said, yeah, we still are in captivity, and yeah, this place for the most part is basically it's like
yeah,
it's gross darkness. But yeah,
yeah, it's a big plantation, man. We're still on the
yeah,
plantation, so I think that so I think that yeah, you're right about that. You had to bring even even more, and I think a lot of dudes is just don't and most of the time, like on white chicks, it's more of a it's more of a fetishization in the sense
yeah, and the same
that,
thing.
like,
Yeah,
it's not really, they're not really into black dudes. They like their persona, huh?
yeah. They wish they had it. The charisma and all that stuff, and then you got the ones who still emulate us. But like for instance, I mean, sure, from an economic standpoint, we're on the bottom, but when it comes to you know, dances and pop culture and all that stuff, they still emulate us to this very day. But yeah, you're right, though. For the most part, you're right. Yes.
They to tell the truth, even Edward Anderson has talked about this. Edward Anderson has said that statistically speaking, the competition for black women's stiffest competition is not really coming from the white woman, because brothers already know what's up with her. It's
Uh-huh.
coming from the Latin American and from non-ADOS black women, including Afro Latinas. He said that's
Uh-huh.
stiffest competition has been coming from them.
Yeah.
And truth be told, I mean, even in my case, even in my case, when my father finally said to me, "I don't even care anymore if you wind up with a white woman," I still couldn't go, and I couldn't pull that off. I couldn't accept that even to do it for myself. I could only look at either a non-ADO sister, non-Western sister, actually. I shouldn't even say non-ADOS. Black British was out of the question just as much. Black Canadians too. Jamaicans, Anglophone Caribbeans, Guyanese, nope, sorry. You watch too much American TV. But non-Western and Southeast tropical Asian women, because they don't have a history of grudges with us, which is why a lot of us have
Yeah, Filipino. Yep.
them and the Laotians, the Cambodians, the many of the Vietnamese and the
Yeah, I
Thai
haven't
as
had
well.
exactly. I haven't had any problem with Thai people or Vietnamese people I've met. I mean, I've actually, yeah, I have no problem with them. Hell, I don't even have any problem with Native American women that I've met. So it's just,
Yeah,
I mean,
Filipino
yeah,
women really like black dudes because I don't know, maybe because they've been around them. For some reason, they really love black dudes for some reason.
it's
Because
weird.
even when I was here, I was in Chicago. Even American and Filipino women are into black dudes. So I was saying, because I had a Filipino woman that was into me. She was like going to school for social work. I could have easily got that. You know what I'm saying? So I'm saying, the Filipino women, they really like black dudes for some reason. Because I think maybe it was military bases was in Philippines, so they used to being around black people. So
But
I
then
think that
that would explain why
mhm.
they're they're used to black and white Western men, but they have a preference for,
Mhm.
between the two. They actually have a preference for black men when it comes to Western
Mhm.
black and Western
So
white men.
because
And I've seen some Filipino Muslims that were married to African men. So
Mhm.
they actually have a preference for black men in general over whites. I haven't really asked them what that's about, but truth be told, even when it comes to friendships, the Filipino men tend to take to us more than they take to whites, just as buddies. That's the funny thing too. So
Yeah,
it
Filipino dudes have no problem with black dudes. I had a friend who was we called when I was in, I think I went for school for a semester, but I lost in contact. But he was Filipino, and Filipino dudes have no problem with black dudes. I'm saying, I mean, I recommend guys into Asian women to go to, no, I mean, to get a Filipino woman or something like that. So, I mean, but I don't know about, like the Chinese, Korean. I'll watch out for them, man. Korean and Chinese and stuff like that. Now Japan, Japan maybe East, Asian or something like that. But yeah, but the Vietnamese and Cambodian and all that type of stuff. Yeah, but my mom was like, as long as you don't get no white one, my mom didn't care. And as
yeah.
long as you ain't no homosexual, as long as you ain't no as long as you ain't no sodomite, or you ain't getting no white woman, my mom didn't care.
Well, it makes sense because what she didn't want was for you to wind up with an enemy, and that's the thing
Mhm.
about it. There are women whose people have a history of looking down on us, and so just because you get an individual from that group that doesn't look down on you, it doesn't mean that they're not going to succumb to the pressure from their
Yep.
people to start looking down on you. That's a different
Yeah, I
topic
never was
altogether.
really. Yep. I never was really into pale white, the white ones not in their skin because when they get wet and they smell like what, I don't know, that's a stereotype, wet dog or whatever, or something like that, and that's the, the we call it, how the breast, how like the pink nibble looking like, a white mouse and all that. I just never wasn't, I wasn't, like a pink mouse and all. I was really not attracted to white women like that, no.
Yeah, it's well understandable, but even more important than that was even okay. I just realized that LOM he had to jet out, so I'll look
Mhm.
forward to him coming back, Lord willing. But yeah, even
Mhm.
dealing with them. See, here's the thing: when it comes to all of them, in a nutshell, when it comes to all of the women around the world, black men do have to take one thing from the pro black crowd. And
Mhm.
as a pro black male who used to be pro black in general, I could tell you this from firsthand experience. One thing we do have to take from that pro black crowd is that you got to know who it is that you got to know who it is that you're with and what they think of you and what they're willing to believe about you and your enemy. How do they view you and how do they view your enemy? You got to categorize them based on that. You don't have to do it for any stupid reason. It's a very practical thing you have to do. The thing is, you have to look at, like you said, the Chinese and the Koreans. They look up to whites. They generally look down on anyone darker than themselves, including black folks, including Southeast Asians. That's why you got to categorize
yeah,
them differently than you have to categorize the
yeah,
Southeast Asian.
yeah,
The
you,
Southeast Asian may not be as dark as you, but they don't look down on you, so you can meet them as a
yeah,
neutral.
yeah,
Now,
The
I've seen some
yeah. There,
Filipino
it's
chicks
weird.
darker than me. I've seen some dark Filipino women. I mean, there are some Asians that are darker than me. I've seen
Well,
them.
yeah, they do exist. And the thing is that you actually, in Southeast tropical Asia, you have some black tribes still living there today. In Malaysia and Indonesia, you got a tribe called the Samang. And they call them in their language Orang Asli, which just means original people. So they themselves consider black folks to be the originals. That might be why they tend to look at us so nicely because maybe they see us as their grandparents. In Malaysia and Indonesia, what I've noticed is that they tend to prefer black folks that are Muslim because they're Muslim.
And
So
sir,
it makes
yeah, and I
sense.
have to say Sri Lanka women are into the black. I went on a date with a chick that was from Sri Lanka. They really into black, dudes too. Cause like MIA. I don't know, that British Indian rapper. Huh?
No, I don't
You
actually.
know, I don't know. I mean, well, I'm saying MIA. I remember she had a song on paper airplanes. I don't know if you remember that. Um,
No.
she ended up getting with some black dude, but I think he was like, no, I think he could have been biracial black dude or something like that. But she ended up getting they're into black dudes. You know what I'm saying? Or
Yeah.
something like that because the South Indian women, they will get with, Southern India will get with some black dudes or something like that if they're Christian or something like that. And I think that a lot of people know that, don't know that, but like, but well, like you said, they have a lot of colorism in India and all that type of stuff. But like it happens, but the same, but it does happen. But I mean, I wouldn't, because of the history of sometimes the caste system, I wouldn't recommend Indian women, but I mean something like that. But it does happen. Like, but if I
Yeah.
was gonna do it, like Sri Lanka, huh?
Fair enough, because what
Sri
you've
Lanka,
done is you
Sri Lanka,
categorize Sri Lanka.
Sri Lanka.
Well,
Yeah, yeah.
okay, but see what you've done, the important thing is that you have categorized who comes from your enemy and who is not.
Yeah.
And
Mm-hmm.
that's what's most important. That's where the pro-black crowd is actually correct, and that's what we're going to have to do, because we got to categorize in that way just for our own practical safety, our own real safety. You see, if you take, let's say you get with someone from northern India and she's cool with you, but her people are not. Well, then the question becomes, let's say that in the summertime you happen to swim and you exercise and you get darker, then she don't want you no more. You see, because she was willing to take you as you were in the winter, but then her people's prejudice kicks in if you get a little darker in the summer. Or her people just they say, look, the minute you leave that nigga, you can come back to us and things will be okay. And she starts missing her family because she's human, but they biased against you. Or you show up for a family event they have, and they openly tell her that she's not as much of a success as her sister because her sister married out, but at least he married a white person, and your wife, married a black man, meaning you. You see, the point I'm making is that you still have to factor that in because they're not. If somebody is not black, that doesn't mean they're going to look at you, even if they're with you individually. It doesn't mean that they're not going to look at you and say, well, you're different. And that's tokenizing. That's not okay. They don't let us do that to them. And so that's why it's not okay for them to do that to us. And they may do that. I mean, some of them whose families are biased will make an exception for you and argue with their family to make that exception for you. But they're still saying you're different. You're not like that. That means they still accept the view that their people have of black folks in general. You're just an exception. And that's not okay. That's not fine, because I could tell you some things about Egyptians, like modern day Egyptians, not the ancient ones. I could tell you some things about them. But if you tell an Egyptian these things about their people, they're going to have a fit. They'll tell you certain things about Egyptians, but they don't want you to tell them those same things. They're going to have a fit, and they'll leave you about that. And there really are groups of people out there whose women want us, but they still think we're inferior. That does exist. So what you did was smart. I think people in the audience need to learn from that. You're going to step out. You ain't dealing with no ADOS chick. I got you. I understand. I don't blame you. You ain't dealing with no Western broad, period. I got you. I get that. But that doesn't mean that everybody else that's not Western is going to automatically be okay.
No, yeah, oh yeah, you talking about me, right?
No, I'm talking about what you did, how you distinguish between the ones who come from a heritage that disrespects us and the ones who come from heritages that don't. That's what I'm saying they need to do.
Because the
People in the
reason why,
audience need to know that.
yeah, because the reason why I know, because most black folks they stay in the bubble, because I was in an international community when I went to college and stuff. When I went to school, I was exposed to different cultures, because a lot of black folks they don't know how other cultures operate. So I was in Bible, we call it it was like the African Bible study. I was in that, and basically I got to realize the different cultures. Then they had like an international, they had like an Indian Bible study thing, and I had like some roommates that from India, roommates from different places, from Africa, one from Indonesia, and all that type of stuff. So I've been exposed to different cultures, like, and a lot of these dudes ain't never been around these cultures. So what I'm saying, I've been around Koreans, so stuff like that. Filipino, now they have interaction, because a lot of AR's dudes, they're not around them. You know what I'm saying? They don't know anything. So it's like some of these guys who be talking about all this mess. I'm like, I mean, I know because I've been around. So they don't have the inside knowledge like I do. So when I think that I think that's the difference. And I would say, me, when people say pro, I would say I'm Pan-African. I don't know there's a difference between being Pan-African and pro-black, but when people think pro-blackness, they just think about just black people in America, right? So I think
A
I'm
lot of
more,
times, yeah. Yeah.
yeah. So I think that and that's just, and you're right. You got to know where your enemies are at, and I think that yeah. So I do agree. I do
That,
agree on that. I think,
that's a part of that balanced path because see, one extreme when you pro-black is to say everybody that's not us hates us and they're all enemies. And well,
Mhm.
so that type of extreme is part of what led to that type of extreme is part of what led to even this call to separate the race based on complexion. There are those who say that I should not be categorized as black anymore, and I should not. The others that look like me, it was the same thing for them. There are those who actually believe this, and that started with this idea that everybody that ain't us hates us right off the bat automatically. You ain't black, you hate black people. Then it is even the mulatto hates black people, and then it's the light skinned black person hates black people, and then before you know it, there's gonna come a day where people who see me think I hate black people, even when I tell them no, actually I am black, and been pro black. Started my adolescence off as being pro black. That's one extreme. The opposite extreme is to say, okay, well, this is what we're going to do. Since the black woman in America has sold us out, and the other Western black women are falling in line behind her, we're not going to deal with any black women at all, and we're going to go for the first thing that's not black. That's an opposite extreme. The difference is this: when I actually look at those two extremes, the first one I mentioned is more common. The second one is very rare. I don't come across men sitting up saying, I want the first non black woman I can find just because she ain't black. I don't find guys saying that. I'm sure they exist, but I've never met them. Whereas I can easily just type something about black unity. And if I were to put my name and face, well, if I was to put my face on here, people would jump up and say, look, you ain't black. Stop saying you black. You're an enemy of black people. You're colorist. You see, that extreme does actually exist. And that's
yeah,
the
yeah,
thing.
yeah, 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 you're right. Yeah, you're right because their definition of blackness comes from white supremacy, right? You know what I'm saying? So their idea of what's considered blackness, because most people in the world, even in Africa, go by ethnic group because blackness, the concept of blackness was, put on us by white people. It wasn't that black and ADOS or whatever people want to call themselves. Um, it wasn't no. The idea of blackness wasn't started by black people. It really started by outside. So this thing, this black stuff is only in the Western context or something like that, or South Africa, wherever South Africa and the UK and all that type of stuff in Latin America. So there's these ideas of blackness and stuff like that. So I think that yeah, you're right because like even the like in Brazil, like even in Brazil, like these categories are totally different. You know what I'm saying? Like they don't even have America, they have the one drop rule. They don't have the one drop rule in the UK. You know what I'm saying? So and I think that you buy something. And I think that that's the difference. Like these people, like I said, a lot of people don't even travel, and a lot of these people just don't. They just don't. They're just not. What I'm saying? They just don't. They kind of just ignorant of like things outside the states.
Well, yeah, I mean, a lot of our people have been ignorant of it, of the rest of us. And it's true. I mean, somebody says they're pro-black. You don't know if they're including the continent in that or not. You have to ask them. What do they mean? Are they pro-African American? Are they Pan-African? And are they there's the hashtag ADOS and FBA, and you got people that they say they're proud to be ADOS, which is fine, but then they're against people from other countries, black people from other countries. You got the ones that say, look, I'm ADOS and I'm not an enemy to other black people. I just want a historical accuracy factored in when it's time to pay reparations. So you got even different shades of ADOS. So there are all of these
You
different
got some
descriptions.
people saying they're not even black. Some people saying they Native American and all this mess, huh? And
Oh no,
like
they don't
I'm
say they're
coming
not.
from
They
Turtle
don't say they're
Island.
not black. No, they don't say they're not black. They say that they're not from Africa. That's what it is. They say the Native
Yeah,
Americans and
my thing is, but the whole thing about blackness don't even come from people from Africa. The concept of blackness comes from white people. That's where it doesn't even make sense. Nobody wouldn't call it themselves black before white people. We call it white. White people came. So they even that whole concept they're using Western concept. Then I would say they're from Turtle Island and all this man. Then where your indigenous language at? Huh? So where's your language? So I asked them like, if it is, then where like, oh, it's been killed off, or you know what I'm saying? Then I said, okay, if you're Native American, go join the reservation. And if you want to be Native, just go to a reservation. Huh? So that's what I
uh,
say. You
well, I mean, that's the thing. A lot of these tribes wouldn't take them in anymore because they want a continuity of tribal membership. They don't want you to just pop
know.
up now after generations and then say, "Oh, so you want to be accepted by our tribe, but we don't know where your grandparents were and their grandparents." But anyway, I know I was in the car with one. Believe it or not, I was traveling on my last trip when I went over into Saudi to go into Mecca and Medina for a little while during a vacation. Going back, two of my wife's coworkers went with us. So I didn't sit next to them on a plane, but when we were riding from the airport back to our city, one of them, who's from Philadelphia, she a sister, you understand? I mean, she's Muslim and she's African American and from Philadelphia. Started talking this Native American sovereign, not African. Started talking all this stuff, and I was like, I can't even follow you. What do you mean sovereign? I mean, as a part of our religion, the sovereign is God. I don't know what she means about sovereignty and indigenous and being Native American. I knew that Native Americans had come across black people before Europeans made the trip across the Atlantic before Columbus. Yeah, that happened. There may have been some tribes that were, matter of fact, the first people to ever come into any of the Americas 50,000 years ago were black. It's just that they came from Australia. They got the DNA and found that out. The point is that this whole thing of not being from Africa, I couldn't figure out how did you get that. But so yeah, we got people that are just
Because
all
even
over
the
the place.
Gola people, right? Even the Gola people from uh, um, um, South
South
Carolina,
Carolina.
you can
Yeah,
even look at
in
yeah.
South
So even like you can
they
see
fought.
the remembrance. Yeah, you can see the remembrance of African culture in there.
Yeah, they
So
fit.
some of the stuff that like yeah, because even like even hip hop and like or whatever, you can the beats, even like the drum and all that stuff, that comes from Africa anyway. So that's to deny that like no African gene, you know what I'm saying, the denial of no type of influence at all or something like that. It's just wrong because Musa, came to the West and stuff, before them. So he traveled. Black folks were traveling, different places, but to deny that no African gene at all, no link to Africa, at all. That's just some bullshit, huh? That's just not historically accurate. You know what I'm saying? So I think some of these people just, they're anti, because they got some of the stereotypes by the media pushing on Africa and all that type of stuff. They don't want to associate it because of white supremacy. So they got this anti-African thing in there and stuff like that. So even if they want to run with that narrative and stuff like that, those people still came from Africa. Even if they didn't come, even they came to visit America, still the link is still from Africa. But like I said, so I think that even the Australians, they were the first people that came out of Africa, right? Like I was saying they still came out there, but they left many years before or something. They left they was like one of the earliest that left the continent. So even so I think that yeah, so a lot of these people don't know what the hell they talking about, right?
Yeah, certainly don't. And it brings me up a question I wanted to ask to Lion. Lion, you said you lived in North Carolina. Do you come across some of the Gullah and Geechee that live on that side of the state line?
I don't see too much of them here in North Carolina. I mean, a lot of them, I believe, would be in South Carolina, Georgia, possibly Florida, but not up here. Like, I mean, the Lumbee, are in the southern parts of North Carolina, but I don't see any of them here. Like,
Okay, so
yeah,
y'all call them Lumbee there.
yeah, but the Lumbee are not like they're not like pure Native American. They got some mixed ancestry in there, so there's black natives down there too. So yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
got you. but I'm aware that a few of them live in North Carolina. It's just that where they live is close to South Carolina state line, and I never asked which part of North Carolina you're in for privacy reasons, but I wasn't sure if you would come across them or not. But they did. I remember what Mr. Selassie was talking about. They did the studies and found they can linguistically link them back to certain tribes in Sierra Leone and Liberia. I remember that. They've been going back and forth and visiting each other for the longest. And the thing is that I'm aware, though, there's one thing I'm aware of that some of these people have been talking about when they try to say we ain't African. One thing they've said is that there's a link between us and the tribes of Israel. Now, the thing is that these tribes in Africa, to which we can trace genetically, have consistently said that they came from the northeast of where they now were located. Many of them have said that. The Fulani said it, the Yoruba have said it, the Igbo have said it, and the Yoruba and Igbo don't like each other that much. So they didn't get together and come up with this conspiracy. The Lemba have said it, different tribes have said that, and they've had certain taboos that you could trace back to the Old Testament. So you could say that the population of Africa were a mix of those that had already been there, and then those who were scattered after the revolt and the Romans scattered people out of Judea, and a lot of them went into what's now the continent. You could say then that the most of the Bantu people do have ancestry coming out of ancient Judea. Sure, that's not a far-fetched, because they themselves have said that a lot of their ancestry came out of that, came from that direction. And it wasn't Kemet they were talking about. It wasn't Egypt or ancient Egypt they were talking about. They were saying they came from the other side of it. But people are sitting up and trying to say there's no link between us and Africa, and they'll accept to be identified with anybody else that's not African. That's why I start to wonder how they could say that, because the link between us and anybody else that's not African is still the African population. But the Gullah and the Geechee, to their credit, have never denied that. Just to be fair, they never said that they weren't from the continent. And then a lot of them were very open and welcoming when they found out where they were from, and willing to go and visit if they could afford it and make the trip. So I gotta tip my hat to them for that at the very least. So anyway, my next question is going to be about these reprobate men that believe that you got to have swag and game to really. By the way, Topcast, I'm sorry, man. I'm the one that's distracting Lion. I can't put this on him. He's not ignoring you, but I'm the one that's been distracting him because he's on the panel. So I'll take responsibility for any questions he didn't see. But anyway, I want to ask you guys, man, about these reprobates that are sitting up here and saying that we got to have swag and game, and we need to have more N-word juice, and that denying this is just us accepting the standards of the oppressor. What's your responses to that? I want you to go first, Lion.
Yeah, you don't like those guys.
I don't like that. With me, I don't like them because for the most part, those guys are a bunch of dishonest degenerates. You know, they have to charm their way through life. They live life like there's a cheat code. I mean, that's bullshit, man. You don't need swag, game, and charm to get into these women's pants, man. Like, if she likes you, man. You don't need to lie to women to get laid. That's fucking lame. It's stupid. And if you're going through that, then whatever happens to you is your own damn fault. I mean, I'm just tired. Just completely tired of this dishonest minstrel shit. I mean, it's a stereotype, and we don't really need to be associated with that, and we don't need to promote that shit. It's stupid. It's lame.
Okay, but more specifically, when they say that this thinking black man or square set of standards is just us accepting the oppressor's standards, what is your response to specifically that part, them saying that we're taking on the European American culture and standards as though they're legitimate?
So it goes like this. I mean, doing the right thing has nothing to do with taking on any European standards. I mean, you do the right thing because you're doing the right thing. There's no color involved to it. It's like it's like if I'm speaking plain English. If I'm speaking plain English, I'm not acting white. I mean, I don't have to speak with slang. The whole thing is stupid.
Okay, fair enough.
I'm still laughing because
well, he was.
I'm like black man. Sorry, man. I'm like, I don't know, man. That was so ridiculous, man. You actually said that having standards is becoming Europe. Are you joking me? Are you serious? Somebody said that, black man.
Yes, there are.
The tele-
You
yeah.
got these, yeah, you got
Are
these
you
ripper,
serious?
you got these pro wax and these hotep, these slow steps will say stupid shit like that. The same ones who would say that if you're not, the same ones who would say if you're not sagging your jeans, you're not being true to yourself. Man, get the hell out of here. The same ones who say that you're acting white because you go to school, you study, you get your degree and get your certifications. It's stupid, man. It's trash can level thinking.
Yeah, you see why I'm laughing, black man? Though.
Yeah. Yeah. So what's your response
I'm
to that,
like,
Mr. Selassie?
I could tell, black man, that stuff really, like, cause I think you spent like a show talking about the IDNS. Did you get that from the Boondocks, the ISNICs?
No, IDNS, IDNS. No, I came up with that one. I was thinking of, I came up with that one in the summer of 2019, like early summer, late spring. Well,
Mm.
if you live in the Northeast, it was late spring. But if you were in the Southern U.S., then it was early summer. It was about April. I'm sorry. It was about April and May of 2019. I came up with IDNS, IDNS. Because at that
Mm.
point you had some guys in the manosphere that had helped me out, that had helped me to come to certain understandings and realizations that were very beneficial to me. That then turned around and said, "Well, you got to have swag and you need to have some game because these women are evolutionarily, biologically programmed to want certain signs of manhood." And you need to have these signs and you can't negotiate biology. And I was like, wait, hold up. I understand that they want men, that they're heterosexual, sure. But who's going to sit up and bring up the fact that their definition of manhood is based on white folks or white supremacists, rather negative stereotypes? Like, in other words, the man to them is the ninjarilla, the one that goes to prison and he's guilty of the crime. Ain't nothing political. We ain't talking about Jamil
Yeah.
Alameen.
So like me and you, like you said, like me and you are like more like Huey, and those guys are like the brother, huh?
I'm trying to think.
Like,
Huey, yeah, the younger brother. I forgot what the younger brother's name was on Boondocks, but it's pretty much that dichotomy.
mm,
And the thing is that you notice that the younger brother was not really that way. He was just trying to be that way.
yeah, he
More like,
was trying to be that way, and I was thinking that that's the complex that I am because even with the Huey type of dudes. Like, and nobody will never say, "Oh, this dude Huey is not a masculine dude," right? Like, nobody will never say, "Oh, this guy is not," because you come in with some type of intelligence and stuff like that. And I think that, like, it's not like, oh, I guess Steve Urkel is the extreme, but like, they act like, it's like I know that in black community you always have these extremes, right? I noticed that, like, you always have these extremes, and I
yeah,
think that these, dudes, they're saying that, like, if you're doing this, standard being, European standard, and I'm thinking like, a lot of these hoteps and dudes ain't never even been to Africa. Some of these guys they don't even have, some of these guys that hotep don't even communicate with people that, that
Yeah,
are African,
exactly.
and like, they talk all this stuff, like, that they're in Egypt, and like, you're not in ancient Egypt. It's not coming back. Or all this type of, the Kemet is not coming back. You go with, Egypt, you're gonna find a bunch of Arabs there or something like that. They're not gonna be talking about some pyramid. So all that mess is just some illusion mess. They trying to rebuild. I mean, this not it's just not, realistic. And I think that I don't know, they trying to build up we call it, a Kemetic Nation of Islam or something like that, like a version of Nation of Islam or some mess like that. I don't know what the hell they know their goal is, huh? But yeah, but I think that and saying that that's no European. I mean, so my thing is that, like, they, to me, they just having that, to me, that's just ignorant. That's just ignorancy. Somebody was saying, for a guy who having a particular standard and he thinking hood culture is like, you trying to, like, Africanize,
Yeah,
Africanize,
exactly.
hood culture. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
So that's what they.
Yeah, exactly. It's completely stupid, man. You can't. I mean, like,
It's dumb, man.
yeah, it's dumb. I mean, you can't Africanize hood culture. You can't. It's like you can't. Like, like for instance, I don't think that crime and black culture is the same. I don't believe that. I mean, you can't just. It's part of your culture. I said, no, it's not part of my culture to rape, rob, and murder somebody. Fuck all that. I'm not interested in that dog shit. That's not a culture. That's fucking war zone. It's degeneracy. I mean, no, I
Mhm.
don't want it. I don't want no part of that.
Yeah, and I know that, like, in some of these chicks that get into some of this pro-black stuff, all this type of stuff, they, usually like, they were like hood chicks from themselves, or they single mom. I grew up with a single mom, like or maybe they had like we call it got with some hood dudes, or some got with some guys, and they get into some of this comedic type thing. So and I think that um that's basically what it is, of something like that. And then you have the Hebrew Israelite people and the Kemetic people, and then some of these people that's on this Adolf Native American stuff and whatever. They have these different sectors, and like if you don't participate, if you're not in that stuff, then they assume that you're like some type of incel or type of stuff. So we generalize, the black people in America generalize so much, man. It's like it's just that, like we, and like I said, and I think that a lot of those guys that talk like that, because a lot of those dudes, they haven't grown up, man. So, and I think a lot of those dudes can't socialize outside the outside that hood culture. They like what I'm saying. So basically, like, they can't really deal with people outside that. So so it's really, it's their social skills lacking. So
Yeah, really.
like, I'm not sure. Like,
yeah, you're right. You're
so
right.
when
It
you think
really
about
is. Whole thing is just stupid, man. I mean, like, for instance, you can come from a bad situation, you can crawl out of it.
Mhm.
You don't have to stay there. I mean, even Bill Cosby said it. He even said it in one of like his interviews. He said, "Nobody's asked you to flip burgers for the rest of your life."
Mhm.
It's not a requirement. Yeah.
Exactly, it's not a requirement. You can keep going, keep climbing.
Well, this is part of why it was that I was asking you guys what your response is to this notion that many of them have, that your
Yeah.
manhood,
How y'all doing,
it's
peace,
okay
peace.
to,
Yes,
hold on, sorry about that, that it's okay to define your manhood by the women, or
No,
more so
I am
by
not.
these
Yes,
guys that let the women define their manhood.
because here's the thing. See, my manhood is defined by me. I don't let anyone else define my manhood. I don't care what these Cleon bitches, these hood bitches. I don't care what they say. I mean, for the most part, this dumpster
Cleon.
yeah, it's
I
dumpster
used to say
diving.
that too.
Yeah, dumpster diving, man. I'm not going. I don't give a damn what they say, man. Half of them don't know what they're talking about. They're soft in the head.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you're right. It's the Cleon. I mean, yeah, you're right.
LOM.
That's a good
Peace
analogy.
to the peace
Oh,
to the
the
room.
bitch.
One
Peace to the
second,
room.
Oh,
Khalil, your mic is on,
I
sir.
just want to drop my piece. I just want to drop my piece for a sec,
Yes, sir.
right? With all due respect, I'd like to have the floor yielded to me, if that'd be all respectable to all the gentlemen on the panel. Now, concern TOP, and this is not even about him. Let's just not even get that. We're not even going to give him that up. What we're talking about here is the legislative problem with the United States government here. And it is a human capital problem with slavery. This is what he does not want to address with the women here. And it's not a woman problem, like we can't get quote unquote cat. The issue is we're getting too much cat and we're not disciplined. You understand what I'm saying? You don't have any type of discipline or discernment between knowing what's good for us from what's wrong for us. Now, perpetuating me or LOM, Black Mind, or any other brothers that wants to actually help us, you know what I mean? As far as understanding discipline and discernment between what's right and what's wrong for us as a collective, first individually as men, right? If he has an issue with that, then he's the enemy also. I just want to clear that out for the floor. Men like
All
him
right.
are not individually the enemy. Men collectively like him are the enemy. This is why we cannot have a class of people that are in law. We cannot have a class of people that are in medicine. We cannot have a class of people that are in government. We cannot have a class of people in the arts. We cannot have a class of people in education. We cannot have a class of people. And I mean people, meaning people are men and women. You know what I mean? We don't have that. And for him to talk about this type of stuff, the distracting stuff, it's very disingenuous and very disrespectful to call us failures when all of us ain't baby fathers, all of us aren't deadbeats, all of us are not child abusers, all of us are not in prison, all of us are not in dead-end jobs. All of us are not on the streets. But then we can talk about the reverse. Many of us are in prison. Many of us are on the streets. Many of us are child abusers. Many of us are deadbeats. But what is the quintessential point of him talking, or a collective like him talking? What is the essential point to be made? What is the point to being made of bringing this up? Is it to make him look good, or his collective look good, or is it to make us look bad, or the collective of us to look bad? Now you say white people give you a job. I don't even want to curse. The platform he's talking on right now, is, according to him, is created and controlled by quote unquote whites. The shoes he wears is quote unquote controlled by whites.
The shoes that I wear
He,
are created by the Chinese, not the
no,
whites. Get it straight.
He's weird. But this is the asinine thing I find. The psychological standpoint of these type of men, they're embarrassments to our race, and they need to be wiped out. To be frank with you, they need to be breeded out. He's not the one. The collective problem. It's a collective problem. This is why men need the exodus from first mentally, first psychologically and spiritually before physically. Everything physically or carnally comes last. We all know this is spiritual men on the planet. But if we are going to listen to cats like that, the white man this, the white man that, the white man this, and the white man that, the white woman this, and the white woman that, where has that been getting us for the past 50 years? Nowhere. And he calls us complaining. Yet I hear him talking about the talking points of the feminist females that have these same talking points. Obviously, you know who his circle is. His circle of echo chamber of people are. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm going to yield the floor and let y'all gentlemen pick up on that right there.
All right, Khalil, your phone broke up a little bit, but I heard most of it. And the thing is, now you said that his mindset would have to be bred out. And the funny thing is, to be honest with you, black women are already doing that. They're not actually, when you think about it, and I'm talking about personal experience when I came up as a pro-black, starting from my early teens. Pro-black men were not the ones that black women were seeking. Not to have kids with, certainly not. Absolutely not. They weren't dating, let alone screwing pro-black men. So what they were doing is we already know who they were dating, screwing, and whose kids they were having. Pro-black men were seen as kind of convenient to stepdad or babysit the kids if they could find them later on. Now, when I was coming up, we weren't really that common anyway. But for the most part, they were seen as not only husband material, but not even starter husband material, more like second husband, stepdaddy kind of material. So truth be told, already black women have collectively voted with their private parts to breed out such mindsets among men, to breed out the mindset of men that actually take up for them the most, even when the women are wrong. That's already been, that's the irony of it. I'm not sure how aware these men are of it, but that's what's going on.
Yeah, you're right. Because even like in the Boondocks, right, they have their series like Huey was like the outcast, right? He had like the voice of reason.
One moment,
but the voice of reason, and Huey is like not even respected. It's like they want to, they want to promote that other madness that's in the community. That's the problem. Like even with dude, they even like what's her name, Sister Ali. Was talking about, about the black woman. What was the guy that understands the black woman? Nobody want to listen to that. You know what I'm saying? So the thing is, a lot of black folks don't even want to listen to any of that type of mess. So, and I think that's the problem and stuff like that. A lot of black folks, they don't want knowledge. And I think that's the problem. So, and I think that, like you were saying. So, black mind, you're older than me, but pro-blackness wasn't popular when I was growing up. It wasn't, no one, it's something like you saw in the movies or you saw like on certain types of things, but, nobody really wasn't talking that, when I was growing up. But, how I found out about it was more through, TV or just going on YouTube and stuff. But yeah, you're right.
Yeah, it wasn't popular enough. And so, it was not something that you could fully raise a family in. And now here's the thing. Somebody said that we have not been able to put I think it was Khalil that said we've not been able to put a class of us into certain fields, advanced fields. Growing up like the Huxtables, I could say that we managed to get a generation into that. My parents' generation saw that there was a class that went into it, but it was a beginning class. It was a burgeoning class. It wasn't really, it wasn't a whole lot. So unfortunately, what happened was that we were not able to maintain it. I saw the class there. They were the ones that came and visited my parents on the weekends, and we went and visited their homes on the weekends. These were, they were judges at various levels of the bench in various courts. These were attorneys that some of them had their own law firms, some didn't. I'm just simply saying that there was that class in the beginning, but because of this, I'm not going to say because of gangster rap, but because of what it's associated with. Because of this idea that got into our communities that you had to be a thug to be a black man, a real black man. That class could not be, the class got started, but it couldn't continue. And what happened was that, see, the women were not told, they were little girls back then, but they weren't told you got to be a thug to be a woman. So nobody told them don't study, don't learn, don't apply for the scholarship. No one told them that. It was the guy that was told you need to be out here in these streets. And if you ain't going to be slanging, you need to be fighting. You need to be doing something that is negatively stereotypical. Yeah. And so consequently, a lot of these guys, now a lot of them have matured and grown and gone and do certain things, but they're not in the class that their parents were in. Yeah. Some of it's the job market, but there was also these years that they lost. Like one guy I know, his mother was an ESL teacher. His dad was I think a band teacher. He should have gotten some sort of education. Yeah. He wound up not doing too bad for himself, but it had a lot to do with luck. It had to do with him like getting some stock on the company he worked for when public, because he went through that knucklehead nigga phase. He stole his mom's car, crashed that, all behind some, and he did that behind some musty axe wound too. When I say musty, I knew her. That axe wound was musty. So I mean, he did all of this, and I remember seeing him like a few days after he crashed the car. And I said to him, bruh, what made you think to do that, man? And he said, well, the cops got behind me, man, and I ain't have my license. Oh, okay.
Man. Oh, damn. Oh, come on, man. Oh, damn.
That's what I was saying. I was like, hold up, man. Really, dude? That's why you did it? You did it for because you ain't have your license and you were trying to, okay. Oh my goodness, man. It was. So that being said, I'm just saying that to say that we were able to get that that class started, but we weren't able to maintain it. Mm-hmm. And now, Khalil, I think it was you that mentioned that, and you got me to realize that might have very well been the reason that there was such a promotion of that specific type of rap. And they stopped promoting the conscious rap, even though it was popular. It was popular back then. Y'all remember Public Enemy in the late 80s, right?
Yeah, Public Enemy, yes. I remember that. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And y'all remember how popular they were? I mean, black and white kids were buying their stuff. And Eric B. and Rakim with their consciousness. EPMD was about as low level as it got, really, except for, no, I'm sorry, 2 Live Crew and Too Short were nasty. They were perverts, but that's more of a human weakness than outright evil. Yep. And then, the lowest level you got after that, I think, was probably EPMD. Everybody else was some kind of consciousness. Even MC Light was like, she was saying, don't be no slut. But you think about it, okay, that's what we started off in. The fall of 1988, that's who was hot.
Right.
And then the fall of matter of fact, screw that. By a few months later, by December of 1988 and January of 1989, it was NWA and Eazy-E. Y'all remember that?
Yes. Oh yeah.
I have to remember that because it was something that it was a span of a few months. And I remember because I was going to try to write some raps for some of my friends, and in a few months, I couldn't write the same things that I could have written before. That's why I was able to remember that. And so at the end of it all, man, I'm sorry, but I'm starting to realize now that, and from Khalil Ahmad El, I'm starting to realize that that must have been the reason for that type of promotion, so that we would start thinking that even if your parents had arrived, you weren't supposed to stay there. You were supposed to go backwards. Dang. I never thought about the coincidence of that until just now.
Wow.
So I'm sorry, Mr. Important. I'm sorry, Mr. Wait, I'm trying to remember the name. Mr. Imp, you've been waiting patiently, so weigh in on it, sir.
On the conversation about the rap or just in general?
In general, first you, and then it's going to be Ace 3567's turn, and then after that, Carlos Red, and then after that, I'm gonna bring Pharaoh on.
Well, I wanted to chime in about the situation with the football player. He tried to
Brian
kill
Banks?
this woman. Yeah. I mean, he was so arrogant about it. He even had the nerve to say, "Wait, you're still alive."
Oh yeah,
So,
you mean the Seattle Seahawks football
Chad.
player?
yes.
Chad Wheeler.
Yeah, him. Yeah, that crazy bastard. Yeah,
Chad Wheeler, that's him.
yeah.
So I don't understand, why would the sisters still go straight to them when they know doggone well they're just going for their own demise?
Exactly.
They want
They're doing it because they put him on a pedestal. That's their idol. It's the same thing with all these Cleon bitches who slept with Jason Roger Pope and got HIV. They're with him because that's their idol. I mean, the brain farts are all over the place.
I just wanted to break that up, and I'm also trying to start producing food as well. The thing is, I don't want to do it here. Like, if I do travel, like settle in a different country and then start producing food over there. They could starve over here. Sorry.
Yes, I'm just. I don't blame you. I don't blame you, man. It's just shit.
Makes sense, yeah. Matter of fact, I heard that Senegal has good farmland and for low prices.
Yeah, they do. They do actually. Have you seen? Have you been to a property under 1K? I mean 100K.
I have not seen it, no, but in Senegal, I was told about it. My friend is deceased, but he was about to do that. He's from Senegal, and he went back as an adult, and he found out that that the farms were pretty much people were selling the farms for cheap because they were trying to get to the cities. They just didn't want to work farms anymore, and there was nothing wrong with the land. They had seen TVs. The TVs were now being piped into where they lived, and they said, "I want to go live in the cities," and that dropped the prices of farms. And he said, "That's my opportunity." So I just wanted to throw that out for Mr. M too, if that's what he wanted to do.
Okay.
I mean,
I appreciate that. I
hope it
might
helps.
too late take a look at Senegal. Thank you.
You're welcome, sir. I hope it helps. And if it doesn't wind up being there, then wherever you go, hopefully Allah will grant you success in it. But at least that's the place to look for low prices. And I don't know exactly which crops tend to grow the easiest there, but I did want to specify this though. Senegal does have, from what I've been told, Senegal does have about a few weeks of colder weather than what you would expect in West Africa. So if you're gonna grow something that can't stand like a week in the cold, then you might not want to grow it there in Senegal. That's all. So let's see.
What about Tanzania?
Don't know enough about it, actually. I don't know enough about what they grow there. I mean, I know it's got different types of land in Tanzania. I know some of it's dry, some of it's lush and tropical, but I don't know exactly where is where. So I really couldn't tell you much, but I know they're African Americans that are settling in Tanzania. I just forgot their names. They got YouTube channels, but I forgot what their names are. And so, next up, I wanted to hear Ace 3567, the curious one. Go ahead and weigh in on this, sir. It's your turn.
Greetings, Black Heart, Black Mind. Greetings, and greetings, everyone.
What's up?
How are you all doing?
A lot better now after hearing your voice. How you doing?
I'm doing all right. Basically in the process of navigating it, but a few questions come to mind throughout the chat. Since when is mentioning the issue when it comes to American Western culture in reference to ABW complaint?
especially when there's historical and academic references where numerous Black individuals, mainly men, were speaking out against this type of shit. Pardon my language. But the moment when someone mentions comparing, explaining the situation and already solutions to addressing it is complaining, really shows a feminine trait. But can you hear me?
You're cutting in and out, to be honest with you.
You're cutting in and out of microphone, I think.
All right, can you hear me better now?
That's much better.
Yeah, yes.
All right. My question, one of them is, since when is explaining and even pointing out historical references when it comes to the American Western dysfunction complaining, despite the fact that there were numerous individuals who were not only speaking out against this type of dysfunction, but even offered solutions to ensure that this doesn't happen again? The moment when someone compares, explains situation, and already resolved the issue by not engaging in that type of culture is complaining, shows signs of a feminine trait to me.
Yep, me too. Yep.
Yeah, it is feminine. It's feminine traits and stuff like that. And it's like very reactionary. It's like adolescence, like teenage girls and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, you complain and you bring out and you bring some logic and some reason. Oh, you complain, you're doing this, you're doing this. I'm like, I'm like, man, that's some little, weak shit, man. I mean,
Right.
like,
Even when you always
I'm like, man, I'm like, you know what I'm saying? That just, and they coming with that type of dude. You bringing solutions, and I'm thinking that women use that. That's what do you call it? That's we call it this. Is a distraction. It's just that's besides the point. Like you bringing up stuff that don't have nothing to do with the point you just addressed, and they coming up with some other mess. So they just using that as
running interference. Yep.
Yeah.
In other words, go ahead.
Yeah. Like I said, like these guys that don't seem that intelligent, man. You know what I'm saying? So, and I'm thinking that, like, it just like I was saying. So, it's like you ain't put no thought. That's the best thing you can think of. Is complaining. That's the best. That's the best. We call it response they can do. A counter argument. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I'm like, that's just, I don't know what to say about that type of stuff, man. It's just.
Yeah, I'm done. Yeah, because I don't like dealing with that shit neither. It's just, I mean, you offer a solution and then they say, no, that's weak, or you complaining, quit bitching. I'm like, no one's bitching, man. Like, if you have a problem, you say what the problem is, and you move to solve it. There's no complaining and there's no bitching about it. Just, you offer logic.
Right. That's what us as men tend to do. We see a problem, we come up with a solution, but then they want to still call us weak and complaining because they don't want to hear our solution.
Exactly. They want to hear it because they revel in the stupidity. They revel in the mayhem and chaos.
Exactly.
Exactly.
In other
Gentlemen, I'm going
words,
to move to the background so that Pharaoh can come on and join you guys. So I'll be able to hear you, but I'm going to be in the back of the studio where you won't hear me. But Pharaoh, you're going to take my spot. So give me a moment. Let me see how I can do this. All right. See y'all gentlemen in a bit. Pharaoh's coming on.
greetings, Pharaoh. How you do?
How y'all doing, gentlemen?
What's up, man?
I'm doing all right.
Nothing much. Hear y'all up here cooking, man. I was up here for the same thing about this individual in the chat, man. I don't know where. I kept asking him, where are you getting your pro-black rhetoric from? Because that same talking points that he's having is the same one, the synthetic one, as we call her, has the same exact talking points. But you see how much, when you find out as a hypocrite she was, when she went to procreate with that IDNS across the goddamn in North, really where he's from, Mr. Chuck Pullout, North Carolina. She came across the globe to go get spermed on by that man. So my thing is that even her, it shows that a lot of them will see when women sit over here and you talking about building, Mr. TOP, what they really saying is, you build and I come and I take. Even Christy said the same thing. You build it, I'll run it. That's what she said out of her mouth. Yeah, it's dang wrong, but I'm actually glad she admitted that, because guess what? A lot of women feel and think the same way that she does. They just won't tell you about it. But as thinking black men, we know that because they show it through the actions. That's why nobody's not going to build for your women. And let's say even if black men did build, them women they gonna go on cold, bro. Want to know why? You want to know what you want to admit? It's because years before we came over there, they was already bred to not even respect us, man. And that shows that in the daughter of the trades, and that's like throughout history. No matter what you do as a black man, they are not bred. Women are women. Well, it's not even our women. Let me rephrase. BWs have a low-key resentment for black men, period. There's nothing that black men done. There's nothing that black men can do about that. That's their own problem. Them alone. So when you sit over here and you put that on the man, yes, I can sit over here and talk all day on how the boomers failed and all that other gibberish, but it don't matter. Because your culture was never designed for you to succeed anyway.
Exactly.
Exactly. Yep.
So that's why when I get all of these pro-black talking points, I'm like, no. And at the end of the day, you're nothing more than Dr. Umar Johnson or a Derek Jackson. You feeding these lies. That's why y'all love Ado so much.
Exactly,
y'all feed. It's nothing but sexual politicking.
Exactly.
Like you in the chat going at my boy New about who he trying to date. Why do you care?
Exactly, man. It's just simping and dick policing. That's all it is, and it's stupid. It's dumpster diving.
Exactly.
Crazy amount of hate I saw this friend of mine get because he was married to an Ethiopian woman. It was ridiculous. Diane Samir had interviewed him, and in the comments section, it was just nothing but hate. It was just ridiculous.
What's wrong with that? She's Cushite. She's Ethiopian. What's wrong with that?
I guess she's not black enough. I don't know.
Man, that's the blackest of the black. What the hell? I don't understand. I don't understand. I don't get it.
It's just they don't want us having options other than black American women, period. So when they see us having options in Africa, Asia, it doesn't matter. They don't like it. They just don't like it, period.
Yeah, I think that's what it was. And I think that, and his woman was actually like chocolate, you know what I'm saying, darker than him, you know what I'm saying? So his woman was like, was darker than him. Even the woman I'm dealing with is darker than me, and she's African. It don't make a difference. Like, in Africa, I'd be considered light skinned or something like that. But like, I'm like more Will Smith complexion. So it's not even just that. So the whole thing about, it's just, I don't know, it's the like I said, it's a type of insanity, and I don't that goes on. But like I said, they talk about environment, but the environment is not seductive for like, for a family thing. How you gonna run like, just like black folks that's living in the UK, how you gonna run a system that wasn't built for you to begin with? Like I'm like Akon, when the system wasn't built from the begin with, and the environment doesn't produce it. When you have the whites of society, if they killing us on the, getting killed on the streets and with no result, how the hell you think that we gonna have some power over, a white American country? A white Western country. I mean, these people or no, it's a joke. It's a joke. You know what I'm saying? Unless you're
it is.
Talking about getting some land, living in some remote place or something like that, some remote place in America, and where you just separate and you living in a we call it a compound with walls and stuff, where you living like something like that. And most black folks ain't doing all that, man. So I mean, so they're not going to do live in some kind of compound somewhere out there in the backwoods somewhere in America or something like that, living where like living like the Amish or something like that, or something like that. And most black folk ain't doing no shit like this, so it ain't happening. So let's be realistic.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
So they on some bullshit, man. Nobody else got time for that bullshit.
Yeah, they are. And I think here's what I think it is. It goes back to what Dr. Claude Anderson was saying, where they're crabbing. That's they're doing it. They're crabbing because as long as you have options, as long as you have resources, and as long as you can pull yourself out of a bad situation, there they are, ready to grab you back down and try to yank you. It's just
Yeah,
it's
exactly.
disgusting. It's disgusting, man. It's just I hate that.
Mm-hmm. And shout out to Snuggles. Hey, Snuggles, there's nothing wrong with ADOS, but when you have different faction of people fighting for things that's for the wrong reasons, that's the issue. ADOS, you supposed to be really, it's supposed to be for reparations, man, to be honest. But you have pro-blacks and BWs hijacking that word and using it as sexual politicking, man. And that's what's getting on our nerves. That's what LOM is saying. You having people
Say it to those in the
hijacking
back.
movement,
Sorry,
and has to, exactly. You having people hijacking that and using it for their own dichotomy, and that's what's getting on our nerves. That's not what they're fighting for, ADOS, and what we are talking about it are two different things. That's the issue about it. And when it comes to that womb talk policing on women and especially men, I'm like, no, we're not down for that, because at the end of the day, what you're trying to do is you're trying to play the restriction game. That's all that is. It's a restriction game. And we right here, we said this is a free market. Let the chips fall where they may.
Indeed. I am curious, though, when it comes to the mentality of these individuals who are the new, quote, pro-black. If they are pro-black, does that mean they also defend the dysfunctional and the muckery? Shout outs to the Black Heart, Black Mind for clever way of using curse words that's been going on in U.S. society. And if so, aren't you going to address the women and the men on your camp? So this way you're able to have a functional community instead of a functional community. Otherwise.
Exactly. Because I mean, you have to address both of it. I mean, like, if you want your community to be functional, you have to call out the bad in both the men and the women. You got to call out both. You just can't call out the men and only call out the men, because everything gets lopsided, because the woman could be doing all this terrible shit and you leave her off the hook. That's the problem I had with a lot of these pro-waxers. A lot of them who do that, they're simps. But they will hijack that ADOS. They will hijack the ADOS acronym and just run with it, and then the shit gets contaminated. And I don't like that. I'm sick of that.
Interestingly enough, though, in one of the books I'm reading, in The Man Not, The Crisis When It Comes to Black Manhood, shout outs to Professor Curry for this, and this may answer that individuals or an individual question on who is at fault. Back then, when it comes down to the unity and trust that black men and black women in American culture have, the black men were actually being honorable and respectful. So they weren't showing any signs of oppression or limiting their powers. Even one of the women in who worked with Stokely Carmichael, I may pronounce the name wrong, expressed her statements that Mr. Carmichael was the opposite of what it means of being an oppressor.
Exactly. He wasn't a tyrant.
And especially when I tell them, when they talk about holding or the men today, when you hear them that they claim, well, the man is weak, they won't go up and fight the system. It just still goes back to where you cut the boys by the knees and mutilated them, like literally, like mentally and emotionally. So what do you expect to do when they grow up? My thing is, I'm like, and Dr. Tommy Curry, I got his book, The Man 9. He says the same dang thing, man. When you sit over here and you cut the nuts off the boys and neuter the boys, these are the type of men you're going to have.
Exactly.
So when you complain about the building, or when dudes saying, well, that's why they don't have no respect. Well, the same dudes who they have sexual attraction for are the same dudes they ain't gonna respect. Which one is it?
Exactly, man. I mean, see, they chop the boys off at the knees, and those boys, like, they want warriors, they want a soldier, they want a military, but you can't do that if you castrate the boys. You bite their head off. You can't do that.
Pardon me though for one moment. In regards to the unfortunate severness of many black men and black boys, they pretty much, the generation of the previous times that accepted the sexual liberation movement as well as the feminism, they pretty much wanted a shortcut to life. Yep. And as such, their decisions have definitely screwed up many generations from there to now.
Exactly, man. At this point, the damage is irreversible. I mean, it's terrible. It's a mess.
Yeah, it's not. Yeah, it's not going back. I don't see it happening. Like, you know, unless this is extreme. You have to go to extreme measurements. Like I said, you got to build a whole compound, you know, completely separate from the white society and all that type of stuff. And that's the only. I just don't see it. It's not really, you know, something like I said, you know, I'm pro-black myself, Pan-African myself, but I have to be realistic. And like I said,
right.
You know, you have to be realistic, and these guys don't have no critical thinking.
They really don't.
Just thinking that, like, and basically, like, you know, you have to be practical too, man. So a lot of these guys are, and if you don't have a critique of what's going on, then you ain't really pro-black anyway. You know what I'm saying? So my thing is, if you're gonna be Pan-African or pro-black, and you don't have a critique of what the hell's going on, and just acting like nothing's going on, there's not no problem, then that's just, I don't know, man. That's, to me, that's dangerous. That's dangerous.
It is dangerous because you're walking around blind, deaf, and dumb. It's very dangerous.
Exactly. And that's why a lot of dudes, they don't get taken seriously. If you're going to be pro-black and you cannot critique the things that's going on in the community and you just shun it, and you could, especially if you dump it all on the men, especially. I'm like, man, no. I said, you're no better than that pastor in that goddamn church that black women fully supported. I'm like, you're no different. And I can see why BGS left the black community, left the pro-black community, and he's explained it different. He explained it well, man. He said they would not hold the women accountable. They wouldn't do it for shit. So my whole thing is that until that's not, like I said, it's too far gone at this point. Just like how people talk about the Great Reset, your community is sorry. It's going to be a great reset, and everything. You just want to just breed it out. That's my whole solution to it. You just gonna have to breed it out.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you're gonna breed it out.
They say we don't talk about the solutions. Actually, we do.
We do. You do.
The fact is that you won't like the solution that we have with this certain, which is a hard pill to swallow. That most men, that most simps and miracles are not willing to do. So
exactly, they just don't. They don't have the spine to do it, man. I mean, because our solution. I mean, you're right. It's a hard pill to swallow. The truth hurts, but lies can kill. But they don't want the solution. They don't want it.
Yeah, you're right. And I think like O'Shea, Dynasty of Mirror, I feel like they really are the real pro-blacks of Pan-African. At least they trying to be productive and do stuff. They're not talking about just Egyptian Kemetic spirituality all damn day. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? So it's not like, I feel like that, they trying to build, trying to do something. And I think that I think that and I think at least those guys are trying to do something and just talking about all this other stuff and bringing some solutions, huh?
I mean, yeah, we're all trying to do something in our own right. You know, I mean, me personally, I'm trying to become an owner operator, and if I get enough resources and stake my green, I can have black men drive for me. You don't got to go to no white man and any other shit. You can drive for me. But exactly. It's also part of the my new acronym called SYO, which stands for Support Your Own.
Yeah, definitely. Two things I would like to add in. First of all, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yes, sir. Yeah, you're loud and clear.
First of which is best of luck, and I know you have the highest confidence to dominate. Lion or LOM?
One second. All right, cool.
Okay, we're listening. I think his mic's not muted, but it's far away from him. But we're listening.
All right. The
LOM, he
second
have his own channel.
the second thing is of what Jay just said, because it definitely explains the ethnicity and the mindset when it comes to the definition of pro-black. Because for pro-black, at least from my understanding so far, one must confront the bad as well as the good. In his case, he acknowledges the dysfunction as well as where it's going to end, which is why he is pursuing options while maintaining to his ethnic and cultural heritage. In comparison to those who want to join in the pro-black way, they're basically no different than a zombie, meaning they have no original thought and are pretty much afraid to even criticize the so-called movement that they wish to support.
Exactly, because I mean, when you think about it, they're living their lives on autopilot. Exactly.
It appears worse. It appears even worse. There are some of us in here that have been pro-black from a younger age, and New was one. I was another one, and it got overran by exactly who I opened this live to talk about. It got overran by some of these guys that wanted to be pro-black, but they still wanted to keep street credibility. And the reason was that oftentimes back then, people wanted to preach pro-blackness, but they were trying to find a way to reach the youth. And they found they couldn't reach them without having any street credibility. And to get street credibility, you had to do street things. Even to be credible to guys that had not done anything illegal themselves, you had to do something that was. So it got to a point where you couldn't preach pro-blackness to them until you had been through the penal system yourself. But there was no Malcolm X standard of literacy that came with that. So when I was coming up, I mean, there were a few guys that wanted to reach the youth. They thought they could go to me to do it because I was a teen at the time. But I have to tell them, they're not going to listen to me. I came up Huxtable. They're not going to listen. They wouldn't even listen to somebody that came up like them or came up in the same zip codes if he didn't do anything illegal. Now, they may accept things from them, like if they open up a community center and they're passing out free things, people take the free stuff. But they're not going to sit up and actually listen to someone that didn't go through this negatively stereotypical route. You got to be exactly what you're telling them not to be before they listen to you tell them not to be that. And so it wound up getting overran. I mean, I got introduced to it in 1990. And by the time by 1995, I saw in Atlanta how it had changed, how people were claiming to be pro-black in the college setting, but they had all sorts of ideas that weren't really going to work for us. So it got overran, and that's part of why I opened this thing up. It's a lot of them that are sitting up saying, well, the same ones that are saying you got to have swag. They're promoting this idea of swag, which is a stereotypical idea of swag, and not black masculinity. And they're promoting that as though it is black.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's a Western concept.
Exactly. So it's a Western concept, and if anything, it's not masculinity. If anything, you're just lying. You're just lying to women to get laid. There is no masculinity behind that.
Yeah. So all that gang stuff and all that stuff is Western concept and stuff like that. And I think that even for me, I didn't grow up hustle. I grew up low middle class. I had a single mom. I grew up single parent home, but I had a grandmother. I mean, my grandfather was my way of masculinity. He taught me about masculinity. I had a grandfather, but I definitely didn't grow up in no damn Bill Cosby life or something like that. But I was saying that hustle, I would say that like low middle class, or it's kind of like we was on like Section 8 for a couple of years, but then we finally got out of it. My mom got the degree, but I was never what you call like so I was like, kind of like in between. I was kind of in between, kind of like almost like a paycheck away from like in the hood, but not really in white suburbs either. So it's kind of like, a lot of black dudes really, grow up kind of like that. You're almost in the borders of we call it, almost in the borders of the hood. You know what I'm saying? So it's kind of like, people don't talk about it. They come up in between. So I definitely wasn't middle class though, but I wasn't like, just out here just like eating we call it mayonnaise sandwiches either. So, but I was saying, so I think that I think that, and I had dudes that ran the new dudes that ran the streets and stuff like that, and some family members that got killed and got into drug deals and all that type of stuff. But I think, like you were saying, that I didn't get into pro-blackness till 2013. So Pan African or whatever type of stuff. But like you were saying that you had to be legitimized. You had to do all this hood stuff. That don't even sound. You can't really take that serious. Like being because like
Exactly.
they're associating blackness with criminality. So that's what white people do.
Exactly, and that's disrespectful, man. I mean, I'm not gonna my ethnicity and my blackness is not. I don't want that to be associated with criminality. I mean, that's why I like going to black business expos, I like speaking to black entrepreneurs, black truck drivers, black engineers, black people who are skillful in something. I like speaking to those brothers. I don't like speaking to all these pro-wax and these hotep slow steps who will sit up here and preach about this and that, or the ones who talk about swag and having game and all this stuff. Because for the most part, they're snake oil salesmen. I mean, I understood that a long time ago, and just they've been on the same shit for years. I mean, there's no growth.
Yeah, and I think you're right. And I think that growing up with me, like the old school rappers, like even like you look at how hip hop was, like Wu-Tang and all that. I was growing up listening to those dudes, and like and it helped me was Nas and stuff like that. Even though they was in there, but they still had some type of knowledge compared to like all this mumble rap. You know what I'm saying? So you can look at it like how bad the culture has gotten through the music, right? You look at like the music.
Yes.
It's like there's no intelligence in the music. You can track it through hip hop, the gravitation, the evolution of hip hop, and you can just look at how the music is, how it was back in the early 2000s, early 2000s and 90s. Huh?
You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. I mean, like especially back then, like I actually grew up listening to New Jack Swing. Bobby Brown was popular where I was, and they loved the like even Michael Jackson loved that sound very much, and he even did a few New Jack Swing tracks. Like Remember the Time was a New Jack Swing track, but I grew up listening to Kid and Play, and then of course there was Snoop Dogg, the gangster rap, Dr. Dre, and all that stuff. But yeah, just you're right. You could track how the culture and like how the condition like got increasingly worse through the music. You're absolutely right. You're right. Yeah.
I want to ask a question to Pharaoh, if I may, because you know a lot of the history of the manosphere and the pro-black spaces in YouTube. I wish I knew as much as you because of how new I am. And sometimes I find it hard to be a positive contribution when there's a lot of history that I don't know about. On the other hand, it gives me an extension of neutrality from a lot of beefs too, because I'm very new. But I saw in real life before the internet was even widespread, hell, before it was used at all, then widespread, and let alone before social media, how pro-black circles got overran by first a bunch of illiterates, people that were just dumb, and then how it got overran by people that were trying to keep one foot in the street and confusing black manhood and masculinity with somebody else's or with our enemy's stereotypes. I could tell you about that in real life, but could you walk us through that process in YouTube, if you will? And if you don't want to say anybody's names, we'll understand.
Okay, so you just walk through like how did we end up having belligerents and IDNS and pro-black? How did it end up coming about today? Well,
yes.
I mean, what you have is pro-black. What it really is when you really look at pro-black, what it is pretty much, it's kind of like what Dr. Claude is. You have to have group economics, and you guys pull your resources as black individuals, black women and black men, so you can keep everything as a whole. that's pretty much the gist of what the black is. Everything's supposed to be pretty much black, like what LOM is saying. You go to black business expo, you buy black, pretty much you support each other as a whole. And so what you have is then is characters documentary, and really it's really because he's just charismatic. That's why I say he's no better. He's pretty much a street preacher, pretty much, and he's a more of leaning to women. And when you start having these individuals like him, young Pharaoh, who was the guy that came in and just
I'm sorry, your phone broke up just now. After you snapped the fingers trying to remember someone's name, then it broke up. Could you repeat that?
okay, you hear me now?
Well, you're still Borgin, but I heard you. Oh, Pharaoh, are you driving somewhere, sir? Okay.
Oh, okay.
Okay, Pharaoh's still with us, but and he's not muted, but I think he just drove through a dead zone. But when he comes back, he can probably hear us, but when he comes back, I still want to hear more of the history as to how they came down and how they just came down on us on YouTube, how these pro-wax, you could say, these illiterates just came in and replaced anybody that would have meant even better. Let's see. Now, okay, Asa said in the chat, kudos to a YouTuber who made a good insult of swag. May be offensive on YouTube. If you mean secretly we are, then you got all the swag in the world. Okay. Now, that was actually kind of hilarious, to be honest. Because there are those who do that. I mean, there are those who talk that stuff, and I don't know who's doing it on YouTube, but we all know somebody in real life that was talking all that thug stuff when they were in high school, and then later on you find out that they're into dudes, and whether they take the persona of the woman or they take the persona of the man, you find out that they're into guys. We've all known someone like that.
Wow.
I
No
mean, everybody.
wonder the Boondocks made an accurate reference to it.
Yep.
Holy
Yeah.
shit.
Yeah, they do it. Yeah, even Keenan Ivory Wayans did that in Living Color. You know, like there's always been that stereotype that one dude is all thugging, and then before you know it, you find out he got sugar in the tank. But yeah, it is what it is.
So true.
Yeah. And so there's always, everybody knows someone like that growing up, and I pretty much told
homo thugs, right?
I'm sorry,
Yeah.
I couldn't hear you.
Yeah, that's what you call homo thugs.
Yeah, buddy little shit. Yeah, that.
Oh, did you say homo thug?
Yeah, that's what you call them, man.
Yeah, I remember that one on Boondocks, and that's the thing. The funny thing was that the actual thug that was not afraid of anyone or anything was it wasn't Gangstalicious, but it was the one whose heart he had broken. I forgot that character's name.
Remember the song "Homies Overhold"? I didn't realize that "Homie Overhold, Homie Overhold, Homie." I don't know if you remember that song. It was a song off of Boondock, and I used to play it, but then after I figured out they talking about some homo stuff, but the song was funny, it was hilarious, and I was like, and I think the Boondocks was a very it was very clever written about like the insanity of like black culture. Remember they had like being a I think nigga moment or the end moment. This is when you have an end moment, and I was like,
the ninja moment.
I was like, they played up, and that's how it really, and that's how it is and stuff. Like, what I'm saying, because I think that and they had like there was a lot of truth, in that, in that Boondocks, and they did it in animation, in And the thing, I don't know if they would be able to do that in like a live action. I couldn't think they was able to do that. They probably no, they would have been like, oh, you guys stereotyping, or you guys doing certain things and stuff. I think he was able to do that. I think what's the guy, something McGuire, he was able to do that because it's an animated form.
Mhm.
What you say? You
Um,
think they would have been allowed to do something like that in live action like that?
No, it would have been censored. They wouldn't do that. No, they wouldn't go
My
for it.
bad,
Yeah,
Black.
yeah,
Can y'all
yeah.
hear me just fine?
okay, Pharaoh. Yeah, now your voice is clear. Yeah,
Yeah.
we're ready for you to give us that history now as to how they managed to take over the pro-black spaces even on YouTube. All ears, sir.
Okay, cool. So pretty much where I left off is that pretty much I was pretty much just naming them down, the famous ones, you know, Young Pharaoh, Dr. Umar Johnson, and I got brother's name because his name escaped me at the time, Brother Polite.
Oh, that dude.
And
Yeah,
so
that dude. Yeah, I heard that he. I heard that he scammed. I heard he scammed a lot of people. So he scammed a whole bunch of black people.
yeah, yeah, man.
And then
Yeah,
went to California. Then went to
And
California.
yeah, and that's
God.
what's gonna segue when I start saying that people started like bastardizing the meaning for pro-black. See, the pro-black, the people who I say who were like the leaders of pro-black were your individuals like John Henry Clark, Dr.
Uh,
Neely
mm-hmm.
Fuller, Dr.
Yep.
Amos Wilson,
Oh, yep.
even rest in peace to Dr. Francis Cress Wilson.
Yep.
And so my thing is that and of course Dr. Clyde Anderson. See,
Of course.
there are the pendulum. There are the pendulums of what you what pro-black is,
Yep.
and you
Him,
will see that
Booker T. Washington.
individuals will use their names and use their ideology and everything else, and that's how today's pro-black. That's how they fleece money out of individuals,
Yep.
especially
Exactly.
women.
Yep.
And that's why when BGS, who's been a part of the pro-black and the Pan-Africans for 30-something years, when he started telling the truth on some sister Sherazad Ali, and pretty much, and she's pro-black as well, as quiet as it's quelt. So my thing is that when you sit over here and you start exposing all the truth, and you actually start like telling things that's going on into the black community. Even the guy, when BGS gave his lecture, the guy came up to BGS and BGS said, he said, hey man, you can't really be saying that, we got nothing but women here. And that's when he finally realizes that you can't, they're not really this is not really pro-black. It's nothing but restriction talk. And so now you having people like, I'll say his initials, but GM, you know who that guy named, come in and sit over here and say, well, it's nothing but the dysfunction. It's nothing but the dysfunction in the black community. And I'm like, they leave the stuff so vague and ambiguous. It's like, it just gets on my nerves. So when we sit over here and we start talking about real problems, that's why I said pro-black community right now and the manosphere cannot mesh with each other. They just can't. They'll never be able to mesh because we are here to have an honest conversation and to get to the truth and to actually see and tell people what's going on. Pro-blacks just want this whole fairy tale of black love, which is nothing but black submissive to the black man being submissive to the women. That's all that black love is. We want you to be compliant because that's all that is when they preach you about that, man. And 9 times out of 10, when they preach to something like that, the women are not even viable mates. They're not even viable mates. So when you hear like their language and you start getting to the gist of what they're really on, it's nothing but preacher talk. And that's why I can't take any, we look at their actions. Dr. Polite, who scammed people out that money, Dr. Umar Johnson, who raised about $750,000 and still have not built no school, not a school in sight, but you can catch him at the strip club. So my whole thing is that what has pro-black become? And now you have people on YouTube, sitting over here just spewing that rhetoric as if black men didn't see what was going on, as if we stupid, as if we're dumb. And my thing is like, no, you guys cannot be. You guys are nothing but hood magos and dashikis. That's what you guys are.
Yeah, you're
Hood dudes.
exactly right.
I'm like, I
Yep.
have not met a pro-black dude who has charismatic. That it's always an old saying. A preacher can always find two things: a place to stay and some warm coochie to get up in.
Mm-hmm.
And that holds true to the soul of these pro-black magos, especially these men that sit over here spewing all this bullshit and using talking points from our leaders. That's what irks my blood. You sitting over here, you sitting over taking talking points from Dr. Clyde Anderson. Individuals that actually did give a damn about the community.
Mm-hmm.
Individuals that did try to move things so our community can be in a better position,
Mm-hmm.
in a more of a feudalistic power position. And now what you have is people preaching their rhetoric and stealing money, pretty much swindling money at the same time. That's
Mm-hmm.
why I say now the pro-black community has been bastardized as a whole.
Yeah, it has.
And
It's rotten. Yep.
so, and it's been like that for a good minute, 10 plus years going on now. So my thing is that that's how they ended up winding up on YouTube, and that's how they ended up winding on the space. And really, I don't want to blame O'Shea for that because O'Shea,
You know,
he don't mean no
but you know
harm
what?
by it. Go ahead.
Only thing I can't respect about, only thing about Umar Johnson, he said, well, look, if you don't want to deal with a black American woman, you get a black woman from Europe, Latin America, or Africa. And he said that, but that's one thing he did say that you don't have to deal with the Western black woman. He did say that. That's one thing I can say. He did say that. You know what I'm saying? So he has more of a Pan-African view, and Tariq Nasheed is on this foundational black mass or something. This Tariq Nasheed, he never said that. Like, you know what I'm saying? Tariq Nasheed, I feel like with him, he caters to the Western black woman more, something like that. And I think in that sense, so I couldn't see him making a statement like that. So I think that's the only thing I can say about Umar Johnson in that way. So and I think that because I noticed that Tariq Nasheed, he used to be on this Pan African stuff when he had that Hidden Colors.
Yeah.
But soon as this, he switched it up. Soon as that, what's her name? What's the Cornell something that I heard that she a
Yvette
dyke.
Carnell.
And tone talks and all that crap. And, I find that soon as I heard that, then he switched up on his FBA stuff and all. He wasn't talking all that stuff before then, huh?
Well, and the thing
you know what I'm saying?
is,
So he's catering to females. He's catering to the Western black woman. Huh?
Well, when you find out when they did that, a lot of men don't stand on their stands too. A lot of the men in the black community, since they said we don't hold any black men accountable here, I'm holding right now. Some of the black men sat right here and gave in, to the tide. See, you can't tell black men that they're in a matriarch because that boggles their ego, even though that's the truth. That's the disconnect from us and from the pro-black. That's why we can never mesh with them. See, we will tell them, hey, black men, you don't really have no power, bruh, because this is a matriarch which is fueled by white supremacy. See, that's pro-black talk, but that's logical, like understanding on what the situation, how we came this way. But when you tell them that, see, they understand that, but see, they can't go out and tell the women that because guess what? That's their prime audience. They're gonna always switch up. And that's why I can't rock with Yvette Carnell, Tone Talks, because to be honest, they too much of a socialist anyway. So, I mean, that Tariq Nasheed, and Tariq Nasheed, and it's funny because he told people, he said, hey, don't look at me as your leader. Because that's what black people like to do. They try to find somebody that's a freaking monolith, like a leader, like a deity or something. And Tariq Nasheed say, hey, I'm speaking this pro-black mess, but hey, don't look at me as your leader. Like, no, because even he knows when you have people that's you put in as your leaders, we know the same people that put you as your leaders, the same people that's going to stab you in the back as well. you will be the first one to get overthrown by your own people. It happened with Malcolm X. It happened with Marcus Garvey. It happened with all your Pan-Africans and your pro-blacks. We will be the first to overthrow our own before the white man does. But see, you can't say that in the pro-black because they have to put that mirror on themselves. That's why I say when you got these people trying to sell, they nothing but street preachers. That's all that they are. I cannot take them serious because they bastardize what the word and what the meaning actually is. And that's what really irritates a lot of brothers in the manosphere because we know what pro-black actually is. To be honest with you, everybody on this panel are actually legitimately pro-black.
Yeah, you're right,
Well,
man. You said about the key thing, like you said about like they don't want to recognize they're in a matriarch, and I think that's a key point, like you were saying, that they don't want to recognize uh that they're in a matriarch, and there's nothing they can yeah, I think a lot of them don't want to acknowledge that, and I think
Exactly.
so you hit a point, yeah, and I think that yeah, and I think that's the part of the problem, and a lot of and I think the women don't want to dudes to know the we call it recognize that they are in a matriarch because they know it's a problem. That's why I think that like in same ways though I forgot the dating cultures, huh? You know what I'm saying? Like the dating cultures know exactly know that they're in a matriarch, and a lot of the fans are Western women, so they know they don't want to recognize that it's a matriarch. Huh? So it's basically like these these fake pro blacks, and these reverse pimping, like reverse
Hmm.
dating pimp dudes, like what Black Mind said. They all they do all have that in common.
Right. And my whole thing is that at the end of the day, man, I mean, this is what I've always said, man. And I said, hey, if you, it's, I don't pocket watch or do anything about it because there's nothing you can really do. You got to hustle, be on your hustle about it. But my whole thing is that don't sit over here and use black people's causes, to try to get a come up, man. I really that really is I have a very disdain for that. That's why I say they all the same. Them dating coaches, preachers, they are nothing but reverse pimp and street preachers, man. You sit over here, let's say if somebody is having an issue, you're not really giving them like concrete solutions. All you're doing is you're doing what some of these dudes are doing to these women. You sit over here and you try to give them what's called cheat codes. That's all that you're doing. And a lot of times the cheat codes don't even work because for it to work, you have to be in an environment that shifts so it can work. You're not in that environment. That's what y'all don't understand. I'm like, all this stuff that's going on right now, if your culture is messed up, your environment is fucked up. And that's pure point, period. And that cannot be debated. So when you have a
Agreed.
culture, when you have a
Yeah,
environment that's filled nothing with toxic individuals, you cannot unspoil a child in the same environment that they were spoiled in. You just can't. So my thing is that when you sit over here, which is right now, COVID-19, that was pretty much a shift in the environment. That's all that is. And guess what? And it's going to get worse. But you want to know what's the good thing about this? Is that black men seeing people for who they are. All this crime, all this people admitting. You just had a woman calling Kevin Samuels shit, talking about she had the gift, aka STDs and shit, and talking about, oh, how can I get a high value man? Are you serious? My thing is, it's in y'all faces now. They're telling you that they got a gift because they done rationalize with the STD or sexual transmitted disease that they have, so they rationalize saying it's a gift, it's a blessing. They now telling to you in your face, black men. They're telling it in your face. It's not even covert anymore. It's overt. And that's why I said the solution is SYSBM, and it's going to remain SYSBM. You have to read that out. And that's what pro-blacks don't want to hear, because they know they'll have to sit over and look at their own women and look at themselves for being nothing but Derrick Jackson filibustering ass. That's what they have to look at.
Now
Oh.
that is some top tier fire content you just demonstrated, Pharaoh. For that, I think.
It's just a shame it took 4.5 hours to get that content, but that's not to say that I don't appreciate everything that everybody's contributed, not at all. But I'm going to have to send you notices ahead of time, Pharaoh, before I go live. It's Khalil. If I were going to say I'm getting the F out the country, I would say I'm fitting the guck out of the country. But I appreciate you using the spoonerism. I noticed something when that lady said something about having a gift. That reminded me of Jada Pinkett Smith trying to call her fair an entanglement. It was the same thing. Y'all notice she said, "Oh, it was an entanglement," and you could see the neck muscles move as she was trying to put emphasis on it. You could see those neck muscles around the throat tense up, and then later on, she sat up and did the power trip. She said, "Well, I'm the only one that could give permission." But she just sat up and said it was an entanglement so she was trying to hold on to power to restrict sexual access while diminishing accountability
Exactly.
for cheating, using that sexual access to cheat on her husband. And for all the rumors about it being an open relationship, that man was hurt. You could see the hurt. He was like, "Oh, no, I'm going to get even with you. In order to stay with you, I'm going to do the same thing." And she tried to tell him it's not about getting even. And then this lady comes on, she says, "Oh, well, I've got a gift." Every single thing that they do wrong, it's something. They try to present it as something more for us to love. I noticed that. That's and that's strictly a Western phenomenon. I'm not going to even say it was only the Western black woman, but I've noticed that it is a Western phenomenon. And
It
in other
is.
words, only black women that are doing it are Western black women. So when these guys are sitting up telling us, "Well, you need to have swag, you need to have game, you need to stop trying to be a lame and stop trying to be so square and stop using white standards like they're legitimate," what they're pretty much saying is settle for this. Now, these guys, again, I'm pointing out, they can be in the manosphere. But if they say this type of stuff, they are still, even if they say don't simp, they're still telling us to settle for this very thing. Because what they don't understand, what they haven't accepted, is that even if they've been red pill and they're aware, they don't understand that the Western woman, black and white, is acting as a racket to present an inferior quality and nothing else. They are on code to present nothing superior to what we're seeing. The few of them that are going to do this,
Exactly.
you see them get attacked. I mean, a few women that are going to try to present something superior to this, you see them get attacked and called pick-me's and everything else. But these men, if they don't know it or they know it, they are backing up these women. So I used to talk about matriarchal mandingos and gynocrat goons, and I want to give a shout out to Kendra D for giving me the idea for matriarchal mandingos. No, I'm sorry, gynocrat goons. She gave me that idea. I stole that term from her. But I used to talk about other guys in reference because the ones I was referring to at first they were the ones that knew what they were doing. Dom, game, division, justifying this BS, telling us they're wearing a mask. I was referring to guys that knew this and still did it. But now, indirectly, we got some gynocrat goons and matriarchal mandingos that don't know they're doing it. Because what they think they're doing is they think they're just telling us to stay in an arena that's going to force us to develop more game and force us to cater more psychologically to the broken daggle. But what they're actually doing, even if they don't know it, is they're telling us to stay in a position to where they can continue to offer us this inferior product, this diseased Lois Lane, while we have to still be Superman. That's what I was trying to get
Yep.
at.
Yeah, and I think that
Yeah.
Jada Pinkett, she was like, it was almost like you can see the matriarchy that was at work in that red table. Her mom came, and it came like it was like the mafia, setting, like it was like basically they came and they met Will Smith, and they was like ganging up. They was like, well, the mom and him, coming down. So now what, and the way they was confronting it, and I was thinking like, so it was like no accountability on like, on Jada Pinkett. I was like, oh well, it was the entanglement. Well, it wasn't really. It was really was it's like this. So it shows you it
Exactly.
wasn't no accountability. If it wasn't no accountability for a woman that's in the celebrity culture, whatever, Hollywood, whatever, and stuff like that. You can tell that it's not going to be no accountability for the women here, the women that don't have no status of Jada Pinkett, and that guy was like, oh, that's why I don't believe in this high. We call it this what they call it. Kevin Samuels call it the high value man stuff.
High
But
value man. Yeah.
and,
Yeah, how
you
about it,
know what I'm
man?
saying,
Yeah.
because like that whole high value man stuff, and I think it was what's his name, what do you call it, Beyonce mother, disrespected, her husband. Then you have what's his name,
Oh
Cougar. We
yeah,
call it
yeah.
what's the other guy, the actor, the we call it starts with a K, something
Oh, Boris Kojo.
um Morris Coble. Yeah. His wife, did
Boris
him,
Kojo. Yeah, Nicole Ari Parker.
disrespected.
Yeah.
Yeah, kind of disrespected him, and I was like, ain't no African woman on the planet will ever do that in public like that. If someone like that would never do no mess like that, or no Afro Latino, no chick from the Philippines or whatever, or something like that would do some mess like that, in public like that. I would say, disrespect the dude, like in public like that. And I'm thinking like that was just kind of like ridiculous. So that shows you that the high value man, is not really, in the West, it's not even respect. It's not even about the resources.
Exactly.
Exactly. It's not.
Exactly.
Yeah,
You know
exactly.
what I'm saying?
In the West,
So
yeah.
that's why I say,
Yeah.
yeah, that's why you can't take these people. That's why you can't take these chicks serious, and it's a joke. I know what I'm saying, you can't take them
It is.
seriously, and you gotta
Mm-hmm.
like I said, you gotta mentally, spiritually disconnect yourself from that madness. You know what I'm saying? So, and that might be a lonely path, or you meet, or basically what you do, you meet people that are other thinking black dudes, and that's where you do, and that's and the other people that's on the other stuff, you separate themselves like it's like it's a plague, like it's a disease or something like that. That's the
Mm-hmm.
coronavirus. Stay away
Exactly.
from that coronavirus. That's the damn virus. Stay away from that madness. Huh?
Yep.
Exactly. And that's why I say you breed it out. When you do that, you also breeding that out as well. When you sit over here and you call them to the side, you're breeding that out. Because my whole thing is that that definition, when you brought up their examples, this is why I say, even as a collective front, even if you happen to build and produce, it still will not change because you're still in a toxic environment. That's why I was kept telling Topcast. I kept saying that it doesn't matter. And Black Mind was telling him the same thing. It doesn't change, not a bit. Your women are who they are. They are who they are. And my thing is, we don't have no jaded view about it. My thing is, bro, I want brothers to open their eyes and they can be able to make a conscious decision on what they want to do. So it doesn't surprise them and they can't say that they didn't know. That's really what the manosphere is here. It's really a dialysis.
Yep.
It's a dialysis. And that's why Black Ram saying it's therapeutic. When they come here for therapy, when they come here and listen to the knowledge and what we shedding, it's really therapy to their mind. Want to know why? Because nobody never taught those black boys or those black men coming up like that. Nobody never pulled them to the side and told them, hey man, here, go this route. Hey man, go and get you a trade. Hey, go into tech, because we have those areas that's factored in the manosphere. But my thing is that we have a lot to give here.
Yeah, we do.
We do. And my thing is that, and I don't even do it for money. My thing is I want to do it because I actually want to see black men actually win.
Exactly.
I actually want to see you win. And I don't want to. We've been living in this for dang near 400 years, especially 60 some years of feminists, and we sit over here and see men get railroaded. My thing is that's not a funny feeling. That's why I told a lot of them dating coaches, y'all in the same position as well. Y'all not slick. Mr. Steve D. Williams, we know that you sitting over here playing a gigolo game with your wife, and we know you in a subservient position. You're not slick, dude. You're just not slick. A lot of y'all are in these contracts that you can't even get out of, because that's what marriage is. See, we break that the real knowledge to you. We don't give you no cookie cookie cakes and rainbow. Because if we don't, it's you better off not coming here. You better off walking delusion what you was doing.
Mm-hmm.
So my thing is that when they sit over here and say that, well, black men, they ain't gonna step up and do such and such and all that, and especially when pro-black start saying it, I'm like, all you doing is just you just feed into that woman's emotion to get money from it. But I just hate that you sit over here and you throw black men under the bus for it, that's what they're doing when they do that at the end of the day. It's always throwing black men under the bus to get some coochie coupons. And it just gets on my nerve at the end of the point, because now I'm like, at this point, a lot of your women don't even have any jobs.
Exactly.
People don't. 140,000 of them within 1 month of December got laid off.
Yep.
Literally, damn near 60-something million of them are laid off because women work what sectors? Retail, government.
Yeah.
Guess what? Those are gone. And no, they're not. Your jobs are not coming back. It's either you're gonna infiltrate the tech or you're gonna infiltrate the trades. And because we have a lot of entitled, pessimistic individuals out here, you guys are not going to infiltrate those industries, so you can better up yourself. You better off sitting over here asking, where's the stimulus check? I ain't getting my stimulus check, even though you're not going to invest it. But my thing is that even though I'm like, you can't, it's going to be so long where you can get money from women because they ain't going to have no money to give you, knucklehead.
Exactly.
Can anybody hear me? Hello?
They can't help you out. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
They
yeah.
can't. And that brings up the reason that I even put on this.
Hold on, one second. Somebody's trying. Hold on. Say it again. Hold on.
Hello.
Yeah.
Can anybody hear me? Hello.
Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, I hear
Okay,
you.
all right. Okay, yeah. Sorry about that. So when it comes to like black men, just elevating our position in Western society and everything like that, do you think it would be beneficial for us to, how can I say, align ourselves with other groups of men, particularly white men, in order to defeat the, I guess you would say, gender war, for lack of a better term?
But here's the thing. Here's the thing about that, though. We have a unique set of problems.
Yeah.
And maybe for some, here's the thing. I guess for some occasions, like on some occasions, perhaps yes, but for the most part, we got to do it ourselves, because like the unique set of problems that we have, we got to do it ourselves. It's like, I mean, you want to see here's the thing, you want to see black men prosper and do better. That's being pro-black.
Yeah.
It's not being pro-whack like what these slow steps and these no tips are doing. They're not being pro-black. What they're doing is they're pimping and robbing other black people, and they're pushing this simp shit. That's what they're doing.
That's interesting. I mean, from my point of view, I feel like in the near future it's inevitable, but I kind of feel as though I still kind of have a chip on my shoulder. I don't feel as though white men are necessarily our friends. I feel as though a lot of the things that they did to us, pitting our women against us, locking us out of corporate America, denying us jobs, mass incarceration, and all that stuff like that, police brutality. I feel as though it would be beneficial for us in the near future just to get the women under control. But I feel like after that, they're pretty much going to go back to trying to destroy us and everything like that. So you have a lot of black men in the manosphere that think that racism is over. White and black men, are basically just gonna unify in solidarity, and then after that, we're just gonna hold hands and like just walk down like the sunset, whatever, and be happily ever after. Again, I don't necessarily think that's true. I feel as though the only reason why they want to ally with us in the first place is because they're in the same position that we've always been. Now, because
Yeah,
whatever
but I
happens
think
in the
that's
future,
Exactly. And their fertility, yes, you're right, because right now their fertility right now is evaporating, and a lot of that is because they laid down for feminism. So it's just, it is what it is. Yep.
Yeah. I mean, I addressed that. I don't think that's going to happen. I think because you having two people that are fighting, two ethnic groups, trying to fight, you can't, for power. So all racism has something to do with power. You're not going to have competing, ethnic groups, in this type of society, multicultural society, trying to compete over resources and stuff. So there's always going to be a competition. So I think that I don't think that what you call it, getting with them, and also they the one that created the first problems to begin with. So feminism, they allowed feminism to happen anyway. So because the only reason why
Exactly.
feminism exists because white people, those white dudes allowed it to happen, and basically it fits in their agenda, right? The
Yeah,
feminism in some way for them to allow that mess
yeah,
to happen, it fits into what do you call it,
yeah.
where you want to call it, what do you call it, the Illuminati
Your
or
population control and all that. Yeah, the population
yeah,
control.
population control. So it fits their narrative. So I don't know about like as getting with them. So I think that but I feel like white supremacy is going on its last legs because you have China that's challenging the
Yep.
West, and Europe is fading. So I mean, something like that. It's not, they're not having as much power over America. Does not have the control over the world like they used to. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah,
they,
yeah, 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 yeah.
so
Their influence and their hedge of protection is slowly crumbling away, and
yeah,
that was bound to happen anyway. Like through time,
yeah.
through time, it was going to happen.
hmm Yeah,
Yep.
so I think that people are giving America way too much power. So I'm thinking like that, it's not like how it is. They'd be like, oh, if we go there, every place is like America. You go here, you go here. It's like that. And you see what happened with those Bali, what call it, with Indonesia. What was it? What happened with those women that
Yeah,
was trying to
Bali,
push that
Yeah,
Indonesia.
LGBT?
those lesbians. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah, yeah,
Indonesia.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, yeah, yeah, yeah, yeah, yeah. They got taught that every place saying like America is not, don't have this influence over people culture in the way that people think they are. So that right there was a lesson. They got that. They
yeah,
pushed that sodomy, that
yep.
sodomy lifestyle. They said we
Uh-huh.
ain't with that sodomy
Yeah,
lifestyle. They
yeah,
pushed those
yeah,
sodomites out of there.
yeah. They had to learn
So
that
I
they
think
had to learn
that
from experience. Yeah.
yeah, yeah, yeah. So I think that's basically what it is. So I think that yeah, yeah, that's my solution because I mean our interest is not white men interest and black men interest. We got two different type of interests. Huh? So I think that I mean maybe when it comes to dealing with women, yeah, that's true. But in the bigger game, on a larger scale or something like that, no, we don't. You know what I'm saying? Maybe on a small scale or something like that, maybe, dealing with this feminism stuff, yeah, but on the long game, no, huh? Uh-uh.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, I
Well,
think like all men, in general, just need to come together. Yeah, just to fight like the feminism, and that's it.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying.
I mean, it's. I mean, like, like on some grounds, it is possible, but but when it comes to our fight, we're gonna have to do that ourselves. But like I said, like it's like not now, but somewhere down the road, it is possible.
we're going to have to, if we're going to
Gotcha.
work with them, and I don't recommend it, having spied on them and having seen how they think, if we do work with them, we would have to have some sort of backup plan, because we have to remember that Gloria Steinem had help.
Yes, she did.
She
Yes,
said it herself.
she was
She
CIA. She
said
was
she had
CIA. Yep.
help.
She was CIA. Yep. She was CIA. Yep.
And at that time, CIA was run by white men, and she was
Yep.
supposed to go in and use feminism. I don't remember if she preceded feminism or not, but she was supposed to go in and use it to damper and divide the Black resistance movements of the '60s at that point. So that was something that when we have to remember that when Becky and Amber and Karen brought feminism to Boom Chic and Bon Quiche and Sapphire, somebody told them to do it. So we might need to work with men, but I have an idea. I got an alternative idea since we're guys who believe in passports and migration. Even if you're going to be single, we believe in passports and migration to see the world and see what we
Yeah.
can build elsewhere.
Yeah.
And that
Exactly. Oh, yeah.
idea, I mean, if they're, when we black men go places, it's like the women do look at us with certain eyes. But the other thing too is that when men get to know us, they start to see us as buddies too. As I've said, Southeast tropical Asia, they tend to take to us. And an Indonesian man has been in my chat before saying, look, we would like for you actually to come in and help build, start something here too. Just to understand that some of the women will have stupid questions, but they don't mean any harm. It's just they have to find out what's true from TV and what's false. But the point I was going to make is that when we go abroad, one of the ways that we can work with other men is that when we go into environments where this misandry and militant feminism have not become the prevailing current, we can inoculate the men against that, as well as you can, as well as making sure that we're in positions to reward the ladies that don't do this, neither to us nor to their own men. So that's the best way, the carrot and the stick. If the carrot's together, go elsewhere. Make sure you reward the ones that are treating you right and treating other men right, and as best you possibly can. But you also let the men know this is what went on over there where we left. And the reason we're telling you this is so that you know to watch the chat rooms that your sister or your daughter or your niece goes into. Because see, if we start talking about we're going to work with specifically Massa's grandson, well, I mean, they've had a vested interest in it not working, and they only want to do this because they've seen that what they tried to put on us wound up coming back on them. But we go and work with these other men. There's more of a genuine interest on both sides
Yep.
to for us to inoculate them and for them to listen, and for both of us to say,
Exactly.
now we're going to monitor these chat rooms. Because with Google Translate, guys, Google Translate is great for us, but it's also great for the ones that hate us because they don't have to go anywhere. They can sit in a chat room, use Google Translate, and as long as one person can type correctly in his or her own language, Google Translate can translate it into another language correctly. And
The thing
they
is,
can,
yeah,
and
yeah,
this is how
yep.
they're able to take this misandry and spread the misandry abroad. The misandrists are sitting right there where you guys are in the States, going to these chat rooms and telling so and so in Indonesia and Thailand and Cambodia, wherever we like to go, they're telling them, look, these men are dusty and or however you say it in any language. That's what they're doing. So we can work with
Well,
the
you know, the
men, but
thing is,
what's up?
Sorry, interrupting. Will you finish? Sorry about that.
Almost. The only thing I was going to say is that it's good to work with the other men that are about to become victims or before they become victims of this misandry. It's good to work with them. That's probably better than trying to work with Massa's grandkids. That's it. That's the last of it.
I was gonna reiterate what you were saying, and when you get there, you can just tell them about like, oh, this is what happened to Black America. They use this stuff. You can tell them like, use this, show them video. This is what happens when you allow this madness to come. And the good thing about these cultures is that the nuclear family is very intact. You know what I'm saying? And I think that like, we go to Ethiopia where like, the culture is still intact, the family unit. And if the woman does act like that, the family just rejects them. Like, what I'm saying? They're like, oh, you ain't about that. And that the culture still pulls them back. So that's the thing. There's a difference is those cultures is more patriarchal because the women, the dudes here allowed, the white guys here allowed the feminism because the only reason why
Yeah,
feminism is existing is because the men allowed it. And the thing is like, yeah. And I think that like what's going to happen is that like and I think that's what's going to happen. Like, so my thing is that like, they, even though they get these like white women feminists coming to these doggone countries, and if the family's not going and if the elders, because they respect the elders, and the elders say like, I reject that mess, like like we ain't with that, it's not gonna work. But so us coming over there telling these guys what's the plan, that's going to help. You know what I'm saying? So, and I think that and I think that like, I think that's going to be the battle. That's going to be the battle is getting these talking to these international people because I don't know. I think just the West is just done. I don't think it's going back to that. I think it's just a wasteland and just need to be. My mom was laughing. I said this place just need to be, take all the people and just bomb this place and the population just move somewhere else or somewhere like that. I feel like this, you know what I'm saying? So, and I think that
I feel like
it's
that
just
too.
this, yeah.
Yeah, because you just take your best and brightest and
I
just start fresh. Yep.
I wouldn't. Yeah, so I wouldn't go like as I said. I wouldn't. I wouldn't go. I wouldn't say. I wouldn't go that far with it. I feel as though as Black people, we had an integral role with the foundation of this country, and we've never really got to enjoy the fruits of our labor, while other people
Exactly.
while other people have benefited off of our work. So of what
I
we've
mean,
done, what we built.
I think by the
So
time that
with that being
happened, I
said,
think
I don't necessarily believe that we should, just abandon America. I feel like as though we should just stay here and work and try to access the wealth and power that we've maintained for ourselves.
yeah,
If I
I
may
think the problem.
interject,
But that's going to be. But here's the thing, though. That's going to be a tall order. And it's going to be an uphill battle. I mean, you see what's going on with GameStop and all those douchebags on Wall Street, right? I mean that. I mean, it's. I mean, it's going to be It's going to be an uphill battle. I mean, it's just
Yeah, it certainly will. Ace, you were about to say, you were about to interject. We're all ears, sir.
When it comes to the Western culture itself in the US, the reality is that it is best for you to let it rot and abandon. Because just as Lion Mittal said, the situation has multiple complex features. So if you are going to utilize the resources in the West, particularly in the US, best to make it focus on the skill set. Then
yes.
on getting your money up and then get the shuck out of here. Because because there is a bit of a danger line. Because as you're working to get your money and finances, you're ultimately subconsciously trying to be accepted into a culture that never accepted you in the first place. That has a high plastic, toxic mindset. And with that, it is best for you to just focus on yourself, the actual self-improvement.
Yes.
Keep it moving. In other words, be a ghost.
And that's also that's what I bring up on my channel a lot. That's why I say stack your green and disappear. Yeah, you just ghost. Yeah, you make your money or hide your success.
Like the only way black folks is gonna get that, like I said, they'll have to get a separate compound and all that type of stuff. And a lot of black folks are not gonna do that. A lot of black folks don't want to do no healing. So as a collective, it's not gonna, because black folks operate as individuals. It's not a collective culture. It's not like it's not like the Yoruba, or it's not like the Oromos and Ethiopia, or the Aruba, or the Ashani, or something like that. We ain't operating on a collective. That's one of the problems. Is you were saying black folks to stay here. What type of black folks? Because certain people that are going to move or something like that are not going to be, not everybody is going to be productive internationally, right? So, and I think as far as black folks operating on Pan-Africanism is the way, for me, we operating on group economics and understanding global politics. So, and I think like Chinese have a home base, right? Like Asians have a home base. Black Americans don't have a home base, and that's the problem. So, and I think that, and as individuals, okay, but like as a collective, is the solution is you're gonna have to separate from white society, or not. Because as long as you still live in a part of white society, that's not gonna happen. I'm saying the battles is not going. It's not going to work, man. I'm saying you're not gonna live in a white Western country and think that you're gonna have some type of power up in here. It's not. That's never happened in history. So it's not like the minority has never got power over the majority, and most of the time in these places. So, and it's almost like, you sitting here like, it's like me going to China asking like, I want to get, power or something like this. So I think that's what's going to happen. I think, I think that people is going to have to like, because it's already happened. Black folks, people are going their own way. Women and black women come, I want to swirl. So as a collective, you're going to have to move as like, as individuals, as a small collective, right? It's going to be certain people, I would say, move with certain people that share your ideas and go with those people, huh? and that's how it's gonna be. You know what I'm saying? It's not gonna move. Black folks in America are not gonna move as a collective. Huh? That mess is over with, huh? And I think that
that's
the culture is too individualistic. The culture, because the culture, the culture is individualistic. Its culture is individualistic, man. So it's not. It's not. It's not.
Yeah,
A lot of these other dudes and Gen X, we call it Gen Z. They're not with all that. You know what I'm saying? So they doing their own thing. So that's the problem, because you live it. You're in an individualistic culture. So the reason why I'm saying that, because you're in a westernized culture. It's not a collective culture in that way. You got people that want to get into the sodomy lifestyle. It's too much. I'm not saying that. Some people who wants to stay, they can deal with it or something like that. You know what I'm saying? And people who want to do something else, they go their way. So my thing is that you're going to have splinters. You're going to have to break off. So I'm saying, so this whole thing is trying to reach the whole masses. Because even when like you had different movements in the black movement, you had certain people, Marcus Garvey had this thing, what you call it, Booker T. Washington had this thing.
Oh
So
yeah.
it's, so I think so it was always had that. So I'm looking at it from a historical standpoint and stuff like that. You're looking at they all had their own thing moving. So it's not so.
Well, I mean,
Um,
that is an interesting way of looking at it. I feel as though as time moves forward, black people are being more unified. Specifically, I'm talking about black men. When it comes to like our political power, we've never really been for ourselves, until now. I think what like 20% of black men, I think voted for Trump, or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So politically,
20%.
I
Yeah.
feel like we're unifying. Yeah, we're unifying. We're unifying slowly but surely. But I agree, the vast majority of the community is not going to be saved. It's basically a cesspool or like a smoldering crater. So I feel
Mm-hmm.
as though, in order to progress in this country, what we're going to do is the black men specifically, and the few women that we can salvage, black women, we're going to pretty much have to, in my opinion, we're going to have to pretty much go out to other parts of the world and bring women back and pretty much kind of create our own community. Like let this community die is what I'm saying, the black community that we know it today, and then just build another community from the ashes of the current one, if that makes sense.
Fire
Go to
though.
different places.
But there are brothers who've already built communities outside of the West. Yeah, they're out there. Yeah.
One
Yeah,
thing
yeah.
that
So, but
one
what
thing
I'm
gentlemen,
that
trying to
sorry
say
for
is
cutting
that
in, but I want to hear what it was. I think it was Ace that was about to give us some information. I want to hear what Ace is going to tell us, and then after that, we're going to go into closing thoughts for everybody. I'll give everyone a shot. All right, what were you going to tell us, Ace?
I will say though, be careful of bringing the women that are that are not feminists to the West, even in its ashes. It is best to just leave it be as it is and build a community as well as a foundation from there. Because even from the ashes, there still remains of a degenerate. There still remains of degeneracy. Just want to point that out.
Okay. So you now are you saying that we should leave the non-feminine women of the other society, or that we should make sure that we don't take any of the women from our society that might be non-feminine over there?
Oh no, I mean in the case, say you encounter a feminine woman from a different culture, and that doesn't believe in the feminist mindset. Don't bring them back to the West. In this case, the United States, even
Gotcha.
destroy and disintegrate it.
Okay, gotcha. Okay. That was something that we talked about beforehand too. A lot of us were saying don't bring them back, unless of course they have the alternative to associate with only their own. These were the different points talked. I was of the mindset like yours. Don't bring them from somewhere else into a Western context, because of the high chance that they're going to get reached out to and told certain things, especially in the event that the court systems will back them up. Yeah, that's what I was saying as well. Now, I'm going to have to get ready to. Yeah, I'm going to have to turn in a little bit because it's late here and I have to be up early. But I want to do closing thoughts for everybody, and I'm going to go in the order that everyone shows up on my screen because that's the order in which they came into the studio. So I'm going to start with Lion. I'm going to give you a chance to give us your closing thoughts.
Well, I guess my whole thing is it's quite simple. I mean, I don't think the West at this point can be salvaged. I mean, yeah, for the most part, the Western black woman here in the West is pretty much history. I mean, there are some diamonds in the rough, but the problem is it's just too pervasive. And I think that our best bet is to get to stake our green, disappear, get our passports, and start communities elsewhere. And this goes for the bachelors and for the ones who are actually trying to get married. See, I'm a bachelor, I'm a MGTOW, but for to each his own. You know, it's your choice. It's your choice. Yes.
Okay. Thanks a million, sir.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Next one that came into the studio was Mr. Selassie. Mr. Selassie, I think you have to unmute your microphone. I can't unmute it. Let's see, I'm trying to, but when I hit the unmute button, it's not doing anything. So
Selassie.
it might. Let me see. Try something else. Yeah, I don't know. It's not giving me the notice. You know when
Yeah.
it's not giving me that notice, but it's not unmuting him either. All right. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna try to come back to him. All right. So the next one that came into the studio was Ace.
Just two things. And
Yes, sir.
goes to the base Pluto for the three things: money, skill set, passport.
Yep. Oh
And
yes.
Right.
and I'm pretty sure you're familiar of this saying, which I'll paraphrase it. When it comes to the ABW, the opposite skin covers a multitude of one's imperfections and sins,
Mm-hmm.
which is being reflected and demonstrated as a cruel yet funny joke. But there
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he was. Man, thanks a million. Thanks a million for reminding us of what he said, because he was right. It does cover multitude. All right, and so the next one is going. All right, Mr. Selassie, you were the next one in order to come into the studio. But when I tried to, well, you were the one that came into the studio right after LOM. But when I tried to unmute, I couldn't. Can you unmute your microphone and give us your closing thoughts, sir?
Yeah, I think that's the way to do, and I think that like, no, you can do like do an online business that's live overseas, or like you can do what like other guy does. He lives 6 months in the United States, or let's say you're not able to go live in the United States right now, but you want your woman here to live 6 months in America, live 6 months there, or something like that. So 6 months over there, you could do it like that, or you know what I'm saying. So, and I think that yeah, that's what I'm saying. Well, there's solutions, to the thing. So, and I think that and when you're dealing with foreign women or something like that, get with the most religious, conservative woman you can find, and that's usually the woman. So even the ones that are what do you call it? The ones that I do know that are married to foreign women that lives here. A lot of them got them in the age where they were over 25, and they in their 30s or something like that, and they were very conservative or something like that, and that's what happened. A lot of them just like work from home, so they don't interact with American women. They don't something like that, or that's what a lot of them do. The ones that I know, or something like that. So it's like I said, it's a way around this madness. So, and I think that that's the way to do, and and being pro-black, saying just don't mean ADOS. You can mean saying or and all that type of stuff. Because most of us not even like for me, I got like West African, I got East African. I look at my family background or something and stuff like that. So we
Yeah.
got a whole bunch of different ethnic groups.
Yeah. I agree. Yeah.
That's in us. Native Americans. So this whole thing about the whole pure race thing is not thing. Everybody's it's not really a pure ethnic group. Maybe the people from like South Africa, the Sand people or something. The Sand, I think
The song there,
uh,
Bushme. Yeah.
yeah, the San Bushmen or something like that. That's like maybe that's like the only pure ethnic group. So there's no pure ethnic group on the planet. So
Yeah. Exactly.
you know what I'm
Like
saying? So
I'm like, yeah, because
so
yeah. Yep.
yeah. So I think that so I think that that's the way to do. Build your money up, resources, get connections, international. Um, like you said, get it online and get a skill so you can live overseas and
Mm-hmm.
like you said, like if you find a feminine cooperative woman that want to get in your program and stuff like that, and I use cooperative. It doesn't mean a woman got to be a slave or something. Like the woman can like, help you build a business where she can be like, let's say she's accountant, right? Lady I'm dealing with, she's accountant. So if I want to do a business, you can be like, handling the money or something. Have some woman that want to build with you and get on your program or something like that. And I mean, there are some women in the West that are kind of, I mean, like that, but it's rare. It's very rare to find those type of women. And usually they are like that. They're already wifed up anyway. So yeah, so and I think that brothers just have to be able to, we call it, invest in themselves and invest and find like-minded, other dudes and network. So that's all I have to say. And black folks and here in the, we in the West, we're still on a plantation and just connecting with, foreign blacks or other people around in the diaspora and all that type of stuff, or people that's on your program. You know what I'm saying? So, and I think that that's the way to go of getting people that's like-minded. You know what I'm saying? So, all right.
All right. Thanks a million, sir. And then we've got William Webster ready for you. Closing thoughts.
Okay, yeah, thank you. I appreciate you for having me on. I know it's been a while since I've been on here. I think I was the first person that ever came to your live stream, if I'm not mistaken. Um, so yeah,
Yes,
I
yeah, that
appreciate it
was
and
you. That's
everything, and
right.
hopefully, yeah. So hopefully I can catch your next live stream a little bit earlier. But for my closing thoughts, well, I appreciate everybody for coming up and everything like that and having a respectful dialogue. I just wanted to say, as far as black men, the future of the black race and black men in particular, I feel as though it would be within our best interests. Well, I kind of see both points of view. I feel like we should go other places, like become dual citizenships and like places like South America, Brazil, Cuba, maybe go to Asia, Africa, and stuff like that. But I feel as though this country, we built it, and it's roughly ours. Yeah, we understand that racism exists. We understand that white people are not our friends, but at the same time, white the empire is falling. White people don't have as much control over us as they did before. We have a lot more opportunity that we did before. I know that black women kind of played a role in white supremacy and them dominating us for all those decades. But obviously, as you can see, white men no longer have the hold on us that they once did before. With that being said, I feel as though uh, a reckoning is coming. I feel as though this is the perfect opportunity for black men in this country to build and reclaim what is rightfully ours.
Fair enough. All right. Well, listen, gentlemen, I really appreciate y'all coming on. And I mean that from the bottom of my black heart and the depth of my black mind. The reason that I did this and I started this live stream from the beginning was because I understand the motive that some of these guys have at this point. It came about from a discussion, and this is my closing thought. From a discussion that I had with some other gentlemen that couldn't make it into this panel, when we started talking about these men who, even in the manosphere, want to tell us that we need to have swag and game, and that we need to have some, I guess, some hood credibility, and we needed to be a bit more negatively stereotypical in so many words. I came to a realization that, and that was when it was in that discussion that Don Calypso told me that some of these guys who are manosphere, who are red pill, said that cats like him, cats like Young Grizzly, which means guys like me, we were supposed to be stepdads. We were supposed to be cleanup men. We were supposed to be the men that women would go to later on in life after having other men's kids and gifts and couldn't pair bond and this sort of thing. And pretty much, someone pretty much sat up and said to Don Calypso that that's what we were supposed to be, and we weren't really good for anything else, and referred to us as dishwashers, secondary men. That when women have options and they're young, they weren't supposed to pick us because we weren't alpha enough, we weren't swagged out enough. And it dawned on me that if we were to say, you know what, we're going to withdraw not only from individuals, but we will withdraw from any culture that looks at us as lesser in our manhood because of enemies' negative stereotypes we don't fit, what happens? Take men who say stuff like this about the so-called classic thinking man or educated lame, as they call us. Oh wow, George, your sister said the same thing. When you would okay, see? Now I want y'all to stop and think about if men like us were to all say we will withdraw from an entire culture or any demographic block that thinks this way, what winds up happening? These same ladies are not going to have us to come to say pay so that he can play. This man set up and told Don Calypso, according to Don Calypso, he set up and said to Don Calypso, and now that I think about it, Young Grizzly corroborated this too. So I'm sure that someone said this to them. They were told that they were to pay for the more swagged out men to play. That's what they were told. Suppose we who were supposed to pay decide we're not even going to be here with our resources anymore. No non-sexual resources and attention and time for them anymore. We're gone. First flight out, or first train out to just another geographic location within the West until we can catch the first flight out and go through somebody else's customs office. In other words, leaving the West. Suppose we were to all say, well, that's it, we're checking out. Soon as we can, we're checking out even geographically. Who's going to pay for these men to play? These men know it, and these ladies know it. Now, I was used to guys talking about game from outside the manosphere, not red pill. I was used to the Dom game, talking this kind of stuff. But to find out that some guys who we see as being red pilled were saying these things and buying into this idea, opened my eyes up. Suppose we say we're checking out, we're not going to, you may play, but we're not paying. Now, all of a sudden, these men and these women know exactly the same thing that they don't want to tell each other. We check out, no resources, especially non-sexual. We're not paying anymore. They're going to be so busy trying to survive that when it comes time for someone to pay, they're going to be going to these guys that want to play, to whom they previously went and gave permission to play, asking them to pay, and they won't be able to do it. That's what it comes down to. They will understand then that they only have one option, and that option is going to be the one who I want to breed is the one I'm going to have to go to feed. The one I went to play has to be the one to pay because ain't nobody else going to pay. Ain't nobody else going to feed. That's going to change a lot of stuff in our wake, but it's going to be too chaotic in the meantime. We have to be gone for this to happen. And in the meantime, while there's some young brothers that can't leave their moms yet because they're too young, we need to put the seeds in their minds. And people are going to say that's brainwashed and that's not fair. Don't you corrupt these youth like that? Man, shuck that fit, because their mothers are corrupting them. Their aunts, grandmothers, older sisters, older lady cousins are corrupting them. Exactly. Give them nothing and starve the gynocracy, no cash, no pipe. Don't give them anything sexually or non-sexually until they submit, and they're not going to submit. Danielle George already said that. She said they ain't going to submit till we start leaving. She didn't know how much we'd left. So this is the reason that I came in and I did this. And I want to thank all of those of you who came on the panel for coming in. I want to thank those of you in the chat for coming in. And I guess I might be able to find Topcast channel. I might be able to, I'm not sure, but I'll see about it. Maybe I can find it, maybe not. Gentlemen, y'all know what I'm going to say next before I close out. Thank you for listening. Black heart, black mind, blackout, assalamu alaikum, black heterosexual non-select male power, just because they don't like it, and black patriarchy until extinction or judgment day,
Extinction,
wherever we can build
Judgment
it.
Day.
Thanks a million, gentlemen. Assalamu alaikum, y'all.
All right, man. See ya.
Peace out, peace out, peace out, peace out.
Peace out.